We are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists and bankers work with companies, governments and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world. We believe in a safer, greener, better world. We are making it happen. We live in a world of opportunity and challenges. We need to work together for a better future. We invest in your health, in your children's education. We invest in your business, in your great ideas. We invest in Europe. Because Europe is more than just the 27 countries of the European Union, more than its 450 million citizens. Europe is what we build together every day. We are the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union. For over 6 decades, we have been turning the vision of Europe into a reality. We are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists and bankers work with companies, governments and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world. We believe in a safer, greener, better world. We are making it happen. We live in a world of opportunity and challenges. We need to work together for a better future. We invest in your health, in your children's education. We invest in your business, in your great ideas. We invest in Europe. Because Europe is more than just the 27 countries of the European Union, more than its 450 million citizens. Europe is what we build together every day. We are the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union. For over 6 decades, we have been turning the vision of Europe into a reality. are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists, and bankers work with companies, governments, and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world. We believe in a safer, greener, better world. We are making it happen. We live in a world of opportunity and challenges. We need to work together for a better future. We invest in your health, in your children's education. We invest in your business, in your great ideas. We invest in Europe. Because Europe is more than just the 27 countries of the European Union, more than its 450 million citizens. Europe is what we build together every day. We are the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union. For over 6 decades, we have been turning the vision of Europe into a reality. We are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists, and bankers work with companies, governments, and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world. We believe in a safer, greener, better world. We are making it happen. We live in a world of opportunity and challenges. We need to work together for a better future. We invest in your health, in your children's education. We invest in your business, in your great ideas. We invest in Europe. Because Europe is more than just the 27 countries of the European Union, more than its 450 million citizens. Europe is what we build together every day. We are the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union. For over 6 decades, we have been turning the vision of Europe into a reality. We are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists, and bankers work with companies, governments, and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world. We believe in a safer, greener, better world. We are making it happen.
Here in Luxembourg and also online all over Europe. Welcome to the EIB Group Forum 2024. European competitiveness in a polarized global context is the theme of this year's forum. My name is Natalie Reuter. I have the great pleasure to be your master of ceremonies over these next 2 days. And I have to ensure smooth, but also quick transitions. And I'm also your timekeeper, which means when you see me coming up on stage, it means something is either about to begin or to end. And before we take a deep dive into our major topics at hand, I will give you first some housekeeping rules. Dear moderators, please respect the timings. And dear participants, please come back to the room in time after each break. That would be just wonderful. And don't forget also to use the Forum's app. You find the QR code on the back of your badges, and this in order to stay tuned and also to get into contact with the fellow participants. We will also ask you after each session 2 short questions just to have your feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, I have now the great pleasure to invite up on stage Nadia Calviño, who's the president of the European Investment Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Nadia Calviño.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear President of the European Council, Prime Minister of Luxembourg, dear Minister for Finance from Poland, from Belgium. I'm going to spend, I think, half of the session just welcoming all the very distinguished persons that are joining here today, commissioners, ministers, colleagues from the EIB, experts, board members. Welcome. Welcome to the EIB Forum. As you all know, I'm 4 weeks into my job as the new president of the European Investment Bank Group, and I think that this forum provides me with a unique opportunity to get to know each other, to listen to the debates, and to get insights and elements that can guide us in defining our strategy for the coming years. We are all partners, and we need to tackle together the challenges that are ahead of us. Partnership is one of the words that you will hear a lot today during the forum and tomorrow. Partnership is a word you will always hear in my mouth, because I am absolutely convinced that only by acting can we make things happen. Only by joining our forces are we able to succeed in the challenges that we have ahead of us as Europeans. Now, 4 weeks into my job, I also can tell you the EIB Group is a formidable machine. It plays a very important role in financing European priorities, from climate and the environment to new technologies, health, innovation, housing, transport, support to SMEs, you name it. Last year alone, we signed deals, agreements for 88 billion euros in investment, and more than half of it was for climate and the environment. close of half to the investments in the European Union go to cohesion regions, responding also to one of the core elements at the heart of our mandate, cohesion policy, trying to support growth and jobs in those regions which are less rich within our union. And I want to say also a special word for the European Investment Fund, which is the subsidiary, which is specialized in innovative financing, with a record investment also last year and a strong focus on SMEs, the heart of our economies, and scaling up of startups in disruptive technologies, the future. The projects we finance turn common European priorities from abstract objectives, ideas, dreams, into real, tangible solutions. With our technical expertise and our constant search for financial solutions, we de-risk projects, we make projects possible. Like the Swedish projects that we approved only in these first weeks of the year for large-scale production of green steel, or electric vehicle batteries, the financing of the largest European solar gigafactory in Italy. These are just some of the signatures we've had in the first weeks of the year. Yesterday, during the Board of Directors meetings, we approved a very large investment into an innovative green hydrogen project in Portugal. And this explains, and these are very good examples, I think, of the public-private partnership, which is of the essence if we want to beat climate change and increase Europe's competitiveness. And that makes this event, the EIB Group Forum, particularly relevant and timely as a meeting point to exchange ideas between key policymakers who hold the strings to the purse, and the finance ministers present here know very well what I'm talking about. Also prominent players in the institutions and the private sector. We need to ensure that private investors are also driving and agreeing with our public policies, and we need to make sure we bring citizens along. And that's why representatives from civil society that are here present today are also very much and warmly welcome to the forum. A final word on a policy priority which is especially close to my heart, and that's gender equality. It is one of the European Union's basic values. It is a key objective of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It is a driver for economic development, higher incomes per capita, more efficient and effective businesses, more stability, more security overall. Estimates of growth and job creation that would come from closing the gender gap make a very strong case for private and public investment and to drive this policy forward. And so I am especially happy that just after the closure of the forum, we will hold a meeting of the new Women Climate Leaders Network to seek feedback, to bring our energies together on all these initiatives. Inside and outside the EU, our actions contribute to stability, to security, and we need to continue on this track. Final word on 2024, and I am also, I think, sharing the thoughts that I'm sure the President of the European Council and the Prime Minister will fully agree with me. 2024 is a year where over 4 billion people will head to the polls to vote in countries around the world. And the outcome of some of these elections could be very consequential for Europe, for all of us. In many countries, climate change is a major issue on the ballot, reminding us of the importance of ensuring a just transition for the sectors, the communities, the persons that are going to be particularly affected by this. And in the run-up to these elections, many will ask, what is Europe doing for us? Why should we support the European project? And I think that this forum is going to provide us with many valuable examples that will allow us to respond in a determined and forceful manner to explain how, working together, as I said a moment ago, we make things happen. And we are together working to make sure that we are building a better world for future generations. Before I pass on the podium, let me just say a special thanks to those that have made the forum possible, led by Nikolai, by all the teams that are here around. You will see many people trying to make sure that all the timing is respected and everything is absolutely excellent. But there are also a lot of people who are invisible. A lot of work has been put into the preparation of this this forum, and I want to wholeheartedly thank all the colleagues within the EIB Group and beyond that are making this possible and ensuring, I am sure, it will be a great success. So enjoy the forum, have productive discussions, bring new ideas back home, see you around, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Calviño, for these welcome words. And without further ado, I will immediately pass on the floor to the new Prime Minister of Luxembourg, Luc Frieden. Please welcome Luxembourg's Prime Minister, Luc Frieden.
Dear President of the European Council, Charles Michel, dear President of the EIB, dear Nadia, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you have been, dear Nadia, in your job for 4 weeks. I'm in my job for 9 weeks. So we both have to learn a lot, but we both have some experience in the past, and that is helpful for the jobs we are embarking upon. When you drove to this conference center this morning, you drove by a monument in honor of Robert Schuman, who, as you all know, was one of the founders of the Europe that we have today. He was born in Luxembourg. And the sentence on this monument is, but you didn't see it because it was raining, but I'm not in charge of the weather in this country. I'm in charge of many things, but not the weather. It says, l'Europe ne se fera pas d'un coup, ni dans une construction d'ensemble. Elle se fera par des réalisations concrètes, créant d'abord une solidarité de fait. These concrete actions, that is what we have to do. Because indeed, as President Calviño said, people will go to the ballots. And when I read that some people are Eurosceptic or people vote for extremist parties, which worries me a lot, these are the people who think that where is the added value of Europe? And the founders of European Community, now the European Union, said, we need to put together our economies to create prosperity, to create stability, to create peace. And I think that theory, which started with steel and coal in this region, is true also today. Robert Schuman also said in his speech in Paris in 1950, Europe was not done, and therefore we have war. L'Europe n'a pas été faite, on a eu la guerre. Today, within our 27 countries, we do not have war anymore, and I don't see it happening. But we have war at the borders of this European Union. And that's why we have to make sure that we create jobs, that we have businesses that bring us this prosperity, that we have companies that work cross-border to make sure that we can fight climate change, that we can increase the wealth of the people. That's why people are going to work, to finance their living costs, to support their families. And therefore, I fully support the choice of the title of today's conference, Competitiveness in a Polarized World. And by the way, on the polarized world, I think we need to make sure that we diminish polarization. Polarization means the act of dividing. And I think we need to make sure, in relation to the US, our traditional allies, in relation to China, which is a competitor, a partner, a rival, how to combine these three words, which the European Council defined as such. But I think we need to continue to build bridges, and I will do so in the role I now have at the helm of the Luxembourg government, but together also with my colleagues in the European Council. I think we need to continue the dialogue to make the world less polarized. On competitiveness, I'm strongly convinced that only if we have a competitive economy, we can finance the social policies that are unique to Europe, and we can finance the digital and ecological transition, which will cost a lot of money. But without competitiveness, without an economy that works well, we will not achieve those two goals of social policy and the financing of the digital and ecological transition. So therefore, I think we need to talk about competitiveness. And I would like to draw your attention to 2 points which for me are essential in this. The first one is that we need a more integrated Europe. I've always been a strong defender of the single market. I grew up actually at university at the time of Jacques Delors, whom we paid homage to a few days ago. I never met him, but I was always fascinated by this idea of the Single European Act and what it all brought about. But we have to realize that today still, a lot of these obstacles remain in companies that want to work cross-border. And I've myself been the last 10 years in the economic world, and I saw on a daily basis the small obstacles that often lead to the fact that, in particular SMEs, but also larger companies say, we don't go into that market because then we need to hire so many lawyers and the legal regime is different and this and that doesn't work, so we just don't do it. So we need to strengthen the single market. I think it's a big task for the next European Commission. We also need to make sure that our companies work cross-border, coordinate. You know, you can have a small company in Estonia very strong in one field and another one in Italy. If they join forces on the whole value chain that they create, they will become much stronger. And that is something that we also have to work on so that our companies use the potential of the single market, not only to sell abroad, but also to join forces and thereby become stronger. I also think that we have to review in this context our rules on competition law. I think they were defined at a time where Europe was a more closed club. But today, I think when on some of these issues that we all saw in the last few years, the market, the definition of the market has become different. We have a strong competition from Asia and China. So how do we take that into account when we take decisions on European companies that want to do mergers and acquisitions? So I think competition law needs to adapt to the new world. We need competitiveness in the single market, and we need competitiveness vis-à-vis third countries. So we need to be more integrated. Secondly, to achieve competitiveness, I think we need to be more business friendly. And by that, I think that we need to review the regulatory burden that lies upon the companies. I've been myself, like you, Nadia, in the Council of Ministers of Finance. And afterwards, I became chairman of a systemically relevant bank. I could never have imagined that the regulation that we adopted would lead to such a tremendous burden thereafter. And very often, I think almost always, the political goal that we had is the right one. But the implementation of that, or all the subsidiary legislation that was added to a political goal that I fully share and that was necessary also in particular after the financial crisis, has been a little bit overdone. And that is true in the banking sector, that is true for SMEs, that is true for the farmers. I think we should not throw away all the regulation, but we should carefully look after a number of years whether each and every legislation leads to the goal it was envisaged for. So reducing regulation or rechecking regulation, making it also SME compatible. Initiatives that the Commission has in mind should find our full support. And Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said, I think last year in a State of the Union speech, that the Commission wants to reduce the regulatory burden by 20 or 25%. I think that is a good target, and we should all support the Commission in doing that, but we also should, together with the private sector, bring about ideas on how to keep a good regulatory framework without creating too much cost and thereby reducing the competitiveness of our companies. And finally, my third and last point is, to be competitive, we need to strengthen our industrial and economic base, that is to become more independent in Europe. Charles Michel often speaks, like others, about strategic autonomy. I don't think that we should give the illusion that we can do everything on our continent. We need to be open towards other countries, so an open strategic autonomy is what we need, because we will not find all the raw materials and the rare earths in Europe. But we need to strengthen our strategic sectors. We saw it in the pandemic with medicine. We know it with energy. We need to be less dependent on others with energy. We need to do it with semiconductors. We have a strong producer of semiconductors in Europe, but these are just examples where we need to focus on, and in renewable energy is another one. And in that context, dear friends of the EIB, I think we need the EIB. Because, as you said, President Calviño, we need a partnership between the private and the public sector. The public sector can launch something, the public sector can co-finance things, which then, of course, give an impetus to the private sector to co-finance and thereby achieving much more than if the state would do it on its own. Europe can do much more. I think if we want to finance the transition, the ecological transition, we need to invest much more in the renewable energy. For that, I can even imagine new EU bonds. I was traditionally reluctant to financing everything via EU bonds, but if it is a project of the future, and competitiveness and independence and strategic autonomy is a project of the future, then we have to do it together as Europeans. And in that context, we need the European Investment Bank, and we will be on the side of the European Investment Bank as governments and certainly as Luxembourg government in the years to come. So good luck and to the EIB team, and I look forward to the results of this interesting conference. Thank you.
Ja, Herr Premierminister Luc Frieden, dear Prime Minister, thank you for this stimulating speech and having shared your views on competitiveness with our audience today. Ladies and gentlemen, I have now the pleasure to invite President Charles Michel, President of the European Council, to come to the stage for the opening speech of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Charles Michel.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Luc Frieden, Madam President, dear Nadia Calviño, Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to join you today, and of course, I would like to start by congratulating you, dear Nadia, on your appointment as head of the EIB. I wish you the very best, and I have no doubt that you will build on the excellent work of your predecessor, Werner Hoyer. Dear Luc, we are more than happy to be in your beautiful country, a bit disappointed with the weather, but you are new in the job, and we don't want to blame you today for that. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, climate change, digital revolution, pandemics, conflicts, and wars in our direct neighborhood. Europe, like the rest of the world, is confronting greater uncertainties, and how we tackle these challenges will shape our union for decades to come. And that's why today I would like to focus on the need to invest more and better in our security and defense. Ladies and gentlemen, we belong to a generation that has always seen the European Union as a project for peace and prosperity. Peace and prosperity, they are intrinsically linked at the heart of our union, each a condition for the other. And in his famous declaration, Robert Schuman envisioned a union of interests in the coal and steel sectors. Even back then, it was already about energy and resources. But Schuman and the other founding fathers were also aware that peace could only be guaranteed through security. And this gave rise to Jean Monnet's ambitious plan for a European defense community. But after this was rejected, in 1954, this notion of a genuine European security community faded from memory, while NATO continued to strengthen its role as the guarantor of security in Europe. Today, ladies and gentlemen, peace and security are again under attack in Europe and across the world. Russia's war against Ukraine has served as a stark reminder. Peace within our EU borders is not enough to guarantee peace beyond our borders. And almost 70 years after the idea of a European defense community, the challenge of our generation is clearer than ever. We must build our European sovereignty, our open strategic autonomy, dear Luc, brick by brick and faster. We must build a strong and influential union with the power to promote our values, the power to defend our interests, and the power to make a positive impact on the world. And this means being strong inside our borders and strong beyond our borders. And to achieve this, we know what it is needed. We must focus on two vital areas. First, reinforcing our economic base through investment, innovation, technologies. And second, bolstering our security and defense, both anchored in a strong democratic values. Ladies and gentlemen, and Luc, you mentioned it, our single market is the backbone for our prosperity. And for over 30 years, it has fueled economic growth and improved the daily lives of millions of citizens across the EU. And the rest of the world envies our quality of life and our social model. But we need to complete the single market to get the most out of this powerful engine. And let me share two examples with you. Data sharing in the health sector, for instance, is critical to improving care and fostering medical breakthroughs. Yet medical systems across the EU do not systematically recognize each other's data, and we must change that. This is one example. I would like to share another example with you. In the field of transportation, a simple road trip can get very complicated. For instance, a trip from Belgium, my home country, to Slovakia. Only digital documents are needed in Belgium. Paper documents are needed in Germany. Digital documents can be shown in the Czech Republic and in Slovakia. And in one member state, I won't say which one, you will get a fine if you do not have paper documents. Ladies and gentlemen, it shows that we need to make it easier for our businesses and support them to grow and bring their ideas to the market. Ladies and gentlemen, access to capital is another example. The difference in business investment between Europe and America, as you point out in your annual investment report, should spur us to integrate our financial markets in Europe. A fully fledged capital markets union would get investment and savings flowing through the veins of markets across our union. And we need to speed this up. We all of us, we all know stories of promising European startups bought by foreign companies because they couldn't get capital at home here in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, defense is a pillar for our European sovereignty, and we must act more quickly and more decisively, and this will be my main message today. Since the start of Russia's war against Ukraine, we have broken countless taboos. We are doing what would have been unthinkable even a few days before the start of the war, delivering arms to Ukraine through the European Peace Facility for over 5 billion euros. The EU and member states' military support to Ukraine since the start of the war is roughly 28 billion euros. We are jointly procuring military equipment. 60 framework contracts negotiated in a few months by the European Defence Agency will be used to place more joint orders, and this will allow the procurement of parts and ammunition for deliveries in 2024 and 2025, totaling 1.5 billion euros. We are also ramping up our military production. Our production capacity of the 155mm ammunition shells has increased over 40% since the beginning of the war against Ukraine. And these collective decisions have ushered in a new era in our common European defense, leading us towards a real defense union. I am absolutely convinced that a genuine single market for defense should underpin this new era of European security. Defense expenditure by European allies has increased on average by more than 8% last year. And this was the 9th consecutive year of increased defense spending. In 2022, a quarter of total defense spending, or almost 60 billion euros, was allocated to defense investment. In other words, we could invest at least 600 billion euros in defense over the next 10 years. And this provides a unique opportunity to be more coherent and more efficient. This provides a unique opportunity to break the pattern of market fragmentation of demand and fragmentation of supply. We need to make progress improving our regulatory framework, making the financing and orders more predictable for defense industry, and that's why we welcome your decision at the EIB to contribute 8 billion euros to this financing. And in December, at our European Council, we called, and I quote, for an enhanced role of the European Investment Bank Group in support of European security and defense. We must guarantee peace while making our economies more innovative and competitive. And it's a topic, dear Luc, we are discussing with the colleagues, with the leaders, the European Council, in the framework of our strategic agenda that will set our priorities for the years to come, including the role of the EIB and the different EU institutions in supporting defense investment. Investing in security and defense also has a positive impact on innovation, competitiveness, and job creation, primarily through civilian use of new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, over the years, I have had the opportunity to meet some of you working at the EIB, and I've seen firsthand your passion, your dedication, and your expertise. And I would like to thank you, all of you, for your work. Your ambition, your service make our union stronger. You built important partnerships here in Europe, but also in Central Asia, in Africa, in many countries across the world. The European Union and the European Council, we count on you. You can count on us to work together to make our union stronger and more sovereign. Good luck and thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you for this inspiring speech. And we'll start with our first panel, ladies and gentlemen. Considering the various economic, social, environmental, energy, and global geopolitical challenges faced by the EU at this critical political juncture, the aim of our first panel is to discuss how well-equipped the EU is in terms of its financing power to address these challenges and also to strengthen its competitiveness as well as its capacity to mitigate the negative impacts of new supply-side shocks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the panelists of this first panel, which are Vincent van Petegem, who is the Minister of Finance from Belgium, Andrzej Domanski, Minister of Finance from Poland, Ms. Mayreed McGuinness, the European Commissioner for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets, Mr. Pierre Gramigna, who is the Managing Director of the European Stability Mechanism, and last but not least, Ms. Gelsomina Villiotti, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. And we will have the pleasure now to listen to Ms. Vigliotti, who will set the scene of our first panel, who is on a European policy agenda for unavoidable challenges.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to start this panel. And actually, many of the words that I have in my speech have already been evoked, so I think that is just, remember, we talked about, the President talked about elections. It's important election worldwide, the election in Europe. There was a lot of talking about autonomy, strategic autonomy, and there was talking about climate challenges. They were talking about competitiveness. And actually, we know these are all major challenges, but also opportunities. Opportunities because, to increase and enhance the competitiveness in Europe, we have to build on these challenges. And the task is not easy since, it's Europe and the European countries are coming out from multiple crises over the past years. The fiscal capacity of many countries has been challenged. Europe was able to put in action important common projects like the RRF, and the EIB put there its contribution. But this is not enough. We need to do more, and we need to be creative. Actually, I think that this is the right moment, also the political right moment, to think about what is needed in the future, since we will have a new Commission. We will have a new MFF, which will provide the resources for the priorities, which will be chosen as the priorities for the European Union. It's an important element where the EIB can provide, its contribution is investment. We know that investment are the engine of growth. We know that public investment are important, but we also know that, and ministers know better than me, that sometimes it's easier to cut the public investment because there aren't many constituencies behind public investment, and so sometimes, and we have seen in the past that public investment have been reduced. So what is important is to keep resources devoted for investment, and more importantly, what we need to do is mobilize private financing, since we know that public resources are not sufficient. And in that, it's in the DNA of the European Investment Bank is that to mobilize resources. You know that we never finance 100% of the project. We finance between the 50% the 75%. And what is important is that our presence there, it's a sort of, it's a mark of quality which attract investors. And this is an important role that we can play in attracting private financing, in pushing the European policies, because actually we are policy taker, we are the financial arm of the European Union. And actually, I think that also if we look over the years, we have been one of the most successful common projects at the European Union, where countries put together resources, they capitalized on these resources, they leverage on these resources. And this is what we want to continue to do under the guidance, also, obviously, of our policy masters. And there are many things to be done, and the Prime Minister, Frieden, I think that he mentioned, it's the relevance of regulation, and how sometimes it can be an overburden for companies, for the business. But also regulation is important also to drive investors, because what investors need is also stability, is also they can rely on a framework of rules which allow them to invest so that they can expect the right return on that. So in this sense, I think that we expect also very good regulation. The Capital Market Union and the Banking Union has been evoked as a very relevant pieces. And actually here the EIB also can play an important role as a player. Let me just give you a couple of examples. Under the guidance of some European countries, there was the launch of the European Tech Champions Initiative. Actually, we know that In Europe, there is a lot of flourishing of startup, very good idea that can also rely on private financing. But when they arrive at the scale-up level, there aren't enough sufficient capital to allow the flourishing of these startup, and many times they are, kept away from investors from outside Europe. So there was this initiative, the European Tech Champion Initiative, which is an initiative led by the European Investment Fund, which actually is that to promote big and great champions at the European level. And that I think that promoting on the capital market union, providing more ability of access of the savings to the financing business, it will be relevant. But this is not only for big investment, it also will be for small investment. We have the example of the European Innovation Council, very relevant initiative that at the EIB we run to support, it's the very creative idea that with the financing of the Commission and with the support of the EIB can flourish. So these are just a couple of examples where we can contribute also to the completion of some important European initiative. So we rely very much on this debate that you are going to have now to have ideas on what we can do to cope with the challenge that we have ahead and how we can work together along as the partnership line which have been evoked by others this day. So thank you very much.
Gelsamina Vigliotti, for this excellent introduction and for having also raised the right questions. And my first one would go to you, Vincent van Petegem. The Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union is just 1 month old. Minister, can you share with us the priorities of your presidency regarding the challenges lying ahead for Europe, notably how to strengthen the EU industrial competitiveness and also how to foster a just energy transition?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here also as president of the Board of Governors of the EIB, and I'm also very happy to see Werner here today, and of course Nadia and the other excellencies. Very good that we are here together because, of course, Europe is facing a lot of challenges. They were already mentioned, amongst others, by the Prime Minister, indicating the challenge on defense, the challenges on green transition, digital transition, and so on. And as ministers of finance, we are looking how are we going to finance all of that. That is our main goal, and we need to think about all these challenges that we see and all the challenges that European citizens are seeing, and they are looking not always to their national government, but also to Europe to solve these kind of questions. The question is then how are we going to solve that and how are we going to finance these issues? I see there actually two main, and that's also where we are currently working on in our presidency, two main parts. The first one, and it's always coming back to the private-public partnerships that we're always mentioning if we also talk about the EIB. First one, public. Important for us is of course that we invest ourselves as governments. There, for example, we are now putting a lot of effort, putting a lot of energy in finalizing the economic governance review, the budgetary framework that is necessary. We also need to move forward with that. We know that in that new framework, investments are incentivized. We need to look if there is enough room for investment to do so. Of course, always in a good balance with also going to sustainable debt levels, but also looking how can reforms and investments can be incentivized for the member states. At the same time, during our presidency, we will also have an evaluation of the recovery fund, the RRF, the Next Generation EU. That discussion and that evaluation will definitely trigger the question, what will we do in the future? It's also already mentioned a little bit by Luc, saying, yeah, now I'm a little bit more looking to Eurobonds and other things to finance the challenges that we see in the future. But that is a discussion that we will definitely have once we start the evaluation of the Next Generation 1.0. We will have discussions where where to go to. And there I think it will be important that if we go to a similar financial instrument, that we also think a little bit more in a European way, a pan-national, a transnational way, looking to projects that are not only focused on the national level, but also to the European level. Transportation, mentioned by Charles, energy, that will also be definitely one of the challenges that we face. The defense, which is also important. So I think there as well, at the public level, we need to look what's ahead of us. And then, of course, the role of the EIB, and I maybe already make a small jump to the private part. According to me, and the initiative is actually mentioned as one of the examples, for me it's important that the EIB puts its quality stamp on investments, on public investments. And by doing and giving that quality stamp, private investors will be motivated to invest as well. We have seen it in the European Tech Champion Initiative. That's a clear example where we actually say, okay, we are going to put the quality stamp on some not startup, scale-ups, and that will probably also trigger other investors to actually also do the investments in this kind of companies that will help our competitiveness, etc., etc. The other side, private side, we as Europe also, of course, will have to play an important role there. It's about the banking union. Stable banks are important. Stable financing is important. We know that we still have to do work over there. The same with the capital markets union there as well. We're talking about a single market. We're talking about integration. But also at that point, we need to look if we can make steps forward. On the Capital Markets Union, we're really looking how we can improve that and if we can come to some conclusions on a general approach in the near future. On Banking Union, there are already some files that are now finished. I call them the low-hanging fruit, but we know that there also some important work needs to be done to actually also stimulate their private investments.
Yeah, thank you. Mairead McGuinness, filling the major investment gaps for energy and digital transition will require mobilizing huge amount of private capital, notably through the financial markets and the provision of the right incentives to institutional investors. What would you consider as the key levers to further deepen the capital markets union and also the banking union?
I'll give a tabloid answer to that. More speed, less resistant, and a bit more honesty. Because really, I think the time is now to deepen our capital markets union. I have made the observation that in all of my time running for elections before in the Commission, I never met a citizen, or indeed business, who said, how is capital markets union going, or banking union? But they would ask, why can't I borrow money in the single market? And one of the things I'd like us to stop doing is talking about cross-border, because we have a single market for 30 years. And we have both an opportunity and a challenge when it comes to money and capital. We have a chance to build strong capital markets union. So I was up until 4 in the morning. Please don't look too closely. And it's an example of how we were trying to work on European market infrastructure to strengthen our open strategic autonomy. And I really enjoyed, Prime Minister, your very clear remarks on many topics. And being up at 4 in the morning is great, and we got a result. But I will also say it's not enough. So how we actually evolve needs to speed up. I don't want a crisis to make us speed up, because we're very good in a crisis. Europe is amazing what it can do when it has to do it. But I do think that we are now at a time where we have a listing act, we have a European single access point, we have worked on market infrastructure, we've many warm words on capital markets union, and we have a lot of instruments in place now. And, you know, for me, warm words are cold comfort if we don't actually believe in what we're saying and don't believe that we can take these steps forward. And the urgency is really, really severe, because it was addressed earlier, our good startups, our innovators are going to the US for scale up. Many companies, old companies, established companies in Europe are also delisting. So I think we have to ask ourselves very fundamental questions, and it's easier for me in the Commission to do this, and maybe even as a Member of Parliament previously, because I think the main issue is in the Council for the Member States, because clearly there are issues that are difficult in a national context. How do we get beyond the national context and view the potential of capital markets union and banking union to unlock the private investment that we so urgently need, when we know that our prime ministers cannot dig into a public purse all the time? It's not bottomless. So we need private investors. Why is it that our retail investors, we're great savers in Europe, so we have lots of money on deposit and it's not earning anything? We don't have a culture. So I talk about financial literacy as well as all of the other instruments that are there. But I will warn that, you know, if we do many pieces of legislation without strong political will, that will not be enough. So the Commission can do all the heavy lifting with the co-legislators, but there comes a point where we have to be very serious and put a timeline in place. That does require us asking questions like, do we need exchanges in every place, in every moment? I mean, these are difficult questions, but I think we have to ask them. Maybe an observation in terms of the title both of the opening session, which I think was excellent. I worry a little that we might change the wording. It struck me as we were listening that the real danger is if we have European polarization in a more competitive world. And therefore, I think the need for us to pull together in a time of great challenge is urgent. And again, we know that there are hesitancies now around what we do around climate. We should never allow that competitiveness and sustainability are opposed to one another. In fact, without sustainability, we cannot be competitive. There are costs in between. There are obviously things we can do around regulation. My last remark, I think if energy was very cheap, we wouldn't be talking about competitiveness. So I think if we could really tackle energy, energy, including unrealistic delays in planning permissions. I mean, there are lots of issues that we all face in our member states that need to be unlocked. So the time is now, and the time is right.
Talking about tackling our energy needs in Poland, Andrzej Domanski, the new government has been in place for just 2 months, facing major investment challenges, notably for the transformation of the energy sector while preserving the cohesiveness and also the sustainability of public finance. What are the challenges and also the investment priorities your government is now focusing on, and what are you expecting from the EU, notably through the recovery plan?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's really great to be here. Of course, we are facing plenty of challenges. I believe that one by one we will manage to deal with them. Our investment priorities are pretty clear: education, green energy, transition, and defense. So let me give you a couple of words about each of them. One of the first decisions of Donald Tusk's new government, as you mentioned, we are only 8 weeks, was to substantially increase the investment in education. We increased the spending by 0.8 of GDP, so it's really massive. But from the experience of, for example, Nordic countries, we know that investment in education pays off. We'll, of course, have to wait, not a quarter, maybe not a year, but it will pay off at the end. Another very important area is, of course, green energy transition. Currently, nearly 70% of energy of Poland is generated out of coal. 70. So it's absolutely unsustainable. It's a huge burden, not only for the climate, but for our economy as well. There are weeks when on the spot market, energy price in Poland is 50% higher than in Germany or France. So you can imagine what a burden for Polish industry it is. So this is why we have to invest heavily in the green energy transition. Of course, there's a EU funds for that, and government will participate, but all foreign investors are of course more than welcome to take this opportunity. I say opportunity because we do believe that it's a great chance. Our economy is set to grow about 3% this year and then accelerate in 2025. So economic environment is pretty good, and the investment has to be, but we of course have to make more and maybe a bit more rapid decisions. We'll invest. We see a lot of potential, of course, in wind, solar, but also in nuclear energy. So that's pretty important, and the government has already made this as a priority. And last but not least, of course, defense. A lot has been already said during this meeting about defense. I just like to give you another number. This year, Poland will spend 4.1% of our GDP on defense. 4.1. So you can compare it to the EU average, and this is a huge burden. We are doing it because there is a reason for that, and the reason is growing. We see the threat coming from east. We see what's happening in Ukraine, and we do believe that Europe needs to get ready. There are more challenges ahead of us. Ms. Calviño was pointing for elections that are taking place this year. We know that there will be election in the United States, and the geopolitical risk are, in my opinion, in opinion of Polish government, growing. So what we need is more European solidarity in terms of defense, and we need to invest heavily in European defense industry. So these are the three main areas: education, green energy transition, and defense.
Thank you for this. Pierre Gramegna, the EU has been impacted by different supply side shocks, recently putting at risk our competitiveness and also favoring national responses. Do you believe the EU economy is well equipped to ensure its resilience in the new global environment? And would you recommend to complete the existing toolbox of EU financing tools and instruments?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. Pleased to be back in this room, and congratulations to Nadia Calviño and dear Werner for what you have achieved with your team in 12 years. You've put the EIB definitely on the map, and I think everybody is proud of it. So we're all here, and I will start by 2 comments before then developing quickly 3 points. My first comment is, never has a European Parliament election been as important as this one. It's going to happen in 4 months. And in the past, and I remember the first election back 45 years ago in 1979, I mean, it didn't catch the general interest, although it was the first time it was elected directly. So let's realize that it is becoming important, because all parties in all our countries are telling us that it is a decisive parliamentary election at European level. This is a novum. And why is it? Well, it's because Europe matters. It's because Europe has proven that it can deliver. And I really think that all the non-skeptics on Europe should use this campaign to tell what has been achieved. Now, we spend a lot of time, and it's normal and it's good, to say what we want to do in the future, what we want to do more in the future. This is part of an election. But an election is also to motivate people to vote in favor of the project by telling them what has been done. So as Mairead rightly said, we are very good in Europe to deliver in case of crisis. We're not so good in quiet times. Now, we're not in quiet times at all. But still, and I'll come back to, it's not quiet times. So let's really focus on what we have achieved. Let's be inspired, like Luc Frieden rightly said, the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, the Robert Schuman spirit. Robert Schuman was born less than a kilometer away from here. His native home is down the hill there. It's a library, you can visit it. And he always said it's a peace project. And Luc Frieden was right to underline that, and I was glad that Charles Michel devoted a lot of his presentation to the defense issue, and that is exactly the first point I would like to dwell on, is security and defense issue. You might say, what does that have to do with the ESM? Well, the ESM, European Stability Mechanism, headquartered also not far from here on Kirchberg, is there to help countries that are losing support to financial markets. We've done that for 5 countries in the last decade. But we're also there to prevent financial crisis. And to do that, we are analyzing where are the risks. And I can tell you, the biggest risk by far is the geopolitical and military and defense risks. That is like a Damocles sword above our head because of the unacceptable aggression of Russia against Ukraine. Now, we see that as ESM as the biggest risk. We're not the only ones. In Marrakesh at the IMF, it was the #1 worry. I was in Abu Dhabi the last 3 days. It is the main worry. I think it's all in the back of our heads, and Andre highlighted this obviously as your country is very close. When you ring the alarm bell that we have to spend 4%, or you do spend 4% head off, I tell you, that's what many countries have to do, is to get closer to the 2% target, because otherwise our defense and security is not guaranteed and certainly not credible. So, and if our defense is not credible, the financial risks that are attached to that are extremely high. So this is my very first point. Let's not only not underestimate it, let's put this on the map also for the European Parliament election. And it's good news that Europe has agreed to 50 billion additional help to Ukraine. I mean, if you had asked me before the invasion of Russia if Europe would ever be able to mobilize money for such issues, I would have told you you're a dreamer, but we have done it. My second point is more closely to your question, but again, the risks anticipation is key for us at the ESM, is banking union. Here again, we keep on saying what we have not done yet, but we have done a lot. And we had a real-life stress test less than a year ago in March with financial turbulences in the United States and in Switzerland because of one specific bank. Now, Europe was not impacted by these financial turbulences. Now, because it did not happen, well, we don't talk a lot about it. Well, it did not happen because we have a great resilience of our banks, because we have a framework, because we have single supervision mechanism, because there's so many reasons, because we did so much. Now, for example, the European Stability Mechanism has put into place a backstop for the Single Resolution Fund of banks, backstop and Single Resolution Fund, which is nurtured by contributions of the private sector, so that we can avoid in case of failings of banks, it is the taxpayer who pays, but it is the sector itself. Great achievement. No one in the world has that. So what I want to say, yes, we could do more. We could have a European mutualized system of deposits, which we are still working on. But it's not because we don't have done that last step that our system is not resilient. So again, communicate on what has been achieved also in the campaign. And my third point is more large, but is key, is competitiveness. Now, it has been highlighted by all speakers, in particular also by the Prime Minister of Luxembourg. If we are not competitive, we will lose ground as EU. It's as simple as that. And how can we ensure competitiveness? Well, the competitiveness is ensured first and foremost by the private sector, and by companies and business. So we must not make their life too difficult or impossible. Second, we have the success story of the single market. Here again, I would encourage to use a different word than the one Charles Michel has used when he said we need to complete the single market. It's not about completing the single market. We have achieved the single market 30 years ago. It's just we need to modernize it and update it. The example of digital paper, digital versus paper, is a question that in 1993 did not exist. So it's not that we have not delivered. It's that we need to take into account that the economy is changing, and the answer can only be European. Let me finish by insisting on the EGR, Economic Governance Review. That means the new Stability and Growth Pact. The EU countries, and as ESM, I sit around the table, has agreed to new rules of the Stability and Growth Pact, which again, many thought would not be possible. And the greatest achievement of all in that is that we have drawn the lessons of the past, that financial stability is important, sound public finances are key, but that should not happen to the detriment of public investment. We have underinvested in the European Union over the last 10 to 15 years, so we are aware of that. So more public investment will trigger more private investment, and we have the ideal tool in the world to crowd in private sector investment through the EIB that everyone in the world envies us. So I think we have a lot of tools in place, but I would like to finish with a note of caution. To get to make our economies more competitive and more productive is not easy. And some of you might remember the Lisbon Agenda of 2007. Remember what that was about? Making us more competitive. We have not really delivered on it, but it's not only politicians and international financial institutions that have to deliver this or help deliver this. It's national authorities together with the EU, the Commission as such, who have to be reasonable. I think lots of ideas on the table. Deregulation is certainly warranted without giving up the challenges of climate change, because if we go back on that or retrieve on that, we shoot ourselves in the foot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The importance of the upcoming European elections has been stressed by almost every speaker today. Mr. Van Pietegem, the Belgian presidency, has a particular role to play in those elections. How does Belgium see its role ahead of these elections, and what ambitions are you willing to imprint with the aim of strengthening the EU's strategic autonomy?
Well, first I would to come back on what Pierre said, and I think that's right. If we talk about the elections, we sometimes does not talk enough about what all the good things that we do. And what I feel a lot is that politicians are using Europe to blame if something goes wrong at the national level. And that is, I think, not the way forward. We are Europe. We are actually making the regulations. We are looking how we can invest, how we can focus on the challenges we face. And that's also something that will be important during the elections, to tell to citizens, we are Europe. We are making Europe, and we are making the future of Europe. Now, our presidency, of course, is a special one due to that to these elections, the 9th of June. So during the first part, we are focusing on what Mayred did last night, finalizing the trilogues on different files. Also the one on the economic governance review, the new Stability and Growth Pact, an important one. That is the work that we are doing now. But then, of course, we need to look on what's coming next. What will be the program of the next European Commission? How are we going to make Europe in the next legislation or in the next term? So that will be something very, very important to weigh on. And if you listen around well, not the table, but here on the podium, and if you listen to the speeches that were given before, it is all about competitiveness. We are really looking and putting a lot of focus on that competitiveness in different ways. Last mandate of the European Commission, we had the Green Deal. I think that for the next Commission, definitely we need to look on how we can keep industrial production here in Europe, also linked to that strategic autonomy. I know we cannot do everything, but there are some important sectors that we need to keep here. Also the food production will be important, so it will be about strategic, it will be about industrial deal and an agricultural deal that we need to work on. And in that sense, well, actually the topics are already mentioned, and that's also the topics that we will discuss during our informal ECOFIN meeting at the end of this month in Ghent. We will look on how can we enhance our competitiveness, how can we look and look at the external aspects, the way how we can de-risk from China and others. What we see, for example, is that we as Europe also are using always the stick. We are using the regulations, also mentioned already before, while other continents are, and especially US, are using the carrots. They are subsidizing everything and sectors. So we need to look how can we bring that back in balance and indeed deregulate is maybe the wrong word, but bringing the regulations a little bit more down and more in line with what the industry is also expecting to actually see that competition and that competitiveness enhance. I see also another important discussion that we will have, and it's already mentioned, is what are we going to do with the strategic role of the biggest multilateral investment bank, the EIB, and how are we going to use them to enhance that competitiveness as well. I think that we should think about and evaluate the procedures. I think that we should think about how can we actually hope that that the link with the private investors, that there is they are a little bit more risk taking in some projects, but also looking in what strategic sectors we need to invest. Also linked, of course, with the investments in the reconstruction of Ukraine. And then finally, an important one, Capital Markets Union. I always like to add to that, we're always talking of Capital Markets Union, we're talking about the private investors and institutional investors. I also see a huge lever in the citizen savings. These savings also need to be used to actually and incentivize them in investing. I can just say we had a state bond in Belgium last summer, which was extremely popular. What we saw there was that the financial literacy of our citizens was actually very low. It's also seen in different researches indicating, well, half of the citizens actually do not have a good understanding of financial literacy, of how to invest and so on. So I really believe that there we also have an important role to play, and that's a discussion that we will also have together with Mayret to see how we can also use these citizens' savings actually also to use in the challenges that we face at European level and to invest in these important projects.
So we speak a lot about the investing gap in the EU for the transition, energy transition, and also for clean and deep tech. Merit McGuinness, unlocking private financing also requires making the investment environment more conducive, for instance, by reducing red tape and also administrative burden, and also by harmonizing rules at EU level. How do we make sure that competitiveness and sustainability really actually work together as a priority? You mentioned it already before, but how do we really make sure that it is also perceived as such on the market?
I think the mood has changed in the last 18 months. I don't think anyone is resiling from the green and digital transition, but certainly the idea of competitive Europe is really top of the agenda, and they're not inconsistent one with the other. I think the issue of regulation needs careful consideration. I don't think anyone in this room likes or wants red tape, but I'm sure if before the financial crisis we had the wisdom we developed after it and had in place proper rules, we would be wealthier now. So we should learn from that, not to talk about deregulation, but I would like the next Commission to focus now, particularly in the financial area, because I realize we have given a lot of work to the member states to do. We should do much less. We should look at implementation. We should see where the gaps are and find ways of changing effectively so that we don't overburden either the member states or the businesses with red tape or bureaucracy. I think now is a time to talk, yes, about what we've achieved, and sometimes we don't do that, but I'm a great believer in sometimes eaten bread is soon forgotten. So it's also good to look at where we could do better and how we need public support for that. And I think that if you can say very clearly to citizens, Europe's loss, in my view, was in the 70s when there were oil crisis. I'm sure my colleague to my right has no knowledge, but I have. So I would say, had we had the wisdom, all of us collectively, of Denmark, to keep investing in renewables decades ago, we would not be in quite the immediate crux we are. We would not be over-reliant as we found ourselves on a very unreliable partner. So I don't think there's anyone saying we don't want to invest in renewables. I think we have to find out what are the delays. There are practical delays. There is money there, but I think what investors need, whether you're large or small, is predictability and clarity, and that there is an environment, a political drive to make sure that our economies, and I think the Polish example is a very clear one, because coal, of course, is not what you want to be using, but you have to have a lot of investment to get away from coal. But think of the benefits to both the environment and the climate agenda when you do that. And it's not a case of if, it's an absolute case of when. And I think that the illegal, the horrible invasion by Russia into Ukraine, has maybe made us less naive, I hope. Not everyone globally loves the European Union in the way that we might think they should. And therefore, I think we have to be very pragmatic. We have to toughen up a little on many areas, and that's been addressed. We talk about being leaders, and we are, but I think sometimes a bit of humility is also required to see what others are doing and to see, can we learn from others? And I think there's certainly been that learning in the last while. So a very different agenda will face the incoming Commission. But I think to go back, and I'll finish on this, Pierre, to your very good point about what are our achievements and when is Europe really important? COVID was a case study. I wish we hadn't had to have a pandemic. I came in during it into the college, and it was quite a lonely experience not seeing or being with people. But actually, when member states realized that they could not get their hands on anything that was necessary because of competition between us, they turned to Europe and said, we need to work together better. And we did. So I think that Europe's strength sometimes comes when there is this sense that separately we're going to fail. And I think on financing, on mobilizing capital, on capital markets union and banking union, we can't afford to fail. And I don't think we should really want that 5 years after, so the next Commission, that we don't complete these projects and modernize them as well. The world of banking and finance is changing before our eyes. Digitalization is enormously impactful. Very final remark. I mean, I hear the call and hear very clearly on the defense sector and investment. One of the biggest worries I have is a cyber attack, which isn't about bullets or tanks, but a cyber attack on our financial sector, on the industry, would be catastrophic. And really, I think we also need to talk about investment in this. It's invisible in a sense until it hits. And you can imagine the societal impacts of a really impactful event. Thank you, Vincent, for mentioning financial literacy. It's dear to our hearts, and we will improve society by by having citizens that know, understand, and feel in control of their finances and invest. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrzej Domanski, you have, before becoming finance minister, you have gained a lot of experience as a fund manager. From a practical point of view, what would you recommend as the main actions to be taken at the EU level to mobilize private financing to support the EU green and industrial transition? So what could we do?
Sure, right. Actually, I was working many years as a fund manager, so I was really glad to see the market reaction for the political change that took place in Poland. The equity went up, spreads versus, for example, bonds went down, yields on Polish bonds went down. So it's all very positive. But of course, this is just a market reaction, and we all need to create an environment, stable business environment, and a stable legal framework for investors. We starting that job in Poland. Of course, the EU regulations are absolutely crucial. And what both Vincent and Ms. Commissioner said about actually turning or converting citizens' savings into efficient investments. This is one of very important goal for the new government in Poland. We know it's not easy, and lots of education has to be done to convince people to invest their money a bit more efficient. What we want to do in Poland, for example, is make the legal environment way more stable. For example, by extending the vacatio legis for new acts, so that investors can really feel safe when investing while investing their money. There's of course a lot of discussion about regulation, red tape, and I couldn't agree more with what Mr. Prime Minister of Luxembourg has said a moment ago. A lot of regulations went too far, and they are destroying at some areas the competitiveness of our European economy. So we have to look one by one and choosing some wise deregulation actions. And the new government of Poland will be really willing to cooperate in this area.
Pierre Gramegna, the ESM is an institution responsible, as you said it before, for safeguarding financial stability in the euro area. In your view, what is the potential impact of climate change on financial stability? Does Europe have the necessary resources and tools to ensure financial stability in light of climate risk that are likely to intensify in the coming years?
Yes, thank you. I think it is good that we have a few minutes also to focus again on climate change, because it's an issue that's going to be there to stay for decades, if not forever. So I think it is also our role as ESM in anticipating what could have an impact on financial stability, to also see how could we tackle a few challenges. And that will give me the opportunity to really build on the regulatory framework that the EU Commission has put into place, this famous taxonomy, where Europe was a pioneer and hat off for that. And now, if you are nasty, you say that's typically European. You first regulate and then you wonder how it works. We Americans do it differently. Now, they have done it differently in the sense that they have, with the Inflation Reduction Act, thrown a lot of money into it. The good thing in that, in the American approach, is that now they take climate change seriously themselves. So we should rebound. It's a communication issue. We should rebound and say the Americans are finally recognizing that we were right and that we have to do something on regulation. And what we are doing is we're complaining they're subsidizing it, which is also good. But there's the two aspects to it. But I want to say about taxonomy is that also there it is being implemented and it needs to be continuously updated. So it's not about deregulation, and I'm sad you were so shocked about my word, Mairead, because we get along so well. I wouldn't like to go away here from Luxembourg and be shocked. So that would not be good. No, update regulation and make it such that we can deliver. That's exactly what we need to do. So I have two things I would like to say. One is that we have taken inspiration from the backstop for the Single Resolution Fund, backstop meaning a kind of safety net that is alimented by a contribution of the financial sector. And we think there could be an initiative to do something similar for the insurance sector in order to cover the protection gap that exists to protect against climate change risks. Because that costs a fortune, and most private companies, insurance companies, say we cannot cover that. No, that's the private sector answering, I cannot do it. The public sector saying you should do it. So we should meet somewhere in the middle. So having a kind of reinsurance fund that is funded step by the sector itself, if necessary, some guarantees from the public sector, from countries on top of this. So it just tells you that by having a constructive private-public approach on this, we might have tools and develop tools that do not exist yet. So my wonderful team at ESM that I have inherited wrote a blog on that and is deepening that. I would like to say a second thing, brings me also back to deregulation, which is the issue, and I look at Andre, of the issue of stranded assets. The stranded assets, for those who are not, what it means is that an asset that is worth 100, a coal plant, maybe in 5 years, that asset is worth 10, because nobody wants to hold these shares anymore, nobody wants to work with that company anymore. So from one day to another, very quickly, you have an issue there. How to cope with that? Now, one way to cope with that is to have a transition, and one way to cope by that is to force the financial sector, and in particular banks, to have a framework that allows them to reduce their investment in that step by step. So we need regulation. The European Central Bank is working on it, and I'm sure Europeans and the European Central Bank is going to be the first one to come out with it. But you see, regulation can help you solve problems. So in summary, what I want to remember from this discussion about regulation is one needs to modernize, update regulation, use regulation in such a way that it guides the economy in the right direction, and last but not least, have a regulation that helps crowd in the private sector.
Okay, you just mentioned the ESM backstop. How would that help to strengthen the stability of Europe's banking system?
Oh, it's very simple. The Single Resolution Fund has accumulated 80 billion euro, and 80 billion euro which have been collected over several years, and we have earmarked at the ESM 68 billion euro additional to these 80 in case the Single Resolution Fund itself is depleted. So this is in a way a very efficient way, also in a way public-private, because the ESM is funded by countries, and giving this additional guarantee is I think, an excellent example.
Ms. McGuinness, you wanted to react to something that...
Yeah, just to reassure Pierre that we are still friends. And I want to thank you for mentioning taxonomy, because we have a sustainable finance framework. Frankly, if we could have done our work without a framework, if the market had delivered, it would be better. But we didn't have any move in the market. So investors wanted clarity about what is sustainable. They want transparency data from companies. But I want to reassure this audience and the wider community that we have been very proportionate about this. Because when we looked at the standards in terms of what companies had to do, the asks of companies, I cut back quite a lot, because I don't want resistance, I want cooperation, and I want results. Yes, the taxonomy is a work in progress. It will have to be modernized, and mining needs to go into this taxonomy. There are tricky issues to deal with, but it has to be done. Quickly then, a challenge maybe to our member states, because we are looking at cutting red tape where it's appropriate, finding those places where it's overdone. We need also member states to do that. because very often there is gold plating. And therefore, this is a collective effort that we have to achieve together rather than against each other. Also, I hope that there isn't a sense in which it's all the fault of regulation, because we do show great leadership in Europe on regulation. We can overdo it, and we can change, and do things better. And that's always, I think, something that the Commission, as far as I'm concerned, is very aware of. However, when it comes to sustainability and, getting private money to go in the direction of economically sustainable and environmentally sustainable projects, we needed more regulation in this case. But rest assured, I was conscious to make sure that it helped companies, including SMEs, and helped investors. But maybe there's a need for a box at the back of the room so that everyone in this audience who has an issue with the piece of legislation would just put in a little note to self or me, and then I will go through them. Because very often when people say too much regulation, it's your fault and whatever, I say, which piece and where? And I'm willing to change, no better woman. I was a politician after all, so I'm not sure if there's a box there. I could provide one, though. Thank you.
Yeah, we have also our app, and I think you can also put your ideas in there. Well, we've spoken. There's really a broad consensus when it comes to the key role of investment in the European public goods in strategic areas to really relaunch the EU competitiveness. How can we? It's a question again to all of you in this panel. How can we foster better partnerships between the public and the private sector to mobilize enough resources and capacities to really dynamize investments in the EU? What other options are there on the table that we haven't spoken or touched upon until now?
Well, it's about, of course, the integration of the capital markets union, which will be an integrated capital markets will be important. And again, and I already mentioned it, I think there's a huge role to play for the EIB as well. I really believe that they can incentivize private investors to actually also take the step to invest. We still know what lever the Juncker fund had back in the days. There was €1. I don't know if Europe was investing €1. I don't know what it was, 18 or 17 euros that were actually invested by private investors. I think the bank has a similar role to play, and I think they definitely do. Is the InvestEU program that is actually where they, of course, also part of that plays that role and that has that unique opportunity, but also that important responsibility to do that, because and that's already mentioned before. We cannot do it alone with governments. We cannot do it alone with Europe. We need these private investors also to invest. And a role that the EIB can play there, and I already mentioned it, is that quality stamp. If people see the EIB logo that on the support of a certain project, I'm sure that private investors are also will take their responsibility to make their efforts.
Pierre Calviño.
Well, I think a lot has been said. I think this multiplier effect that you have with the EIB, one could think of additional ideas to develop formulas between private sector and public or semi-public to leverage more on it, which is not something that other areas of the world do as much as we do. I've spent my first year in office to visit the 20 countries of the Euro area, and let's face it, we will have quite a few lack of financing at the end of 2026 when the NGEU program runs out. So we will need to use what we have in a very smart way. And in fact, in my country visits, quite a few governments suggested that we should use the firepower of the ESM maybe in a wider way. Now, we are constrained by the treaties, so we cannot, the ESM is not there to invest into projects. But in the same way as we have committed to be an additional guarantee for the Single Resolution Fund, one should have imagination in how we can use smartly that firepower without becoming at all, and that's not at all what I'm saying, a multilateral development bank. Many countries I visited told me, what can you do in Ukraine as ESM? Well, I said, we cannot do anything in Ukraine. Our area of competence is the ESM. That means the 20 countries that have the euro. But if countries have financial difficulties or are about to lose access to financial markets because of the war in Ukraine, well, we need to look into, in the remit, in the existing treaty, how we can do that. So I think what is also interesting is that, maybe if I stay one more minute with the ESM was created to be a stabilizing factor, a lender of last resort for countries that lose access to the financial market. Yes, and all the cases that happened were because there were bank failures and there were issues of public finances. So that's what we have in our mind in terms of when the ESM plays a role. But in the context of the pandemic, the ESM also proposed an instrument, and now in the context of the war in Ukraine, which is hitting all of us, which can create risks for all of us, for quite a few countries at the same time, for a reason that is not of their own making. Well, eventually, that's also why we are there. So I think it's interesting to realize that it was done for something, for concrete cases we had in mind, and I think the treaty allows for looking at all risks, and in particular get away eventually from the idea that a country or countries that eventually need the support of the ESM have done something wrong.
Thank you very much. We are at the end of this first panel. A lot has been said. I've been taking notes, and I will try to come up with the main conclusions that I've written down. Mr. Gramegna, you said making us more competitive will not be easy. And something that is very important in the future, especially regarding the upcoming European elections. Mrs. McGuinness, you said that we really need to stress what we have achieved in the European Union and all the progress that has been made. Regarding regulation, we shouldn't be using a stick, and we shouldn't overburden neither the citizens nor the companies. You also stress the fact that we need to update and modernize our regulations. We need also, for the future, we need an industrial deal alongside the Green Deal, maybe even an agricultural deal along with the industrial deal. We also need to boost the European single market in order to have everybody on board in terms of investment. We need to focus on financial literacy that needs to be enhanced so that we can really, as you said, Mr. Domanski, we need to turn savings into investments. And for the investors in general, they need more stability and predictability. We have to, in general, tough up as leaders. And we should, in Europe, not only rely on a crisis mode to function and excel at what we do. And regarding the future challenges that are ahead, we need to invest also in defense and cyber security. If you, dear audience, have other ideas, please use our forum app to put those ideas in. And this is it for the first part of the second edition of the EIB Forum. You are now invited to a networking lunch. And please return to this room or be in front of your screens in about one time. We will start at 1:45 sharp with the keynote speech that will be given by President Calviño. Thank you very much.
We live in a world of opportunity and challenges. We need to work together for a better future. We invest in your health, in your children's education. We invest in your business, in your great ideas. We invest in Europe. Because Europe is more than just the 27 countries of the European Union, more than its 450 million citizens. Europe is what we build together every day. We are the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union. For over 6 decades, we have been turning the vision of Europe into a reality. We are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists, and bankers work with companies, governments, and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world. We believe in a safer, greener, better world. We are making it happen. We live in a world of opportunity and challenges. We need to work together for a better future. We invest in your health, in your children's education. We invest in your business, in your great ideas. We invest in Europe. Because Europe is more than just the 27 countries of the European Union, more than its 450 million citizens. Europe is what we build together every day. We are the European Investment Bank, the bank of the European Union. For over 6 decades, we have been turning the vision of Europe into a reality. We are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists and bankers work with companies, governments and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world. We believe in a safer, greener, better world. We are making it happen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our program this afternoon is very tight, but promises interesting discussions and keynotes. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to invite up on stage Nadia Calviño, President of the European Investment Bank, for her keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Nadia Calviño.
Thank you very much. This is my second time up in the podium, and every time I felt like I was a football player coming, into the ground because of the fantastic energy that we're having here today. Well, thank you very much to all of you for being here after lunch. I know it's a challenging moment of the day, and I will try to make it lively so that we continue with the very dynamic discussions that we've had in the morning. You are the stakeholders of the European Investment Bank Group, and I thought it could be useful to share with you some thoughts on possible solutions for the challenges that we're confronted with, and of course, how the European Investment Bank Group, together with all of you, can actually contribute to tackling those challenges. It has already been said this morning by President Charles Michel, by Prime Minister Luc Frieden, by all the different speakers, that we have been through a testing a few years. The pandemic, Russia's invasion in Ukraine, the energy price shock that followed, all these events have put Europe under tremendous strain. And that's one of the key messages that you are receiving today. The impact has been very different to what many people have predicted. There has been a very strong recovery after the pandemic, rich in employment, with financial stability, solvent and profitable firms. And this is a remarkable contrast to past crises. We only need to think back and remember what happened after the Great Recession, the sovereign debt crisis. And I think it is a testimony to the efficiency of the EU's institutional evolution over the last decade. The key difference this time has not only been the size, the massive size of public intervention. It was, I think, the remarkable coordination of our actions to face those challenges. Europe really acted as one. Together, we put in place SURE, the instrument to try to support member states protecting jobs, the European Guarantee Fund, where the European Investment Bank has played a key role, the Next Generation EU Investment and Reform Programme. And so we were able to protect jobs, businesses, family, household revenues, the economy in general, to avoid structural scarring and to allow for this very strong recovery of investment. We worked together on common procurement, first to ensure access to vaccines and then to manage gas supplies. We demonstrated again and again our common resolve to support Ukraine in the face of the invasion, and only very recently have we had another example of this commitment and unity. And we have put in place the building blocks to succeed in the net zero transition through the Green Deal, the REPowerEU, and all the different instruments that have been deployed. And this, in a nutshell, is the main conclusion of the investment report that is being published as we speak, and that has been slowly but surely been communicated around the forum. This is our flagship annual publication. It is being published precisely today, and it shows in very clear terms and on the basis of data the fast recovery, the public and corporate investment resilience, the remarkable resilience and their ability to support economic transformation despite the higher energy and borrowing costs. The fact that European firms are strongly committed and pushing ahead on digitalization. Around 70% of companies in Europe use some advanced digital technology. And also the jump in those companies that are investing in energy efficiency. it has increased to 51% of the companies since 2021, when it was 37%. I think this is a remarkable development. So the crisis did not bite as deeply as some were expecting because of the European coordinated response. And this is good news, and this is a lesson for the future. Because as economic growth slows, and we are facing increasingly complex geopolitical challenges, and we are also confronted with the need to fill the gap for the twin green and digital transitions, to face the challenge of rolling back of globalization, unfavorable demographic developments. I was discussing it today with one of the ministers I had the chance to exchange with. The rising social divide in so many of our societies. I was also discussing this with Professor Rodriguez Pose about the social divide within our countries. Well, it is more important than ever that we unite our forces, that we rise to the challenge working together. And the European Investment Bank can and will have an important role in bringing, in catalyzing and finding solutions to these challenges. We obviously can play and are playing a counter-cyclical role, because we are supporting and sustaining investment in the context of higher interest rates and slowing down of demand within the EU and in global terms. Sustained investment will also be crucial to accelerate the transition. Also to step up innovation, the adoption of new technologies, to ensure our physical and economic security, and to strengthen supply chain resilience for critical technologies, raw materials. All these things are essential for Europe's present and future, for our competitiveness and the well-being of European citizens, and they require investments. Not only investments in technology, not only in the development of new techniques and the decarbonization of our industry, we also need to invest in our social infrastructures, education and training, health and affordable housing, especially in weaker regions. There are very strong reasons and very good reasons for us to put a lot of emphasis on cohesion policy and the cohesion angle of our activities within the European Investment Bank group. And we can build on our strengths. We have outstanding technical skills. As I said this morning, I'm only 4 weeks into the European Investment Bank Group. I know some colleagues are here, but I'm not saying this because they are watching me. They are really, truly excellent. The technical ability of the bank, the degree of excellence that has been achieved on large infrastructures, on green transition, that is providing a strong reassurance and a catalytic role. Vice President Bigliotti said it. When the European Investment Bank goes into an investment, it really brings so many other investors, public and private investors, along. Another of our key strengths, obviously, is a strong AAA plus, I would say, because of a very strong capital position, the ability to leverage capital to provide innovative financing, catalyzing change. The European Investment Fund, and the CEO is here, is a very creative subsidiary, a very useful tool to try to devise the innovative financing we need to support SMEs to scale up startups. And I think our excellent performance in 2023 provides a very solid basis for the future. The financing signed last year amounted to almost 88 billion euros, which is expected to mobilize around 320 billion euros in investment, and that will reach 400,000 companies, supporting 5.4 million jobs. This is material impact, and this is really a very strong starting point for us when we're looking forward. This investment, 20 billion euros went to European Union small and medium-sized businesses, which are the backbone of our economy. And I really wanted to share this number with you, because sometimes we hear about the flagship projects, we are thinking about very large players in the European market, but actually the group is playing a very important role in supporting SMEs. And our research indicates that 3 years after they have received EIB-backed loans, small and medium-sized businesses, and we have analyzed 97,000 of them, employed 8% more people than comparable firms. So the venture debt we provide to large startups helps them crowd in and also have 2.5 times more debt financing than their peers, and that means that they can grow faster. So that is impact, and those numbers are really, I think, giving us self-confidence in our ability to continue to do more and do it faster going forward. We are the EU Climate Bank. Well over half of the financing of last year, a record 49 billion euros, was deployed for climate action and environmental sustainability, and this is 10 billion euros more than the previous year. We are on track to deliver on our promise of supporting 1 trillion euros in investment in the green transition by the end of the decade, and I don't need to explain how this investment is essential for Europe to eliminate our dependence and ensure cheap, reliable, renewable energy for all of us. We also had a strong activity to support European priorities outside the EU, contributing to global endeavors, for example, the financing of vaccine production facilities in Africa, but also specific investment projects from the metro in Agra, which will be inaugurated in the coming days, to financial support to Ukraine. And all these investments build sustainable, resilient, more prosperous economies throughout the world, but and this is very important too, they are key to a real north-south partnership in a time of geographic stress and polarization, as we heard this morning. So, as I was saying, these excellent results should give us confidence when looking ahead. And I could spend a lot of time sharing these thoughts and deepening these thoughts with you. Let me just mention briefly what we can do regarding the green transition. Europe has consistently been leading this debate, this green transition. We continue to have a technological advantage. The EIB has a widely recognized excellence in this area and a consolidated brand as the climate bank. Only in these first 4 weeks of 2024, we already signed or approved groundbreaking deals in green hydrogen, circular battery and solar panel production, decarbonization of heavy industries. The development of Europe's green taxonomy and the green bond market show that the European standards can become global standards, and this is the foundation for a green economy that can be also one which generates good quality jobs and better lives for European citizens. So it is really a no-brainer that we need to seize this opportunity, join our forces and ensure a successful and fair transition that creates good quality jobs today, a better world for future generations, and has also a local impact. So it benefits societies and communities throughout the whole EU. I could be making similar points about digitalization and technological innovation, scaling up of startups in disruptive technologies. You know, I could go and dissect, analyze each and every one of our challenges and get to the same conclusion, which is the European Investment Bank Group can and will do more, and partnering with others is of the essence if we want to succeed. A final word on partnerships. This has been one of my top priorities since I took the job here at the European Investment Bank Group. Closer cooperation and engagement with the European Commission and the European Parliament, and I am very grateful that so many representatives of the other institutions are here, as well as other European institutions. With our shareholders, with the member states, with national and multilateral development banks, with our international partners, with the private sector and civil society. And it is a very deep conviction that working together, we make a difference. We make things happen. And that is why this forum is so important, and we have put so much energy and so much attention to making it a success, because it is an opportunity to talk to each other, to listen to each other, to think together, and to bring together all our capacities to respond to current challenges. And let me close on this positive note, because already what I heard in the forum is giving me a lot of input, insights, and very useful contribution to designing our future strategy, getting it right, and ensuring that when we meet next year, when we look back, we realize how transformative this debate was and how much it helped for us together to tackle Europe's challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Calviño, for having set the tone of this forum and for your truly inspiring speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Can cohesion policy boost Europe's competitiveness, or is there a potential trade-off between Europe's competitiveness in a global context and the Union's internal cohesion? And these are questions that will be addressed by our second panel. And I invite our panelists to come up on stage right now. The title of this panel is Cohesion Policy, Boosting Europe's Competitiveness and Building a Just, Green and Resilient Future. And this second panel will be moderated by the wonderful Heather Graber, who's a senior fellow at Bruegel, who's a European think tank that specializes in economics, and she will lead the discussion. Welcome, everybody. Heather, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Is this on now? Yes, I think so. Great to have this panel immediately after President Calviño's speech, in which she talked about the challenges of the green and digital transitions ahead of us, and also about Europe's place in the world. Now, there are clearly going to be many benefits and advantages of achieving these transitions successfully, but what we don't know yet is what the distributional impact will be. Who will gain these benefits across regions of Europe, across the territory of Europe, and of course across societies? There will be difficult dilemmas ahead about trying to ensure that we navigate the green and digital transitions successfully, while at the same time improving Europe's global competitiveness and its internal cohesion. These are all of them really vital objectives, policy objectives, but it's not easy to achieve them all at the same time. We can think about potential tensions in the new geography that will emerge in Europe as a result of these transitions. Many of us were taught at school, geography is destiny, but economic geography can change over time, and it almost certainly will change. So how can we be sure that, for example, infrastructure built for the green transition in the form of electricity grids, in the form of low carbon transport, doesn't only benefit the population centres, which are there now and which were built around the old industrial geography, but also benefit people in rural areas, people in also new growing parts of Europe, which are central to the green transition. How can we ensure, for example, that innovation funding doesn't only go to the hotspots of various forms of strategic technologies, which are already strong, and then leaving other areas of Europe weaker even than before? So these are complex issues, and I'm really delighted to have such an interesting panel of experts to go into the trade-offs and also how to create the synergies. This is a great opportunity to think about it from many different parts of Europe, as well as many disciplines and a great deal of experience. So I would like to start with the policy perspective from the Commission. We have Director General Christophe Hidou with us today, who has been working for a long time on EU cohesion policy. And I'm curious to know how you think we should be considering a place-based industrial policy. We've seen the way that the Inflation Reduction Act in the US brought out a very clearly place-focused industrial policy with specific federal money going to specific districts, many of them Republican, by the way, which gives it a certain Trump-proofing. But in Europe, we don't make policy that way. We don't have federal-level subsidies, and our cohesion policies are based on other criteria. So how can we unite these things? What would a green industrial policy, which also is united with cohesion policy, look like? I think it's on. If you just speak into it.
Thank you, Heather. President Calviño, a big thanks for putting cohesion at the heart of this forum. And thank you for the hospitality. Last week, I had the privilege, and President Calviño was there too, to attend the ceremony commemorating the visionary work of Jacques Delors almost 30 years ago. What did he say that relates very much to the discussion today? He said, I quote, "For the EU to function, it is meant to create competition that stimulates, cooperation that strengthens, and solidarity that unites, all at once. If this was true then, it's even more true now. And I will argue straightforward that we cannot have a competitive Europe if we don't have a cohesive Europe. Now you mentioned the US. I would think that the signs of the shift are clear. If they created a third of the high-tech jobs in 16 counties out of the 3,000, nobody thinks this was probably a good idea, so this has to be rethought. In Europe, I believe we see things differently, and it's clear that cohesion policy is about not leaving anyone behind, no person, no place behind. So we have to go and create the opportunities for people to prosper where they are at every spot of Europe, instead of asking them to pack up their homes and move to where the jobs are. We need to create the jobs and the opportunities where people are. And we cannot afford black spots. We cannot afford deserting parts of Europe. Professor Rodriguez Pose will afterwards, I'm sure, talk a lot about the geography of discontent. We have big challenges that we have to deal with. So I would argue that in order to deal with the green transition, the President spoke a lot about the work we're doing also together, the digital, the demographic challenge, the brain drain challenge, the housing issues. We need to work bottom up and be very clear about our methodology, the partnership, to give people the ownership of their destiny and support them with tools to create the opportunities where they feel they want to be. I want us to take a moment to remember enlargement. The previous enlargement, the big enlargement, showed that accompanying it with cohesion policy was very important. Before accession, the enlargement countries were under 50% of the EU average. Today, they're above 80%. This clearly has to do also with how cohesion policy accompanied them. More place-based is even more crucial. We see a lot of untapped potential if we look at just the green transition, if we look at wind, solar energy, and how much untapped potential there is in rural regions. You mentioned rural. In the most remote parts of Europe, there is clearly a potential there to create opportunities. And I believe this is not only about equity and solidarity, which is very important. It's very much because it makes economic sense. It's because it's the smart thing to do on top of being the right thing to do. And I don't think that we can imagine, and we look around at the unrest that we have today in the streets of Brussels and other capitals. We cannot imagine a society where people feel left behind and there is social unrest, and the rest of us will prosper happily. I think it's also a matter of democracy. And European elections are coming, a lot of things are at stake, and I think this issue of democracy is a very important element. We have good news from last night. The co-legislators agreed on STEP, so we have one step forward to helping regions and cities use the funding better for critical infrastructure, for critical industry. We want to do more for the sovereignty and the competitiveness of Europe. Critical technologies are important, so this is a step further. We have the example of JTF that we want to build on. We have our smart specialization strategies, so we have a lot of tools there that we want to work on. We've launched a reflection process. A year ago, Commissioner Elisa Ferreira started a reflection process. One is the high-level group of experts. We have the chair there. There is work done with the Parliament, with the Committee of the Regions, with the Economic and Social Committee, with all the stakeholders, member states, regions, cities, and associations. So we're reflecting how we can stay fit by evolving, by adapting to the challenges that are changing more and more, that to see how we can stay more agile, because we cannot anymore think that we can plan for 5, 7, 10 years ahead. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much, Themis. So it's a great overview of how EU cohesion policy is evolving. Now we have a chance to hear about, specifically in one member state, the newest member state of the EU, in fact, Croatia, which joined in 2012 and which started receiving the structural funds 10 years ago in 2014. So Minister Erlich, you have seen the evolution of Croatia's cities, regions, islands, using EU cohesion policy and, of course, striving for greater competitiveness. What do you think is the recipes for success in uniting these two objectives?
Well, thank you for your question. First of all, I would also like to thank you for the invitation to the EIB Group Forum. I think it's really great to be here today with such a prominent speakers and also with lots of familiar faces in here. Right now on the EU level, I was yesterday also in a ministerial meeting in Mons where we discussed about the future of the cohesion. And right now there is taking place, there is a great discussion on the whole Europe about the how cohesion should look like after 2027. And this panel discussion today really comes in the right moment. And I think it's great that you have put it here, because these valuable conclusions that we'll have also here today helps in thinking and rethinking how cohesion policy should look after 2027. Regarding the success of Croatia, I would say in just few words, from all point of view, because I was before on a local level and now on a national level, these 10 years of using European structural investment funds was really a great experience. We entered the European Union in 2013. In a short while, Croatia became example of successful cohesion policy, example of successful integration to the European Union. And it was a great ride, these 10 years, I would say. And it all happens in a very short while. You know, we didn't expect even to happen in such a fast manner. We didn't wait 20 or 30 years to happen. It happened in only 6, 7 or 8 years. Cohesion policy helped to change for better all parts of Croatia. So, as you said, all parts and regions, cities, countries, some of them really changed images because of the investments from the EU funds that happened in these cities, in these regions. Thousands of projects have happened last 7 or 8 years, such as even the Pelješac Bridge, where EIB helped a lot to happen. That is right now the highlight of the whole first financial perspective of Croatia, that managed to connect a southern part of the Croatia in a whole, and it was a great project. But many projects like this one that helped build up Croatia and put it on a higher level, I would say, in only 10 years. So the cohesion, besides this good feeling of success that you can feel in any part of Croatia if you are driving there or going there, cohesion policy brings us some macroeconomic stability. Even in times when it was a crisis situation, lately lots of them it was, now we have the biggest employment ever. Our GDP is going and performing well. Economy is performing well. Last 2 years we are rising above the EU averages with the GDP. And the estimation says that the cohesion policy has influenced with 5% of the GDP. So our 5% GDP is 5% bigger than it would be without the cohesion policy. Why I'm saying this? Because the convergence is really happening to us. Now, we were in 2013 at the 60% of the GDP per capita EU average. Now we're at 73%, and next year we'll be at 75%, which is above of our national development strategy plan. I'm saying this because Croatia is an example of a country where we can see in practice that cohesion works. So the great convergence machine, what cohesion is working in practice. And you don't need to have 20 or 50 years to do it. It's needed even less than 10 years to do it. So we are happy because of that. Today we are completely integrated. We have entered the euro and Schengen also in very speed procedure. And this, I would say, all of this resulted in a significant progress in competitiveness of our country. When I look back in 2013, there was a lot of Eurosceptics also in Croatia. Right now, things are changing. There's less Eurosceptics. Also, the countries from the regions are saying, looking to the Croatia and saying, you see, if you enter the European Union, if you use cohesion policy and EU funds, it gets better. It gets better. It's not an illusion. It's not, something that doesn't happen ever. So when you ask me how did we succeed in such a short while, I'll just streamline a few things. First, the government put real strong emphasis on the usage of the European funds and how to use it wisely with the good priorities. And what is the most important thing, I would say, it was the engagement of the local and regional capacities together with the government and ministers. They were all playing all together. So the greatest strength of the cohesion policy is the cooperation of national level with the local level and regional level. This is the greatest thing of the cohesion policy, because you manage to engage the capacities that you don't have on a national level to work for the same goal. I was working on the projects also before this job, and I know how much happiness implemented projects brings to a local community. It's a question of really, those are so many good stories that was bring by the implementation of these kind of projects. And I would even say that the biggest winners of our first financial perspectives are the local communities, cities, municipalities, also with the SMEs and everybody else, but it brings whole around atmosphere and the environment for the competitiveness. So we have managed to streamline the lines between the local, regional, and national level. This is the first thing to do. And the second thing is, as a result of our first financial perspective, that is very important, this is where EIB is also very important, was very important, still is for Croatia, was the building of institutions. You can't do it without building of institutions. You cannot succeed. And just a few years ago, we were last at the bottom for the absorption of the EU funds in Europe, and now we are 8th. Someone did that job. So you cannot do such an improvement without the good institutions. And as I said, Jasper's help with the strategic project, they also helped us with the EIB, really helped us in this early stage. We are early stage of cohesion usage country. And it helped us to build, I would even say it helped us to learn how to think. Because when you enter the European Union, you have to build up everything from scratch. And you're building institutions, you're building procedures, you're building everything. And it really was a great thing to have such a prominent player in the field, like I said, like having a close relative who is helping you in the family to grow. So this was, and the last thing that was important, I would say it was a strategic approach that we had. We were rather chaotic national strategic planning system, and we managed to put an order in a chaotic system by new laws and regulations, in which we managed to get one single document, National Development Strategy, aligned with the documents of a lower document scale, national plans, so it made us more clear what are our priorities as a country and how to link it with the cohesion policy funds. It was particularly very important. So building of institutions, development strategies that are in line with the cohesion policy priorities, and of course, strong connection between the regional, local, and national level are the factors of success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just zeroing in on particularly the climate aspect of cohesion policy and how much this will change things, let's move to city level, because we have here the mayor of Cluj-Napoca. And Mayor Boc also has the experience of being the Prime Minister of Romania shortly after accession to the European Union. So I'm curious to know, how did Cluj use cohesion funding to acquire the label of being an EU climate neutral city, which is also a great kind of target to aim for cities. How is it best to provide support to cities? We now have the mission cities, and I think Cluj is also part of that. So there's a number of city-level initiatives that the EU has taken through various funding programs, cohesion, but also this transport and other funds. From your point of view, what's the right kind of support that should be there from EU level and national level?
First of all, thank you for inviting the European Committee of the Regions in this excellent event. I'm honored to be part in such a high-level panel, and also honored to talk about Cluj-Napoca and my city in the very heart of Transylvania, Romania. Of course, when you are asking cities and regions, what do you need from the European Union in order to achieve the green and digital transition? Of course, first word which is coming to your mind, it's money. But I would say money is not the first and the only thing we need. Yes, money are important, and I will talk later about that. First, I would say that for cities and regions, the green transition is not anymore a choice. It's an obligation, it's a necessity. As you can stop smoking, but you cannot stop breathing or cannot stop pollution. So we need to do now very concrete actions on our regions and cities, because before we are going to have a planet climate neutral or a continent climate neutral, we have to have climate neutral cities in order to achieve this excellent and, of course, we know important objective of our time. But as the Prime Minister of Luxembourg said in the morning, when you have a very important strategic objective, very important strategic goal, like green transition, you may kill such an objective in many ways. One of them is, of course, bureaucracy. As the Prime Minister said, bureaucracy after bureaucracy after bureaucracy, in the end, nobody knows what to do it, because it's too crowded and will give up. And sometimes, for filling a European project, you need a PhD. So you need further simplification for that, definitely. It was done a lot, but we still needed to do it. The second element, of course, lack of money. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry said once, a goal without a plan is just a wish, but also a plan without money, it's also a wish. So we need money and investments for that. The second element, it's lack of collaboration between different stakeholders. And I'm so glad that European Investment Bank did such an event in order to listen to each other and to collaborate, because the power of collaboration, the power of ecosystem is fabulous. It creates a competitive advantage and adding value, and put the synergy of funds to work together. Because first, it's important, put our funds working together instead of asking new money all the time. Put the funds working together. And the fourth element is lack of communication. If we do not communicate our results, if we do not involve all the stakeholders in the society and the process, it cannot be successful. That we try to do in our city. Bring all the people on board, talk with all the stakeholders, explain what the benefits for the city is to have a climate neutral city in terms of the interest of every citizen. Because if I'm talking in abstract about climate neutral, people say, I don't pay attention. But I'm telling them, look, this year, 10 times more people died in hospitals due to the heating process in the summer. They say, okay, it's a problem. Let's do something to avoid that, to avoid the pollution. So communication is important. And here, what President Calviño said, and also the speakers in the morning, we are in front of the European elections. And coming back now to the green transition, we have to pay attention to the regions. Not all the regions are the same equipped with the green transition. We have to be careful to adapt our policy to the concrete needs of each region. Why? If we lose the territorial component of the green transition, we are going to extend the feeling against Europe. The green discontent could be higher if we do not pay attention what is happening in every region. People are worried about their jobs. They are worried about their security at home. They do not have perspective for their families. We have to listen to them, to act, and to invest in green jobs. And for that, we need European support in every region and tailored to each region case in. And I close with two recommendations. Of course, cities need money, of course, for investments. We cannot be left alone in the process of green transition, of achieving a climate neutral cities. We need a synergy of funds from that perspective. And here, I strongly support, for example, the idea of having a pan-European financial facility for green transition for cities, supported from the European Investment Bank, because all cities are with the same problems in the green transition. We have the problems with energy, we have the problems with the innovation wave, we have the problems with public transport. Let's have this kind of pan-European fiscal facility for cities in the green transition. And as always, the European Investment Bank was together with the cities and regions. I will invite you now to think about how can we do better in this condition. And last but not least, technical assistance and expertise. I think technical assistance and expertise is a game changer for our cities. Not all of them are prepared, as I said before, to achieve the green transition. We have to help them to better understand the conditions and the facilities and opportunities and how can do the best of their work in order to have the best quality of life in every corner of Europe. Because in the second part of my discussion, of my speech, I'm going to talk about what President Letta said yesterday in Mons, a fabulous phrase. Yes, we have freedom of movement in the European Union. It's a religion. But also we have freedom of stay. Let's help people not to be forced to leave their own city, region, or country due to economic reason. To have the freedom of stay, but assuring the quality of life in every region of the European Union. And for that, as I said, we need at least money and technical assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very concrete proposal. It's good to get down into the specifics of what needs to happen. Now, in addition to money and technical assistance, we also need people. And particularly, we need skills to make the green and digital transitions happen. 85% of companies in Europe now report that the single biggest barrier to actually making climate action happen in their company is skills shortages. From grid upgrades to installation of solar panels. I don't know if anybody has tried to get solar panels installed on their roof recently, but in many member states you can find the panels, but you can't find the technicians to install them for love nor money. So the skills shortage is a really key issue in the transition. But of course, education and skills are a national competence. They're not an EU level competence. So I'm going to come to Oliver Röttger now from the European Economic and Social Committee, and very experienced in the trade union movement, both ETUC and in Austria, to ask about this skills shortage issue. How should we try to tackle this across the whole EU?
Yes, thank you very much, Heather. Good afternoon. I cannot start without saying really thank you and without congratulating also Nadia Calviño to introduce this topic in this panel, in this debate. I think most of us met yesterday at the informal Minister Council of Cohesion policy, and I think we all agreed how important is cohesion policy as a factor to enable competitiveness for the future. So I think it fits very well, and really thank you for this, as well as for involving the ESC. I think we as the EU institution bringing together business, labor and civil society, I think we have something to add and something to contribute, and I really would like to thank Nadia Calviño because she involved us already very early and strongly during the Spanish presidency, which made sure that civil society could contribute early to a lot of initiatives of the Spanish presidency, and including skills, because this of course is a key issue also for us. But let me start also to say some words about the essential function of cohesion, because I think in these turbulent times we need really a strong and long-lasting cohesion policy. And we are discussing already strategies for the time after 2027, which is right. But I think we have also to discuss about measures and to change some of the measures already now, because we are facing a lot of problems, a lot of challenges, and skills is one of them. And if we want to manage the transformation of our society and economy, the green and digital transition, then we need a strong cohesion policy that supports this. And I fully agree what President Bock said about the regions. No region can be left behind, but also no person can be left behind. I think both we have to make sure both, and cohesion policy plays here an important role, and to leave no one behind and no region behind is for me still the guiding principle in the cohesion policy. So if we say cohesion policy should ensure that the twin transition are just for all people and balanced for all regions, then I'm convinced that investing in skills is one of the crucial factors, and also obstacles to the green and digital transformation. You mentioned that the vast majority of companies report that for them the skills shortage is one of the main barriers to invest in the green transition in their companies. And according to the Commission, 74% of SMEs also are facing labor shortages. So, of course, industries need to increase their attractiveness for young workers, but we think that this risk, or let's say this shortage of labor and shortage of skilled labor, is really one of the big risks for European competitiveness and also for Europe's strategic autonomy. So we have to tackle this now, also in the long-term perspective for after 2027, but also now. And to address these issues, we in the committee, we are convinced that we have to accelerate all our efforts. We believe that in order to improve the access to continuous professional development and lifelong learning, we need really a skills guarantee. We need a skills guarantee that enable all people, individuals, to have really access, affordable access to skills and to training and to formation. I think this is essential. We have the European Years of Skills, which is good to raise awareness, but actually we need a decade of skills. So it cannot stop in this spring. We have to continue with this. We have a lot of initiatives also in our committee, and one is not to speak only about those who need skills, but to bring them together as best practices. We will have in 2 weeks one of the, I think, biggest events where around 500 young people come together to Brussels and report about best practices, about how to skill them, how to reskill them, upskill them, how to foster programs or, let's say, best practices like the dual systems, educational systems in some countries. Many of those young people who are coming to Brussels were also winners of the Euroskills. So I think they can show that even the education, vocational training for young people has dramatically changed in last years. We are not only speaking about jobs in manufacturing professions, we speak also about skilled jobs which can contribute and which have to contribute to manage the green transition. So we think really we need this skills revolution. However, the question is whether, because we all agree on this, but the question is whether there has been sufficient investment in education and training in Europe. And I think the reply is no. For the time being, we don't have enough investments here in skills. And we have therefore called for more social investments on the national and European level, for example, through cohesion policy. I think cohesion policy should play an essential role here. Europe's citizens are the most important asset, and we must ensure that investment in people is prioritized over budget cuts and austerity measures. We are talking about the elections. I think we have to make sure that frustration must be tackled, because otherwise we risk that the rise of populism will even continue. So I think all these measures have to be done immediately, have to be implemented immediately, but also in the long term. And of course, I really much look forward to the high-level report. And we also contributed to this. I think it will show us, hopefully, the way forward. And I was also very much delighted about the Polish finance minister in the morning, Domaski, who said exactly this, that they increased their budget for investments in skills and in education. I think this is the right way. And once again, we should talk about budgetary discipline, but we should also talk about opportunities for the future that we cannot miss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you just mentioned the report of the high-level group on the future of cohesion policy. And in fact, it's Professor Rodriguez Poza who has been chairing that. He's also an academic at the London School of Economics, where he's done a lot of work on this question of the trade-offs between international competitiveness and territorial disparities and addressing them. And particularly, he's done a lot of work on how that translates into political preferences of following the geography of discontent. So very interested in your view on how to reconcile or how to bring together these different objectives, and whether you think that the report can set out a new trajectory for the EU in thinking about this. What kind of revolutionary ideas will you be putting forward?
Okay, thank you very much, Heather, and thank you very much to the EIB for organizing this forum, bringing so many people together, talking about competitiveness in a polarized world. We like to think about topics as dilemmas, as trade-offs. You said, Should the European Union and the world focus on competitiveness, or should we focus on cohesion? And I think the best answer to that question came already from President Nadia Calviño in her first intervention this morning. It's a false dilemma. She didn't say that, I'm saying this. But more than a false dilemma, there are two sides of the same coin. You cannot have competitiveness without cohesion, but you cannot have cohesion without competitiveness. There's a problem in Europe of lack of competitiveness. Europe has been losing ground in the world in terms of its economic capacity, and is diminishing its economic but also its social and political standing. We like to consider ourselves as leaders. But I happen to travel quite a lot to other parts of the world. Much of my research has been on Africa, has been on Asia, Latin America, and we are, over the years, being considered as smaller players, as big players, so we need more competitiveness. But we cannot achieve competitiveness simply by having big projects that would have, as was highlighted by Mayor Bock, very different and very uneven territorial impacts, because it has significant problems and it brings significant challenges and risks from an economic, a social, and a political point of view. What is the economic risk? Every intervention, where it is, let's have a drive for competitiveness, let's go for the green transition, let's go for the digital transition, is not implemented in the air, it's implemented in space. And it has very different impacts depending on what we wear. This is what we have seen in Europe over the last 3 decades. We have had, to a certain extent, to a large extent, thanks to cohesion policy, a reduction in territorial disparities. Themis Christofitou highlighted very much and very well how many countries and people in the European Union have come out of, let's say, poverty or lack of opportunities because of investment by cohesion policy. But it has led to polarization within our countries, and very strong polarization in many cases, in which many of the big cities, and not all of them, have steamed ahead. But then we have a lot of intermediate cities, smaller cities, rural areas, towns that are underperforming despite having considerable potential. And that is implied, or is more or less a situation whereby we are flying an airplane that has 4 motors, only using 1 motor. Because the big cities, and we all need big and dynamic cities in Europe, don't get me wrong, but they represent between, depending on how we measure them, 1/4 to 1/5 of our growth. 75% or 80%, between 75, comes from the rest of Europe. And there's considerable potential there. And this potential has to be moved. It has to be tapped on to make sure that first we hedge our bets, but we make the most of all the capacity, all the talent that's spread across the whole of the European Union. In Europe, if we strive for competitiveness, we can simply not afford to leave any sort of potential untouched. And cohesion policy should play a fantastic role, an important role, much more important than now, in identifying that potential and making sure that there's the right intervention, the right investment to mobilize that potential. But on top of that, and it has been highlighted by Oliver Röttke, it has been highlighted by Mayor Bock, what we have is a problem that if we don't tap on all the potential, and there's a concentration of the benefits of any future intervention on specific groups of people, specific territories, and others are ignored, I'm not going to say they're left behind, they are just simply ignored, what we're having is a main problem of rising discontent. And it's not just overall discontent, it can be green discontent, it can be discontent with the idea of Europe. It's a situation whereby what you have is a disenfranchisement of a large percentage of the population of Europe with the big challenges that we're facing ahead. Mayor Bock mentioned the green transition, and everyone in Europe is aware of the green transition. A place like, for example, Almería in Spain is one of the most vulnerable places to climate change. It's already a semi-desert. if nothing is done by 2050, is going to be a desert. The problem is that it's also one of the places where the potential costs and not the benefits of the green transition are going to pile on. So there's the dilemma, and here's that real dilemma of what do we do? Do we lose our jobs and livelihoods tomorrow to get a bigger future? Or do we focus on our livelihoods today and forget about the future? Well, the answer cannot be either or. It has to be, again, we need to focus on the jobs today to get a better future tomorrow. And there's where we need to think, because this is not just looking at the end goal. It's not looking at, let's say, where we're going to do in this end up in this marathon. We need to train to run the run, to walk the walk. And that implies making sure that in the whole process, we build on the strengths that we have. Because we have seen it through Brexit. If we disregard, the UK did very well, and did very well mostly as a result of the single market. But the single market concentrated, and that dynamism concentrated growth in London, very often ignoring and disregarding the rest of the country. That led to discontent, which led to Brexit, and now the whole country, including London, where I happen to live and work, are doing much, much worse. So we need to make sure that we focus on the economic, social, and political problems because they feed on one another. I'm going to finish just with something that Themis Christophidou highlighted before, which I think is absolutely fundamental. Cohesion is the glue that binds us together. We in Europe, we cannot tolerate inequalities. And it's the glue that makes us all row in the same direction, and the one that would allow us to make sure that we can tackle the global challenges, whether it is climate change or the digital transition or improving competitiveness that we have at the moment. If we don't achieve that, we're going to have very few people rowing in the same direction, a lot of people rowing in different directions, and what is worse, people throwing and racing oars at each other. And we have to avoid that. And the best way is to avoid the dilemmas. It's not either or. We need competitiveness for cohesion, but we also need cohesion for competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed. Please give the panel a round of applause. And of course, the great advantage of achieving it not being a trade-off is that you can have a much larger pool of shared resources if these things can be brought together. So if we start thinking about what the challenges will look like and potential responses to them over the next 10 years, and notably over the next programming period for the multi-annual financial framework in the EU, there of course will be opportunities now to adapt that framework, to refine it, to reform it, to meet these kinds of challenges. One of the things we haven't, which you, Professor Rodriguez-Poza, just raised that's really important is that, of course, the climate transition is not just one that we choose voluntarily. It is one that is forced upon us also because of the impact of climate change on European cities, regions, on all parts of Europe. And you mentioned desertification in regions of Spain, for example. We also see very difficult to control flooding in other parts of Europe. Water management is going to be very difficult. Extreme weather events will become more common, storms. We're going to face the need for much greater resilience in many parts of Europe and in many different ways. I mean, some regions are already starting to experience alternating drought and then flood. So these are going to be very significant challenges that we have to face in addition to trying to reap the rewards of the green and digital transition. So I'd like to come back to you, Themis, to think about what's the future of cohesion policy. You know, if you were able to design it from scratch, it might look different from what it looks like now, but we have a political reality around it too. How can cohesion policy become transformative for cities and regions to make them more resilient, to make them more competitive, and also to ensure that the specific investment needs of individual regions can be addressed? This is hard to do with an EU-wide policy that needs to have criteria set for the whole union. What would be your preferences?
Yes, I think, first of all, we have to remind ourselves again of a word, enlargement, and be very aware that if we needed a cohesion policy for an enlargement from 10 to 12 to the enlargement of another 10 and another 3 afterwards, 15 plus 10 plus 3, we became 28. If we're going to become, let's say, 35 eventually, we will need more cohesion, not less. But the more is more in terms of its fundamentals than in terms of complexity. So I think that a key factor will be how to make it simpler, more agile. We have now programming periods that are 7 years long. Look at the crisis we have faced the last 3-4 years only, not to look at the decade back and the whole financial crisis. The 3-4 years, we lined up several major crises, and we had to reprogram, rethink, reprogram many times. So we need to start by saying we need to have more performant tools, meaning simpler. So I would argue less financial tools. I would argue more common rule books. I would say more flexible and more rules that are a bit less micro but fix some objectives connected with the reforms required, so that we can say this is where Europe needs to go. These are the challenges of Europe. This is what needs to be achieved, but a lot less prescriptive in the how, because that's where the regions and the cities and the rural areas need to be allowed to design their own programs according to their needs, always having as compass, as boussole, the overall objective. So we need to be simpler in our rules. In this, I also very much want us to have a real discussion in the coming months. What is simplification? Because I don't know if all of us mean the same. I think it's a very important element of the discussion. What is simpler? Because to tell you the truth, I've been in this job now for a while, and I was in regional policy before. Every day I hear that people want simpler rules, and every day I hear that somebody is asking for another rule book and another guidance book. So we have to agree what do we mean by simplification or not. Then, very important to even strengthen further our partnership structure. It's our DNA, the multi-level governance, the partnership principle, it's our DNA. This is to be strengthened, not to be weakened and to be put aside. I sometimes say it's in a simplistic way that democracy takes longer and is more expensive, but clearly it's a lot preferable than faster and undemocratic and cheaper, let's say in inverted commas, because the cost comes later and is a lot heavier. Technical assistance in institutional capacity. More than half of our funding is implemented at regional level. So technical assistance, institutional capacity is essential for regions, for cities, for smaller towns, but don't be sure that member states also at central level don't need more technical assistance and administrative capacity. To reverse a bit back when I said simplification, by no means discount on the fundamental values of Europe, rule of law, no corruption, etc. So I'm not cutting corners there. That remains key. Synergies with other investment tools, with the EIB, we have to be together, work more of us together in the same direction. Andres said it many times, the rowing in the same direction. Because, yes, I think Emil Bock said it, you can solve a problem with money, but money is not enough. It's not the only thing you need. Flexibility, we have long programming periods, we have to build more flexibility, see how we plan in a more agile way. I think this would be the key for me for the future. Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much. So Croatia has some experience of exactly what Director General Christofidu was just talking about, this question of delivering the funds directly at regional level. Croatia has a very decentralized decision-making on territorial investments. So how has Croatia used that, Minister Erlich, to respond to the diverse needs of different territories? Is it something that you think other countries could learn from?
Yes, we learn from others also, so I believe there are some who can learn also from us. That's a great thing. I mean, Croatia is a small country, as you said, and very diversified. In a few hours of driving by car, you change few climates. So from the coastal area in the Adriatic, where is Mediterranean climate, you come to the mountains, and then you go for the continental climate, and rather low density population, and this all together makes it very challenging to make supporting and growing strategies for these areas. But what we have decided after this first 10 years within the European Union and the first financial perspective and usage of EU funds in Croatia, we have decided to put a strong emphasis on the territorial investment tools. Why? It is because we want to achieve the potential, we want to engage the potential of these areas, and we find that by focusing investments together in partnership with the local communities can deliver change. So this is why we are in favor of the place-based approach. We introduced completely new programs. We dedicated 30% of our cohesion allocation just for these kind of programs. And in the first financial perspective, we have only 2 territorial instruments. Now we have them 5. With this, as I said, we want to boost the change, and we want to ensure further growth rates of the Croatia in future, because the growth rates cannot be constrained only by the bigger and more developed regions. You have to engage the less developed if you want to have a bigger growth rate. So how do we do that? Let's say for the islands example, we do the territorial strategy. We support them to do territorial strategy. I mean, Croatia has 1,000 of islands, so it's not. You can imagine it's not easy to make strategies locally level, but we managed to group them of the county level to make the island councils, which brings territorial strategies, and then the people from the island have the opportunity to decide which type of actions do they need on their islands to produce growth, but to protect fragile ecosystem and you need to have sustainable development. The same goes with the hilly and disadvantaged areas, but we are tackling them with the basic infrastructure support for the education and affordable housing. So we cannot have the same type of investment and support in more developed regions and urban areas such as in these kind of regions. So this is very important. And then we have the urban areas, also with the territorial tools based on the diversified 22 cities, 22 settlements of the urban areas. And with them, we are supporting more advantage investment that are integrated for them to become technologically advanced cities. So as you can see, there is all sort of policy mix, and what brings them together, what is the backbone of this is the industrial transition of region, our new instrument, that helps identify regional value chains. We are doing this in line with the regional level, together with the regional level, helping to identify the regional value chains and pouring down the investments into the innovative SMEs in these regions. So we don't want innovations to happen only in macro regions and big cities, but innovations to spread also to a lesser developed regions. So it is very important. And what are we expecting for all of this is that these investments that produce change, that they produce activity, that they engage capacities of this region. And as Mr. Post says, by engaging the potential of these areas, we will have a higher growth. So potential for the growth and more sustainable development is hidden in this area, and we want to boost it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So when we think about this issue of resilience, and particularly for particular cities and for different territories with their different needs, I wonder, Mayor Bock, if you could give us your view on how to target it. You've been the rapporteur of the Committee of the Regions opinion on the future of cohesion policy, and you, on that committee, you put forward a proposal specifically on how to boost the resilience of regions. You told us earlier it's about money and it's about technical skills. What would you like to see across the EU on this?
First of all, I would like that I'm so much agree with what Madame Christophidou, Professor Rodriguez, and my colleagues said about the fact that the cohesion policy is the glue which is keeping our Europe together. And also, what Professor Rodriguez emphasized about the two coins, the two faces of the same coin, about cohesion policy, single market and competitiveness. We cannot have one without the other one. And if cohesion policy is the best convergence machine in the world, as Minister Schellink said before, I think now for the European elections, we need to go and to talk and to speak to the people about our Europe, about our success. Of course, we have problems, but Europe is our solution, not the cause of our problems. With the politician, we do have sometimes a problem because we do not talk enough about the involvement of European money in our region and cities. I know that in some capital of Europe, nobody knew it, that the metro system was constructed with European money. Also, I heard that in Great Britain, in Wales, where there were a lot of money invested in research centers, universities in Wales, nobody knew it, and it was the highest rate of Brexit. So what I'm saying, we have to be honest with Europe to tell this metro, this investment is with European money. Europe is here in every corner of our Europe. Because we used to say, everything which is good comes from the mayor, from the president of the regions, from the ministers. Everything which is bad comes from Brussels. That's not fair with Europe. And exactly the case with European Investment Bank. We have in our city an investment of almost €1 billion in a regional hospital. It's going to make a huge difference in terms of quality of life and health. The people should know that Europe is there, is present and helping us in the healthcare system, for example. So my message is, first, we are in time of war, of course. The war is outside of our border. But in times of war, in terms of how can we have our future in a democratic way, we cannot take our Europe for granted as it is right now. The month of June is so important for our future, and no one can stay aside, because the friends of authoritarianism, they do not stay peacefully. They try to destroy our values, to destroy our Europe, to destroy our European way of life, using our democracy background. So we have so many positive and great stories to tell about investments, about success of cohesion policy, single market. So my first message is that let's get involved, because until it is not too late. And definitely it's not too late, because we have on our side the results. The second element I wish to emphasize is about the future of cohesion policy. Our vision is that we should have a cohesion policy for all regions of the European Union. Every region should be eligible for European cohesion funds due to the fact there are different needs, different interests, different situations. Look, for example, what the green transition in the automotive sector is going to happen. By after 2035, we are not going to sell any other combustion engine cars on Europe. So we need to change the infrastructure from Belgium and Germany to Romania and Croatia. So we need investment in every corner. But in the industry, you need such a great support, because one job lost in the automotive industry means 13 jobs lost on the chain. So you need investments also in Bavaria, but also need investments in Romania on the chain, for example, in terms of automotive industry. So let's keep this advantage of our cohesion policy. The second element is about respecting and keeping the 4 golden rules from the European Committee of the Region perspective, which means shared management, place-based approach, which is so important to have more granular approach to each region and cities. Not one policy fits all. That's over. You cannot have one policy available all over Europe. You have to tackle every region with specific condition, with specific tool, and that I said to be more granular approach. Partnership principles and multi-level governance. I know there is a debate in different institutions about IRF, European Resilient Facility, which is important. It's a strong instrument, so welcome, but it's an emergency instrument. His role is to solve the problems of Europe in terms of emergency. The cohesion policy, it's a long-term investment of our union, a transformative process over the years. So we have to keep our cohesion policy as a long-term investment and do not change the governance of the cohesion policy with the IRF, which of course is simpler, top-down, but not efficient on the ground. Let's keep it both, but with different component. And the last element which I want to emphasize is to avoid the fragmentation of cohesion policy. Of course, we have emergencies in Europe, and we need money quicker. And cohesion policy proved to be quicker, flexible to deal with the war crisis, with the COVID problems. But on long term, let's have a special fund for emergencies and do not take money from cohesion because you affect the long-term transformative process of our Europe. Let's keep that principle of long-term investment and also have an emergency instrument able to be flexible and to respond in real times. So from that perspective, I do believe that together, because you talk so much about the power of togetherness today here, I heard so many times in each speech together, so I think the power of togetherness, it's in the way the key of our success in this conference and also in the next elections in Europe. Thanks.
Thank you very much for being so specific and granular. Indeed. And also reminding us how critical is the politics, all of this. And in terms of these transitions, the social dimension is one which leads directly to the political side. It's also one of the most difficult to address. So I wonder if we could come to your perspective, President Rübke, from the Economic and Social Committee, in thinking about how to manage social cohesion. You know, if the transition is not seen as just, it's not going to happen. There will be a constant green lash. Similarly, with the idea, people are less worried maybe now about robots taking their jobs, but they are still very worried about their jobs in general. So how to address this social dimension? Are there some specific ideas that you might be able to give us, particularly looking forward over the next 10 years and for the next programming period?
First of all, I would like to stress that the question if social cohesion can play a key role to manage the transition, I think what we have heard here is the only reply is yes, the only answer is yes. So it is clear that all the challenges that you have mentioned now should be tackled also by cohesion policy. So cohesion policy for us is a key instrument. It's a key instrument to make the transition just and to ensure also social cohesion and social convergence. I would say yesterday we had I would say a very good signal that next to Commissioner Ferreira was also Commissioner Schmidt, responsible for Social Europe, for employment. I think it was a very strong signal for the future that cohesion policy must also serve the goals of the European Pillar of Social Rights. I think this is a clear, for us, a clear compass where Europe wants to go. I think there's a clear commitment of all member states, of social partners to achieve these goals. We have already achieved a lot, but there are still many things to do. Housing, for example, really an emerging issue across Europe. So there are many things we still have to strive for, and cohesion policy must support this. So I think it has to go hand in hand, the principles of the Pillar of Social Rights and the instruments and the tools from cohesion policy. It was mentioned, and I think Commissioner Ferreira said it also, that cohesion is the glue that keeps Europe united. And if this is true, many of you said this, then it's also the glue that keeps social Europe united. So I think it plays a key role, and we have still a lot of challenges. Youth unemployment, for example, which is a big issue in many countries. Skills, we mentioned it already, but also social exclusion and poverty, which is still a problem, even one of the biggest problems according to the latest surveys of the European Parliament ahead of the elections. So here cohesion policy must play a key role. And let me say, maybe to add something, because I can only agree with what has been said before, but the Green Deal was mentioned, and the worries and the skepticism, growing skepticism among peoples. We saw the protests, for example, and I think Professor Poos mentioned droughts, water scarcity. I think this is another another big challenge which is affecting some regions especially, but in the end it affects the whole Europe. We can see the droughts, water scarcity is a problem for industries, for people, and of course an environmental problem everywhere. So we think we should not only speak about a Green Deal, because we have water policies, but they are fragmented at European level. I think to address this and to make sure that the basic principle that each European should have access to safely manage fresh water, which is not the case, and we are even facing more problems in this respect, would really justify to have also a more coherent policy. We call it a blue deal, to have more knowledge, more data, comparable data, in order to design the policy, the necessary policy, a coherent policy at European level. And then speaking about funding, this is not the first point. I would say it's the last point, but then it is important to find something like a blue transition fund. And the very last word, sorry, because it was mentioned by many colleagues and it's really close to my heart, it's enlargement. I think we have to start now. We in our committee, we said we have to anticipate enlargement. It will come. It must come, and we cannot afford that we leave the countries, especially the Western Balkan countries, any longer alone in the waiting room. So we have already to deal with this when it comes to skills, when it comes to cohesion policy. We involve the representatives from labor and business and civil society from next week on in the work of our committee in order to show them also the advantages from being involved at European level and to counteract some growing skepticism in those countries. So let's not wait, let's anticipate cohesion policy also with regard to enlargement. Thank you.
Indeed. Great. Yes, as Themis said, we've got to think about being fit for 35. So, Professor Rodriguez Poza, we're running up against the end of our time. And so I wonder if you could finish us off by giving us some thoughts about how to achieve cross-border regional solidarity. There have been some very interesting initiatives recently, like the European Semiconductor Regions Alliance. What are other new kinds of ideas that you'd recommend we take forward?
Well, thank you very much, Heather. And I think more than focusing on just on borders and what do regions need to do in order to transform themselves. And I think Mr. Šime Erlić has been highlighted the need for policies that are transformative in nature. I think Themis Christophidou, our Director General, also mentioned that very clearly. And in Europe, the way we are in terms of competitiveness, we cannot stand still, we need to move. Is not just for the less developed regions. I think that Mayor Bock highlighted it has to be for all regions, wherever the problems are, wherever the people are affected, as Oliver Röcker was highlighting, by lack of opportunities. So we need to transform, and there's a need to invest to help building on what we have, create something new, that we are constantly evolving. And here there are two ways of doing it. One is we can focus on just investing in the regions themselves, creating the right ecosystems. That's one way of going about. Another way is, there was a lot of talk this morning by Prime Minister Frieden, also by the President of the Council, Michel, about the role of borders. Breaking up with the tyranny of geography. It's not just physical borders, but mental borders, organizational borders. The idea that if we are in a region or in a place or in a city, it's a self-contained unit. It is not. Development is systemic, and it builds on knowledge, on ideas, on innovation that are not always generated in your place, but might be generated elsewhere. It also builds on being able to have firms that are capable of participating in value chains, whether they are European or they are global, which are also channels for the diffusion of knowledge. So the idea is that we need a policy that allows for both. First, if you are, let's say, any region in Europe, particularly if you are a less developed or a more vulnerable region, there are two ways you can compete and you can transform yourself. One is you go about doing what you're doing, but compete on costs. The other way is you compete on knowledge and innovation and you try to move forward. If you go the first way, we're all doomed. We cannot do that in Europe. There's no way in Europe we can compete on costs. The only way we can compete and we can transform ourselves is by moving up a step, reinventing ourselves through intelligent investment in a way that allows our firms, our people to develop their full talent. But that implies the two things. The first one is let's connect to the rest of the world, to other firms, other, let's say, sources of knowledge that would be in our place, in our region, but also in our country, in the rest of the European Union, and why not in the rest of the world. But yeah, let me just finish in just 1 second. But also we need to have the right ecosystem locally to absorb that knowledge and generate that knowledge. If we combine both, that's the only way we can help reinvent our policies, we can help reinvent our cities, our localities, and I think that cohesion policy should play a fundamental role in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great note on which to end. We need to make way now for Executive Vice President Dombrovskis, who I think will also take on these themes. But I would just, on everyone's behalf, like to thank this panel of experts who've given us a great overview.
Yeah, thank you very much, Heather. A big thank you to our panelists for this very inspirational exchange on cohesion policy. And as Heather mentioned it already, please help me welcome our next speaker, Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis, who is the Executive Vice President of the European Commission. And he will share with us now his views on strengthening the EU's competitiveness and resilience, and also the central role of investment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Dombrovskis.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to return to the European Investment Bank, this time with a new president in office. So thank you, Nadia, and many thanks to the EIB for inviting me to speak at your second EIB Group Forum. It is a good opportunity to discuss how to strengthen the EU's competitiveness and the vital role played by investment and by the EIB as well to ensure our long-term growth. This is a period of specific economic and industrial shifts, not least with the green and digital transitions, the energy crisis, and today's tense geopolitical landscape. Entire sectors and regions are going through major transformations. They bring new markets, technologies, and infrastructure, as well as new challenges for EU companies and entrepreneurs. It is them who invest first in innovation and the products and systems of the future, who will secure competitive place in the new global economy. And competitiveness is key. It is the engine of the European social market economy. However, there are certain long-standing and well-known weaknesses that risks making the EU less internationally competitive. We should look at these against the backdrop of new challenges and shifts that I just mentioned. Take our low growth in labor productivity. Here, since the 1990s, the EU has fallen well behind the United States due to sluggish investment and a slowing down in technological progress. At the same time, emerging market economies such as China have narrowed productivity gaps towards Europe. Research and development is another example. The EU's innovative performance is falling short of that of the United States, Japan, and China. Why? Because, among other reasons, we spend less on R&D. The bottom line is that our competitiveness engine needs maintenance. We also need to keep up with others who are racing ahead. So the question is how we maintain our competitive edge. The European Commission has set out a strategy to maintain and increase EU's long-term competitiveness, both at home and abroad. it identifies 9 key areas where we should focus, ranging from investment and financing to open trade and skills, along with smarter regulation. Investment is critical. I cannot stress enough how important it is for the EU's economic growth, competitiveness and resilience, while preserving our open strategic autonomy. EU companies, including SMEs, need to improve their processes, equipment and products. Workers need to adjust and upgrade their skills. National, regional and local governments need to make sure that the right infrastructure is in place to meet new challenges arising from twin transitions and allow our economy to innovate and thrive. Since our investment needs are massive, we are looking above all to the private sector to help us to meet our key policy aims. An obvious key to unlocking the door to more private investments is a capital markets union. This project is central to diversifying sources of funding for EU companies and allocating capital efficiently across the EU. Deepening and further integrating Europe's capital markets is the most cost-effective step we can take to drive capital towards long-term investments. During this mandate, we have made more advances towards capital markets union. Last week, for example, the European Parliament and Council reached an agreement on the Listing Act, which will make it easier for SMEs to list on stock exchanges. However, there is still work to do to achieve genuine capital markets union. It includes in removing the national fragmentation that is holding up cross-border investments. At the moment, the size and depth of the EU capital markets is still inadequate to support EU's future growth. So we welcome also the ongoing reflections by member states and stakeholders on the way forward. This is only part of the broader work we are doing to strengthen the EU's single market. It plays a key role in building a resilient economic base that will keep us competitive in the long term. So we need to strengthen it and integrate it further. Next, openness. Much of our economic strength comes from being an export and trade powerhouse, as well as having an open economy that is attractive to foreign investment. At the end of 2022, in the EU, foreign direct investment stocks held by non-EU investors amounted to 7.7 trillion euros. However, at a time of such profound geopolitical turmoil and rapid technological change, we must be realistic and precise about security risks that certain investments may pose. This is why we are moving ahead with a European economic security strategy. Its 3 pillars, promote, protect and partner, are equally important and they cannot be seen in isolation. This strategy aims to increase EU's capacity to assess risks and vulnerabilities and to address them proportionately and precisely. For example, our proposal to revise the existing regulation on foreign direct investment screening is designed to improve its efficiency in identifying and assessing security risks. At the same time, it preserves our fundamental objective of remaining open to foreign investment. The partnership element is just as important for our economic security. For example, we are diversifying by developing mutually beneficial strategic partnerships with reliable partners in areas such as critical raw materials. In short, we will stay open to trade and investment, but we will defend and protect ourselves when we have to. We are also working to create an attractive business environment with skilled workers, a smart regulatory environment with fewer administrative burdens for companies. The idea is to attract companies to the EU, encourage them to invest, and also to ensure the best environment for our own companies. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to the European Investment Bank itself. The EIB Group continues to play a key role in carrying out and reinforcing EU policies and priorities on the ground, guiding and catalyzing public and private financing accordingly. Along with being the EU's financing arm, the EIB has become the EU's climate bank. It is helping to make the Green Deal a reality, stimulating innovation, as well as strengthening the EU's competitiveness and its leadership in green technologies. So we warmly welcome the EIB's record investments of 49 billion euros in green projects in 2023. These account for nearly 56% of its total financing, and the EIB Group is on track to achieve its goal of 1 trillion euros of green financing by the end of the decade. The EIB's support for EU policies and initiatives are indispensable for their success. To name a few, REPowerEU and the recent wind power package, also areas like 5G, semiconductor industry, and RDI activity in lithium-ion battery cells. It is precisely because of EIB's key role in mobilizing investments that its alignment with EU policy priorities and strategic intervention in critical areas is crucial. This is why we would like to see the EIB Group explore its risk-taking potential further, combined with higher additionality, while preserving its solid credit ratings. The EIB activities are also important outside the EU. This includes the EIB's indispensable support for Ukraine. The EIB will also be one of the key partners for implementing the Ukraine facility just agreed by co-legislators. So together we'll provide stable and predictable financing for Ukraine up to 2027. Furthermore, the EIB contributes to rolling out our global gateway strategy. This is a geopolitical project that seeks to position the EU in a competitive international marketplace while supporting our partner countries in responding to their investment needs. Its focus is on smart investments in quality infrastructure, respecting the highest social and environmental standards. This is in line with the EU's interests and values. And supporting sustainable connectivity in Central Asia is just a recent example. We want to see the EIB to continue its operations in our partner countries, and those operations are strategic and bring genuine value added. Ladies and gentlemen, for decades, the EIB has been our closest partner in turning the EU's policy ambitions into reality on the ground. Its activities play a key part in maintaining our competitiveness, keeping us at the technological cutting edge to support the twin transitions, and strengthening our resilience. Given today's geopolitical tensions, global market fragmentation, and supply chain disruptions, we will need the EIB's support and catalyzing effect more than ever in the years ahead. So I wish the European Investment Bank every success and a productive and successful remainder of this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrovskis, for having given us a little bit more food for thought. You have now time for a coffee break and to network with fellow attendees of this conference. And please be back in this room at 4 o'clock so that we can continue with our programs and our next promising panels. And also for those watching us remotely, we will continue at 4 o'clock. So see you soon. Thank you.
We live in a world of opportunity and challenges. We need to work together for a better future. We invest in your health, in your children's education. We invest in your business, in your great ideas. We invest in Europe. Because Europe is more than just the 27 countries of the European Union, more than its 450 million citizens. Europe is what we build together every day. We are the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union. For over 6 decades, we have been turning the vision of Europe into a reality. We are the EU's climate bank, leading the struggle against climate change. We back clean energy and innovation to build a prosperous future for all. Our engineers, scientists, economists and bankers work with companies, governments and NGOs in 160 countries. Because the challenges we face know no borders. We are the only institution that can take the full range of European expertise in innovation and share it with clients around the world.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are spot on time. We will now discuss a topic that has become a core issue in the last 2 years for the EU, and that is energy security as a common challenge. Major shifts are on the way that will lead to a different global energy system by 2030 and beyond. We all know that geopolitical tensions, the rise in global energy prices and also climate change require a multifold transition to ensure energy security, energy access, affordability as a condition for the sustainable economic growth and also competitiveness for the EU and its partners. And our third panel here gathers, as you will see, key international voices for a multi-dimensional perspective on green transition in Europe and the world. And I have now the pleasure to invite Mr. Thomas Östros, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, who will set the scene for this panel, which will be led by Jean-Christophe Laloux, who is the Director General and also Head of Operations of the EIB. Mr. Östros, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Dear Commissioner, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that there is so big interest in the important issue of energy security and energy transition. The question today is not if we want to, but how to achieve an energy security that is sustainable, just and affordable in Europe and beyond. A lot has already been done, especially after the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine, that showed really the importance to regain our energy sovereignty. Transition to clean energies is obviously an imperative to protect the life of future generations on our planet. but it's also a necessity to safeguard the competitiveness of our industries and our economic prosperity. The European Union devotes vast public resources to this transition, and the EIB stands behind that effort. Last year, we signed more than 26.8 billion euros of new financing for clean energy and natural resource projects. And together, we have just launched a dedicated package of support to Repower EU, committing an additional 45 billion euros over the next years on top of our regular lending to support clean energy investments and Europe's green industry. A significant share of EIB financing is earmarked for risky, highly innovative investments. We seek to de-risk these investments and crowd in private capital. As an example, we did that with the offshore wind farms when that sector was still at its infancy. And today we are doing it again in the floating wind farm sector with projects outside the coast of Portugal and France. But we are also sometimes very agile and quick in our responses, even if we are also slow sometimes. When the European wind power industry got into the quite stressful situation as it did last year, not least, we had conversations, of course, with the Commissioner Kadri Simpson, and we decided on the leadership of Jean-Christophe Lalou to try to be helpful. And we created an additional €5 billion package of immediate support to the European wind power sector. Crucially, we are not just financing renewables, energy storage, grids, or energy efficiency. We are also expanding our scope to the state-of-the-art manufacturing capacities in strategic net zero technologies. For many areas, like electricity production, clean solutions are already cheaper and faster to deploy than fossil fuels. But for others, like aviation or heavy industry, we still need clean alternatives which are economical. We target, for example, hard-to-abate sectors such as steel production, where green hydrogen is a solution, as H2 Green Steel project shows. That project was also referred by our president this morning. That is why innovation is key. And that is why EIB Group launched the European Tech Champions Initiative, a fund of funds that will provide much-needed late-stage growth capital to European innovators. Moreover, our funding will be used to support investment in critical raw materials. And there we are also actively engaging in global gateway initiatives that aims to scale up strategic partnerships. We work closely with, for instance, the African Development Bank alongside other European peers to offer adapted financing to African markets for clean energy deployment. Energy is needed for socio-economic development, for education, health, manufacturing, digital solutions, to name a few. So, ladies and gentlemen, for all this, we need firm and long-term policy commitments and conducive and stable business frameworks. Industrials, like private investors, need certainty, clarity, and efficiency. We need scaled-up and blended resources, and we need to address technical and regulatory bottlenecks and challenges. And we need, of course, to support companies that are agile, committed, and that are deploying solutions for a sustainable future. All these topics are at the heart of the discussion that will take place now among our high-level panelists. Let me thank you very much for your attention and give the floor to Jean-Christophe to lead this debate. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for all being there. Let me first of all introduce our panelists of the day, starting with Mrs. Kadri Simpson, the European Commissioner for Energy. To her left, Mrs. Claire Vaison, who is Executive Vice President and Secretary General of ENGIE and an old friend of EIB, since we reminded ourselves that she sat on the board of EIB quite a number of years ago. To her left, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, Vice President of the African Development Bank. To his left, Mrs. Giuseppina Di Foggia, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Terna, also a very close partner of EIB. And all to your right, Mrs. Elga Barth, who is Director General at the Federal Ministry of Economy and Climate in Germany. So the theme of the day is energy security as a common challenge. So we're going to divide the session in 2 rounds of questions and answers. First to my fellow panelists. There are 5 of you. We have twice 25 minutes to try to take a bit of Q&A. So let's start. Let's be very punctual with the time, and I'll be very grateful. Otherwise, I'll nudge you a little bit. Please accept my apologies in advance. So we'll divide the session in 2 rounds of questions, and then hopefully have a bit more time for Q&A at the end. So let's start with you, Commissioner Simpson. So the European Commission is, as we all know, very big on climate and energy in particular. The Vice President reminded us of some of the things we have done together on the wind package. We can also mention, of course, the Green Deal, REPowerEU. Now, in your view, what are the main priorities and challenges for us to achieve the ambitions of the Fit for 55, and that in particular in the context of us developing a real sovereignty in terms of energy, and in particular in terms of renewable energy generation? Where is it that we collectively as Europeans must put all of our forces and priorities?
Thank you for this question, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. It is very timely because I'm coming just back from Strasbourg, where yesterday we presented our 2040 targets. So on top of what we are doing to achieve minus 55% CO2 reduction by the end of this decade, we do feel from European Commission that our responsibility is to give a predictability and to create stability for the clean tech market by providing also the foresight for 2040. And you all know that this is already in our climate law, that by 2050 European Union will be climate neutral. So this has been some heavy work in previous years. Our Fit for 55 package is now completed. All the energy files are agreed with our co-legislators, and that means that 27 member states are finalizing also their national energy and climate plans that help us to deliver significantly higher targets both on renewables and on energy efficiency by 2030. But we do understand that there are some burdens that still withhold our speed. And I'm saying that despite the fact that past 2 years have been record years for renewables in the European Union. So since Russia started to manipulate our fossil fuel market, it was clear that green transition is a positive response to get rid of this vulnerability. And since Russia started its unjustified war against Ukraine and stopped significant shares of deliveries of natural gas to Europe, we have been able to balance the gas market, mainly by prioritizing savings, but also by replacing, where it was possible, natural gas with renewables. So past 2 years brought online 130 gigawatts of new solar and wind capacity across Europe, and these are both records. But we have to accelerate our transition, both for achieving 2030 targets and to cut CO2 emissions by 90% by the end of next decade. So what do we need to do for that? We need to unlock financing. If I may
nudge you a little bit, Commissioner, on that, and before you tell us what we need to do, don't you think we risk also replacing a dependence by another? Like, say, for example, if all the electrolyzers are coming from a particular part east of us to fabricate the green hydrogen, or if all the wind towers are imported from the same part, which is east of us, are we not going to replace one dependence, Russian fossil fuel, by another?
this is a very valid question, and of course everybody understands that being too dependent on one single supplier is risky. And to avoid that, actually, yesterday was also a very good day in this regard, that we managed to complete negotiations on Net Zero Industry Act. And this is a legislation designed exactly to support clean tech industry here in Europe. And we are covering a wide range of necessary technologies, starting with wind and solar, geothermal, even SMRs, and that brings me also to the packages that were not legislative packages but action plans, and I want to mention two of them. One is our wind power action plan, and I'm really grateful for the very good cooperation that we had with EIB, because what we do see right now is that wind industry is still this industry where European companies do hold global leadership. We want them to take their fair share of this growing global market for renewables, because one of the biggest deliverables of COP28 was agreement that we will triple renewables. So that means that market for renewables will grow, and we want to support our producers in this regard. But the developers here in Europe, they faced difficulties. First of all, permitting took too long, and that made them vulnerable towards price increases. So thank you, EIB, for helping them to set up counter guarantee scheme. And the other action plan is our grid action plan, because we can bring online renewables, intermittent renewables, only if our grids are digitalized and up to task. And that means that we have very clear assessments what we need to do to connect future offshore wind farms with mainland, but also to allow transport sector to electrify, and small producers to connect their production sites. Okay. So grid action plan, wind power action plan are the latest novelties from our side.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So I take indeed from your intervention predictability that you mentioned in the beginning, which is very important indeed, very often mentioned by the industry. It's important that we stay the course and that we do not deviate also in terms of carbon price and the ETS and the other trading mechanism, and a number of very important Net Zero Industry Act and a number of new plans. Turning now to Mrs. Brach. What is your perspective, Mrs. Brach, in terms of how you see things from your perspective as a member state? And very curious to hear also about the particular situation in Germany, where we know that the energy question is probably the highest ever on the agenda, and very relevant for the German industry in particular. Do you see that the solutions proposed by the European Commission are sufficient? How do you see that issue about energy in Germany in the coming years?
Yes, thank you very much. So let me sort of broaden the picture a little bit beyond energy, because I do think that we need to look at the challenges that are being posed to the global trade and the multilateral trading system at the moment, because it crystallizes in an extreme way in the energy question, but it is embedded in a larger geoeconomic fragmentation, and the weaponization of trade is been particularly dramatic in energy recently, as was already mentioned. But it's not unique to energy, and as a result, I think we sort of need to consider this in a broader context. And often, I think, when we think of the various challenges and trade-offs that we're trying to balance. It was already mentioned by the Commissioner that as we sort of reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, there will be new dependencies emerging. And in the future, also climate change itself will continue to impact the planet in a more profound way, will also add an additional dimension, I think, to the challenges that that we are facing globally, and also with respect to the supply of various goods, materials, and so on. So the challenges often appear daunting, but I don't think that means that we should curb our ambitions, to sort of answer your question, but on the contrary, because it is clear to me that the green transition offers many opportunities, not just to increase energy security, but also to increase climate and economic resilience, and also, and that sort of connects, I think, this panel to the previous one, also the opportunity to foster greater regional value creation through renewable energy and the way that it affects the regional structures of the economy. And I think it is great to see that the European Union's toolbox to foster the energy transition and to strengthen energy security, but also to do the same thing for overall economic resilience, is expanding. And I think in this context, it is important that we keep European markets as open as possible for trade and investment, while protecting them against valid security risks, because that will allow us to navigate these increasingly difficult challenges. And a key aspect, I think, that also was mentioned throughout the day, is not just to look outside the European Union and our relationship to the rest of the world, but also to focus on our own strength, and that means deepening the single market, maybe adjusting it where it's necessary, completing the capital market union, because all of these steps will go a long way to increase our resilience and sort of enhance, and not just energy security, but also energy affordability. And I think we have seen this coming together already after the Russian attacks on the Ukraine in a major way within Europe.
And if I may just to pick up on one of the remarks you have made, very interesting on trade. You have put the notion of trade with the notion of energy security and green transition. So you don't think that at the moment we should modify our practices in terms of trade, or potentially shield the European industry in certain ways or certain parts compared to what it is now?
I think we need to make these policies climate and also security aware. Yeah. And I think that to some extent does away with maybe a certain naivety that or faith that many of us had until just a few years ago. And now we are realizing that we are seeing some seismic shift in the geopolitical landscape that is giving rise to this, I think, lasting and potentially also increasing fragmentation. And that means, I think, that we need to diversify, both in trade, but also in energy partnerships.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Bartsch. I'll come back to you for the second round of question now. Over to Madame Vaison. So you have here the perspective of the private sector and an industrial player, and then a very important one. You have committed, and NG has committed to a net zero carbon strategy by 2045. So let me just put very generically the question: where are the main pain points for you in terms of developing this strategy? And also, potentially, do you have a feedback to either one of us financing you or potentially putting policy on you? So where does NG really look at in terms of development of your strategy? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. And indeed, Jean-Christophe, as you were reminding me, we had some time together, and it's great to be back here and to see a number of friendly faces in the room. So I'm now sitting indeed on the other side of action. Both sides are important. The other side being in the industrial sector. I'm part of NG. So NG is an energy group which is active across different energies and with a global footprint. And also with a very significant European presence, of course, more than, I would say, around well, more than half certainly, and around probably 2/3 of our, or 3/4 of our activities are here in Europe, in a number of geographies, be it France, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Italy, Portugal, Spain, Romania. So present in a number of geographies, and indeed active in the energy transition. We put more than 3/4 of our growth investment capex into energy transition, be it renewable energy or be it what we call decentralized solutions to decarbonize, such as district heating and cooling. And here we have a very nice help from the EIB on this one, as well as local energy production, green energy production facilities. So our activity is developing here in Europe and elsewhere. What we see as important, of course, is the public framework that is put in place. And here, I think it's great that we are in Europe ahead of other continents, I would say, in terms of setting ourselves ambitious targets. We certainly very much welcome the ambition that are set to decarbonize the European economy. And it's, I mean, the more you give clarity to the actors, the more we will be able, of course, to invest and to align our investments. What I would add, however, is that it's great to set ourselves target. It's also great to pay attention to the industrial dimension of how we get there. The risk, otherwise, is that we will put a lot of money, a lot of investments into new renewable production, for instance, and you were mentioning it, Jean-Christophe, largely with inputs from other areas, which can be fine, but raises issues in terms of security of supply, and can also and resilience, and can also raise issue in terms of how much it creates activity and employment here in Europe. So we need obviously to find a balance. And I think the idea here is, of course, not to close the European continent, not to slow down energy transition, but to find a balance, both setting ourselves ambitious targets and paying attention to the industrial dimension of it. And in this respect, I think I very much welcome the fact that the Commission is making progress on the Net Zero Industrial Act, and that the Belgian presidency right now is putting a lot of importance on this.
Let me address, however, I understand, maybe a bit tricky question, but you represent the private sector industrial side together with Dana, but it is very often said that in Europe we're very good at regulation and you're very good at the stick, but you think we're good enough with a carrot? Is there enough of a business case which is made for someone like ENGIE? Because you mentioned importance of the public, what you mentioned, the public framework, which is important, all the legislation, but there still needs to be a business case down there, right? Do you think it's sufficient at the moment?
Of course. So we need, I mean, energy, I mean, everywhere the energy sector is a sector that is regulated. And I would say normally so, we are important in public policies. However, being regulated doesn't mean killing the business cases or business initiatives. And here again, what we feel is that we need to recognize what the private sector can do and what private money can do. And that's key, of course, because most of the energy transition will have to come from the private initiative and the private money. And some schemes, when I think, for instance, about the electricity market, well, we see a lot of room for private initiative. We see a lot of room for PPAs, power purchase agreement, to develop between producers and companies that do need the electricity. And we think that this can cover a large part of the visibility need of the sectors, both the energy sector and the industrial sector that needs the energy. So we do see a lot of room that should be left to this kind of private scheme, together with the ability for mechanisms such as CFD for less mature technology. And I would say more broadly that we do see the need for public action, in particular to help emerging technologies. Yep. There are some technologies that are very mature, other ones less so. And when I think, for instance, about biomethane, which is a green gas, there are several ways to produce biomethane. One is out of agricultural waste. That's the first generation. The second generation is out of wood and residuals that are kind of burned. That's called pyrogasification. Well, this is an emerging technology. It's a very promising one. And it's in that kind of instances that we really do need a public intervention and public support.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Visanzo. I take indeed public framework important, but also the industrial dimension. There's still a lot of room for private sector to be able to act. And indeed, we will come back on the notion of financing in the second round of questions. Turning now to Dr. Kahiyuki and taking a bit of distance from Europe, not so much actually. We are only a few kilometers apart. So the African Development Bank is indeed very active in the energy transition, in developing renewable energy, and sometimes we do this also together, which is always nice. So, what is, in your view, the key bottlenecks when it comes to the development of renewable energy across the African continent in particular, and what similarities do you see with the European challenge, or dissimilarities?
Thank you very much, Jean-Christophe. I think it is true that AFDB has tried to be at the lead as far as transition is concerned. And to date, I think we are still sitting on about 87% of our portfolio being renewable energy since 2016. But that doesn't mean that it's all been hunky-dory. To date, I think Africa only accounts for only 2% of global green investments. And indeed, last year, the total increase in capacity in Africa was only 1% of global increase in renewables, which means that there is a problem. And indeed, this is despite the huge renewable energy potential that we have on the continent, which includes about 60% of what you'd call very good solar insolation globally, and more than 350 gigawatts of hydro potential. So the challenge is, number one, the first bottleneck I would want to talk about is the lack of bankable projects. I think that's a very, very big challenge that we have. And that is why the African Development Bank led in the conceptualization of what we call the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa. And the idea here is that through what we call in acronym AGIA, we would be able to develop a robust pipeline of bankable projects that are able to scale up at speed the number of bankable projects and therefore the amount of megawatts of renewable energy that we are able to bring on board. So that's the first thing that we did, and this was actually launched at COP28, and that we got very strong interest of about $175 million for the project development arm of AGIA. And we hope that by Q2 of this year, when we reach financial close, we'll close at about 200 to 250 to about $300 million. Our target is $500 million because we believe with about that much money, we should be able to mobilize about $10 billion of investments of clean energy projects on the continent. The second bottleneck that I would like to highlight is the issue of perceived risk. And this here I say, it's not always based on facts. For example, Moody's Analytics in 2000 looked at projects that were developed over a 25-year period starting from 1983 to 2018 and found that in 8,000 project loans, the default rate in Africa was probably the lowest amongst globally. So it is true that there are risks, but we are probably over securitizing the risk. But having said that projects in Africa do have their own challenges. They take too long to close, and there are other challenges that are involved with it. So, but one of the other issues, and this is probably one area where we could be able to work a lot together, is and this is less spoken, is about the size of the market on the African continent. You find that some countries are really small, maybe 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts, that kind of thing. And therefore, they lack economies of scale, and therefore the projects that are developed are suboptimal. And therefore, one of the things that we've tried to address this as a bank is to try and work with the EU and I believe the EU and EC in developing what we call Africa's Continental Power Master Plan, which will be able to link the various power pools that exist on the continent. And the idea here is that this will underpin what we call the Africa Single Electricity Market. So, and I believe that in so doing, we'll be able to bring sort of transformational projects, such as we've all heard about the Inga hydropower project, which is 44,000 megawatts to fruition. There's the Baines between Angola and Namibia. That's about 600, 800 megawatts. And then, of course, there's a project like the Mega Solar that we are developing in between Namibia and Botswana, which can be between 2,000 to 5,000 megawatts. So, in my view, there are certain areas that we could really co-invest with Europe, and this is in the areas of large transformational projects, one of which is the flagship project that we run at the bank, which we call the Desert to Power, which seeks to develop up to 10,000 megawatts along what we call the Sahel region from Senegal in the west all the way to Ethiopia in the east. And here, and I would think that if we were able to work with EIB and maybe the EC in conceptualizing a good guarantee facility in lieu of a sovereign guarantee, for example, in the case of Inga, Inga would be at least $15 billion in investments. And therefore, if you were to finance it using in the conventional way, structured finance, you would require a sovereign guarantee that would consume almost 23% of the provident rate in the country, which is not viable. So I think those are areas that we can be able to do this. And also, importantly, on the interconnection on the continent, because I think this is one way that would be able to, for us to do large transformational projects. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kaiuki, for your remarks. I take indeed an invitation clearly to collaborate. I note from your intervention indeed that the future is a common future, and both on the African continent by uniting and by having common planning, but also with the European Union, which is a theme very close to us, especially in Europe, since we are still in the process. So that also we share in common, definitely, the need to plan better, to work better together, both on the continent and between the two continents together. I'll now turn to Mrs. De Foggia, and we were just talking about relating the continent. I think Terna has got some example of that, so maybe you want to talk to us about this and also give us your perspective on those partnerships that allow you specifically to do transnational projects and projects linking the two continents together. Let me start with that and put the ball onto your court.
Good afternoon. You are right. We will not be far from transmission point of view anymore, at least. Yeah, because the last time I met Commissioner Simpson, we were in Brussels at the PCI Energy Days. And at that event, we marked what I can only describe as an historic moment, a game changer in partnership, and also a model for how we can work together for a common cause, the energy transition. And coming to the project, ELMED is a project between Terna and STEG, our Tunisian TSO counterpart. 220 kilometers interconnection, 200 kilometers underwater at a depth of 800 meters.
And it's the first direct current connection between our two continents. 307 million euros of funding from Connecting Europe facility, and this is the first time that such funding has been allocated to a country outside the EU. And I think that to meet the targets of energy transition, there will have to be many firsts like this. Now, coming to our national plan. In our national plan for climate and energy, Italy will need to add 74 gigawatts from renewables by 2030. And we are accelerating 1 gigawatt added in 2021, 3 gigawatts in 2023, and nearly 6 gigawatts in 2022, and nearly 6 gigawatts in 2023. But to continue to meet this considerable challenge, and coming back to the concept of a partnership, we have to continue to, first of all, coordinate the request, the increase of a request with the development of the network. We have to also to continue to increase the storage capacity, and we need to support our government, our administrations for the authorization process, but also for locating infrastructure efficiently. And as members of ENTSO-E, we strongly believe in partnerships, in European partnerships. And I think we need regulatory frameworks that ensure investments are attractive. We need also a supply chain organization that so that we can build networks that connect easily across borders. I remember the Prime Minister today mentioned that, and we need planning, foresight to ensure we are ready to expand, to extend those networks when renewables come online. I started mentioning PCI days. PCI, as you know, stands for Projects of Common Interest, right? And our game-changing project is just an example of our wider vision. And I think that by working with a common purpose, we can reach our common goals.
Thank you very much, Mrs. De Foggia. So I take indeed from your intervention a number of themes that are now starting to recurring: increasing network capacity, helping on the faster authorization process, also to what the Commission was saying, locating infrastructure efficiently, which is a theme that is really important for us also, Europeans probably, to better plan together, and cross-border links and the importance of partnerships. Okay, so we are reasonably on time, I would say. We have time for a second round of questions, and in this second round of questions, we'll actually focus a bit more on the financing side of things. So let me start with you, Commissioner Simpson, if I may. So on the REPowerEU and REPowerEU Plus in particular, we have a very significant effort to make in terms of bringing additional financing for renewable energy, energy efficiency, grid development. The Vice President mentioned it. EIB is contributing to that to the maximum extent. So where do you see public institutions like us, and Mrs. Vaison started talking about it, and we'll come back therefore to the theme, where do you see public institutions like us, and I will include the two European Commission and EIB together, really having to focus in terms of maximum effect to catalyze finance at scale for the immense challenge ahead of us?
All our impact assessments advise us that majority of the investment necessary to clean our energy system, majority of the investments, they have to come from private sector, because the investment need is just so high that public funds are not sufficient. And in this regard, I do see that our first task is to give the guidance to private investors, and also to create a market situation where investors do see that they will have predictable revenues. And this was one of the reasons why we reopened our electricity market design legislation, well, to alleviate some of the risks for retail consumers, but at the same time also to allow clean tech sector to opt for solutions like power purchase agreements or contracts for difference, so that the necessary investments will be made. Saying that, we do know that for electrification we also need to upgrade our grids, both transmission lines and European Union as single market. We are front runners. Our member states are relatively well interconnected, but not enough. We do have still 2 member states who are still building their subsea cables to connect themselves with the rest of the European Union. And we have Iberian Peninsula, who doesn't have sufficient level of interconnection. And we do have many neighbors who one day will be part of European Union, who are very much interested to be better connected with our electricity grid. And there we really need to provide additional support for these cross-border projects, because only grid tariffs can never pay for that. And in this regard, I do have many very operational energy dialogues with our partners. To name few, for example, last week I was in Moldova. Since European Council decided to start negotiations also with Georgia, we launched a new energy dialogue with Georgia, to name few. And each time in past 2 years, I invite also EIB to be part of this dialogue, because this Team Europe approach is something that gives added value to our partners. And our partners, they do want a better connection with European market, because they do have great plans for renewables, but of course better connected markets will accommodate more renewables, and this is one of the reasons why all these interconnections are so popular in the past few years. And my last comment is about our global pledge. At COP28, President von der Leyen announced that a year ago, and we managed to rally a huge coalition. More than 130 countries agreed that we have to cover the increasing electricity demand globally, mainly by adding to our grids renewables. So tripling renewables by 2030 and doubling energy efficiency gains. And this is something where we do know that there are emerging markets who do need our assistance. From our side, Commission added 2.8 billion on top of existing global financing, but this is something where we really do see added value. If we help these emerging markets, where not every citizen so far has access to electricity, 600 million of them in Africa, if we allow them to secure this access by providing more renewables, then we really make a difference. And this is something where private money is not leading the process. We have to act together.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So I take indeed from you, continue on the global pledges and work together, especially under the flag Team Europe, definitely. Turning to Mrs. Bartsch, and Germany is, in particular is a very large contributor to some of these initiatives. We also work together with EIB on the notion of climate also outside of the European Union. Where do you best see, or how do you best see the way to leverage private investment through public investments that actually crowd in the private sector? How do you see it in your way best done?
Yeah, so in Germany, through the Climate and Transformation Fund, we have set aside about 212 billion euros between 2024 and 2027 for the energy transition, climate action, and the broader economic transformation. But obviously that by a long shot is not enough, and private capital, and that already was mentioned by a number of panelists, will be needed in addition. And historically in Germany, roughly about 90% of investment spending is coming from private sources. And so, as you alluded to in your question, we sort of need to use public funds very intelligently to implement the financial incentives for private investors and using innovative approaches such as blended financing, for instance. But I would also stress it's not just about the money that private finance is important, because we already see a lot of financial market participants, private financial market participants, actively consider sustainability criteria, are keen to find green assets. But I think it's also about the ideas that the private sector brings to the discussion. So for instance, in Germany, the Sustainable Finance Advisory Committee, an independent body that advises the government on sustainable finance, is publishing a series of very interesting discussion papers for startups, for SMEs, for industries that are hard to abate, for municipal infrastructure. So I think it's actually more than just the financing, it's also about the ideas and also to some extent testing whether government policies are providing a credible framework, because one thing I think that is very important, and is particularly important, I think, for private investors, whether they are financial investors or companies that sort of put in the hardware, is actually the credibility of the framework and the outlook, because that is what anchors the expectations and gets them to act now, as many of them do already. And I think in Germany we are to some extent in a favorable position with a large and liquid financial market, with also a national development or investment bank. But even in Germany we couldn't do it without the EIB. And let me just, throughout the day we have heard many great examples of cooperation and initiatives and successes. But let me just make three small suggestions of how we could evolve this further in the future. May I?
Please.
Okay. So I think one thing that we probably want to consider is sort of increasing the climate bank ambitions beyond 2025, maybe raising the climate goals and also discussing whether they should be well-defined impact goals alongside. The second idea could be to also take more considered risks to improve innovative financing, because this is an area, and to some extent Claire already mentioned this as well, where Europe is lagging behind the US. It is difficult to get some of these early stage funding. And then the third idea is, and again, that's picking up on comments that were made on a number of panels, including this one, is to really promote the transnational infrastructure projects, because I think they're absolutely key to the success of the energy transition and of Europe more broadly.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Barsh. I have to say, very clear suggestions. I can definitely tell you that we are going to increase the climate ambitions beyond 2025 as well. As far as the EIB Group is concerned, we're working also on the revision of our climate bank roadmap. We'll come with a 2.0, and some of the suggestions you have made are absolutely well made and well received, and thank you very much for that, very clear. Now turning to Dr. Kayuki. So through the Energy Fund for Africa, and you have mentioned you are unlocking private sector-led renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. You have talked about the lack of projects as a particular constraint. What is for you the role of targeted special financing vehicles in addressing particular market needs, and more generally the role you see for you and MDBs in that particular regard to try to unlock this financing and unlock these projects?
Thank you very much. I think I will respond to that question by using the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa as an example of how we can be able to the role of targeted financial vehicles in the work that we do. So the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa is a $533 million fund or special blended facility whose target is to leverage $15 billion of investments and deliver up to 10 gigawatts of generation capacity, renewable generation capacity. And this, it was established with the kind support of a number of donors, including Germany, Italy, and other European countries. The focus is actually on catalyzing and crowding in private sector investments by de-risking investments through availing long-term financing at affordable rates. And here, the issue of constrained financing is actually key. And the areas that SEFA, or as we call it as an acronym, focuses on is number one, what we call creating green baseload. This is creating generation that replaces baseload based from fossil fuel energy sources. An example here is there's a 44 megawatt, it's not big, but it's big for a country like Gabon. It is the first independent power project in Gabon, and it's going to be a hydro project. And therefore, by providing these resources, we actually be able to make the project deliver at affordable tariffs. That's number one. The second project is, for example, is what we call the mini grid development project in a country like in Eastern DRC. What you find is that in Eastern DRC, and this is very important, only about 1% of the population have access to electricity. And this project, by virtue of it being financed through constrained funding and blended finance, we are able to provide very cheap capital to be able to roll out new technology. In this particular case, it may be inconceivable to most of us, but we will be providing about 300,000 people with electricity using solar mini grids. So those are fairly largish mini grids. And another example I wanted to cite is the issue of energy efficiency. As we've just had at the COP28, the target from COP28, the target is to triple renewable energy generation and double energy efficiency. So in this particular case, through again taking that risk, the fact that we have cheap concessional funding that can take risk, we are able to finance the world's first impact investment in clean cooking, so which is huge. But I think...
Dr. Kayuki, if I may ask, on all these illustrations you're providing, are you actually de-risking completely the private sector? Are you taking all the risk off them? Are you keeping some risk with them? Are you investing in equity? They have to invest in debt? Are you subordinating the finance? How are you actually unlocking all of this?
Actually, I was going to come to that. We actually used different tools for different purposes. We do not entirely de-risk the project to zero. We still allow, if it is an IPP, so at the end of the day, there has to be equitable sharing of project risks. Yes. So what we do is to make the project amenable, more amenable to private sector participation. And what I wanted to mention is that the CEFA's catalytic role was best manifested in the last 1 year by literally saving several landmark transactions, projects on the continent from unraveling and enabling them reach financial close amidst increase in EPC prices that resulted from the impact of supply chain disruption from COVID and indeed Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Here I have 3 projects that would not have met or have been proceed to financial close if it were not for CEFA. And the products here we used were, for example, reimbursable grants or fast loss equity and that kind of thing. So we had a 200 megawatt solar power project in Egypt, 100 megawatts in Tunisia, and also 35 megawatts in Chad, which would be the largest IPP in Chad. So all these 3 projects have been able to reach to financial close through various products developed by CEFA, simply by enabling the de-risking of those projects to make it sufficiently palatable to the private sector. Let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and very nice, very interesting illustrations and concrete illustrations indeed of what generally we try to do, which is to put the risk where they're best placed, actually, which remains very often the best way to make things happen. Thank you, Dr. Kariuki. Now, the last 2 intervening members of the panel on pretty much the same question. First to Mrs. Vezan. So what do you think in terms of access to finance and on the question of finance, what do you think is lacking? Is there anything lacking, and what in particular would you say we, the international financial institution and public banks, should do better or more of?
Thank you. Well, I will start by saying and stating the obvious, that indeed, like Commissioner Simpson was saying, the investment needs are huge. Most of it will come from private financing. So we need, and here I concur also with what was said, it's not all about public money coming. It's about first and foremost having a framework that encourages private money to go to the investments that are needed for energy transition. And here I would very much stress indeed that the issue of stability of the framework, previsibility are absolutely key for any private investor investing into energy transition. And sometimes we've been shaken a bit in the last few years. I think we've fair to say that with the energy crisis, governments have taken measures in Europe. The Commission has tried to coordinate them. Well, let's say that there was some heterogeneity in the responses, some difficulty to predict, so that was not ideal from an investment climate standpoint. Turning to the financing itself, well, what I would stress is that we really need to accelerate big time the developments that are needed for energy transition. Accelerate in energy efficiency and sobriety, accelerate in the development of renewables, be it electric renewables. We know that if we look at Europe, for instance, the demand for electricity will increase by 80% by 2050. The amount of renewables has to be multiplied by 6. Okay, and also renewable heat and renewable gases, because we know that for hard-to-abate sectors, we will have to rely on a variety of solutions. So the needs are absolutely huge. The good news is that when you look at companies in our sector, they are all planning to accelerate their investments, meaning that there's going to be a need for increased financing of these investments. At the same time, we are in an environment where there are some regulatory pressures on the financial system here in Europe and elsewhere, Basel IV in particular. So there is certainly a need for a diversity of financing solutions, and there is certainly scope for international financial institutions, such as the EIB, to take their share to help alleviate these financial constraints. So we really, I mean, it's not that something is lacking today. It's more, I mean, when I look at our investments, we're able to access financing, but certainly we will need more of it in the next few years, and we will need more of it because the energy transition has to accelerate. If we look only at the European continent, the emissions of greenhouse gases have declined more or less by 1% in the last few years. They're going to have to decline by 4% every year. So this gives us a sense of the acceleration that's needed.
Do you have the impression that in terms of financing needs, all the various financing sources available to energy are developed enough? I mean, for example, capital markets, the banking market, or do you think that there are still efforts to be made on some of them?
Well, we can always hope for better. And yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity to say that when we think of capital markets in particular and capital markets in Europe, and I think this has been raised in a number of occasions today, we certainly would like to see some improvement in the capital market union. Mind you, this has been, I have a previous life where I was in the French Ministry of Finance, so this is a topic I've been talking about since, well, I was going to say last century, maybe not, but almost, almost. Okay. So capital market union, to me, is clearly, doesn't mean that it would be a total game changer for energy, but as a whole, we need capital markets in Europe that function better, that are deeper, and for this, we certainly would need to see steps in the capital market union.
Thank you, Mrs. Vaison. And indeed, maybe the object of a whole day panel, actually, maybe one day. I think that subject of capital union is probably enough to fill in the whole day. Mrs. de Foggia, on your perspective, please, on the sustainable finance and on which financing instruments you think are most effective.
Well, Terna financial strategy is rooted in sustainability, which makes us an ideal partner for EIB. Let me give you two examples. Green bonds. Green bonds can be very attractive to investors as part of their own sustainability strategy and more than a standard issuance, especially when the market is volatile. And when the investors appreciate the sustainability of the bond, they can be willing to accept a lower yield. We saw this when we issued a hybrid bond in 2022. Another successful financial instrument for Terna has been bank loans linked to specific ESG targets. In these targets, there is a mechanism of bonuses and penalties applied to loan interest rates. Let me conclude saying that tools such as these further reinforce the integration of sustainability targets and objectives in our financial strategy.
And maybe then a follow-up question, do you have the impression as you deploy activities in different areas and different regions that financing is always equally available everywhere? Do you have any particular difficulties when you need to finance particular projects in particular regions? Or is it really across the board and the same, always the same issue or bottleneck?
Well, from Terna perspective, as you said, we work in different areas and we use different tools. For example, the PNRR is something that we can apply in Italy, we cannot apply somewhere else. And also we have a different situation among countries. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I think we are dead on time, actually. We are even 29 seconds ahead of schedule. We've been very good collectively to pick up on our timing. We have, ladies and gentlemen, about 10 minutes for Q&A, and otherwise we'll wrap up ahead of time, but I'm sure some of you would want to ask one or two things to our panelists, so please feel free. There are micros who are going to circulate in the room to anyone who would like to ask a question to the panel. Gentleman there to the end, at the end.
Thank you very much. My name is George Bos. I'm a startup entrepreneur, and I know that you have an interesting program, which is the European Innovation Council. And the European Innovation Council is wonderful when a startup is eligible to get in this trajectory, but the chances are only 6%. So do you also have like recommendations where other game-changing startups that are, have a lot of potential too, are interested to apply for or getting into a quick accelerator trajectory to go?
Okay, so this question is indeed probably addressed to the EIB in particular. You probably know that the EIB is an advisor to the European Innovation Council. So your question indeed is related to the necessary selectivity, and I understand indeed that that not everybody can be done. There is an awful lot that has to be done, and thank you very much for commenting positively on this. The European Innovation Council has financed more than 400 startup companies through grants and or equity investments in Europe, which is an amazing achievement in a short period of time. There are other mechanisms that are available to the startups that would not be eligible to the EIC, amongst others, other possibilities. The Innovation Fund, also managed by the European Commission, is one of them. We can also potentially envisage venture debt investments, which is also managed as a co-finance program with the European Commission. So there are other tools, and if you don't mind, I propose maybe that we take that very specific question offline after the panel. But there are, and thank you very much for your positive comments on EIC.
Thank you very much.
Anyone? Any question? Yes? Mike is coming.
My name is George Zavos. I'm the chairman of the Hellenic Development Bank and the former deputy minister of finance of Greece. I would like to ask a question pertaining to the Capital Markets Union, which, as we've seen today, also we know is highly overdue, though it seems now it's going to be again on the political agenda. The question is how else we can finance the huge investment gap coming from the energy and green transition unless we resort to Capital Markets Union. But my question is a little more specific. Capital Markets Union means many things to many people, and probably would like to ask the participants what they have in mind as the most compelling reforms that Capital Markets Union needs in view of the forthcoming Commission. And to make it more specific, the question, what about having in Europe the institutional backbone of a Securities Exchange Commission, which the US experience has shown that is the basis for the biggest world capital market? And what about securitization as the most important tool probably of a Capital Markets Union?
Thank you. Very interesting, the sound a bit tricky question. Is there any of our panelists who would care for commenting on the Capital Market Union? No? Commissioner?
Well, I have to excuse myself. I have been so busy solving this energy crisis that I have had no time to dedicate to give you a solution how to reform capital markets. But since we presented yesterday our plans for 2040. We also dedicated a lot of time to explain from where the money for necessary investments is coming from. So only in the energy sector, for power production and grids, and to cover the transition in the building sector and industry. Beyond 2030, we will need each year around 600 billion euros of new investment. And to put it into the perspective, this is not something unheard, because 2 years ago, in 2022, at the peak of our energy crisis, Europe paid for fossil fuel imports more than 630 billion euros to third countries. And then on top of that, our governments found more than 300 billion to compensate consumers for fossil fuel subsidies. So it makes sense to invest into the future-proof solutions that allow us to cut this vulnerability that heavy dependence on imported fossil fuels creates, and start producing some of the necessary energy here on our own ground. And on top of that, I want also to mention that this is a great opportunity for our businesses, because based on International Energy Agency's assessment, this clean tech manufacturing sector will triple within this decade. So it's around 650 billion by 2030. That gives a huge chance for growth if we will grasp this situation. So there are potential ways to finance our transition also by reducing our balance sheet on imports. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And if I may add to this and to your question, I mean, some of the elements that you mentioned in there are specific objects of attention of the European Union together with the European Investment Bank. We're going to launch together with the EIF, our subsidiary specialized in SMEs, a green securitization instrument, and the first one now to be floated, because we do recognize, as you did, that securitization is an important instrument actually to pass some of the risk to the public sector, to the private sector, and to different investors. And also to mention that under the Belgian presidency of the European Union, the role of pension funds in particular, and how to crowd in the pension funds, and that does not necessarily depend on the capital market union, is going to be the object of a special initiative. So some of the elements in addition to what the Commissioner mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for one additional question. No, we don't. Then let me just wrap up. Just to say on the wrap up that on what we heard today, on the theme of today, we heard a lot about predictability, credibility, framework, long-term visibility for investors. All of you mentioned this. Mrs. Bash, so no opposition between growth trade on the one hand and transition on the other hand. We heard about the importance of the industrial dimension and the role of the private sector on there. We heard about working together and promoting cross-border investments as a very important element in the future development. We heard about grids, blended finance. We heard about more risks for innovative financing is also one of the solutions to a common goal. And finally, about the equitable share of project risks in coming up with the best financial solutions. So I hope I summarized a little bit what was exchanged today, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and dear panelists, for the attention today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Thank you, dear panelists, for having shared your expertise with us and also insights on such an important matter as energy security. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest speaker will be the fabulous Bertrand Piccard, who is the founder and chairman of the Solar Impulse Foundation, and he's going to share with us the latest work of his foundation. And the title of his keynote speech is Europe 3.0, Modernize to Thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very, very warm welcome to Mr. Bertrand Piccard.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to start by giving you some news from this morning, where I officially announced my new project of having a hydrogen-powered airplane to fly non-stop around the world. So after flying around the world in a balloon and in a solar-powered airplane, why am I going in a third project like this? Just because I am completely fed up with the eco-pessimism that we see everywhere. Children don't dare to have children because they think there's no future. They don't want to go to school and learn something because they think they have no future. We have people who don't understand all the solutions that are available today for climate action. And we never have needed climate action so much, but nevertheless, we never had as many criticisms against climate action. And I want to restore hope. I want to put a flagship for climate action and see all the opportunities more than all the difficulties that are facing us today. Because on one side, you have all the ones who believe that we have to reduce our lifestyle, decrease the economic development, make sacrifices for the environment. And this doesn't work because it creates a lot of resistance. People will fight against climate action much more if we present it this way. But on the other side, you have all the ones who are saying climate action is destroying the economy. It's destroying agriculture. We need to do more of the same as long as we can. And this, of course, doesn't work because it brings us to the edge of an ecological disaster. So what do we need? Well, we need to understand that in this circle, you can put everything that protects the environment. In this other circle, you can put everything that is economically profitable. And none of the two will work. What will work is the intersection between the two. What is at the same time economically profitable and ecological. In this intersection, we have what we need. But outside this intersection, we will have all the reasons to fight between the left and the right, between the ecology and the industry. And this is really what we need to solve. Otherwise, climate action and protection of the environment will always remain a hostage of the extremes. What do we see in this intersection? We see what is economically profitable because it is efficient. And this is a word that we don't hear enough. We hear about sobriety, where we make a sacrifice to obtain less with less. But we don't speak enough about efficiency, where we make profit by obtaining more with less. Efficiency should be today at the core of the economic development. Why are we in trouble, economically speaking, in Europe? Because we want to produce always more at a cost that is always smaller because we want to beat the competition. So we pay salaries that are lower and lower, creating more social inequalities, and less people who are able to afford the cost of what they produce. They cannot even buy it, producing more pollution and more waste. This is the quantitative economy that is bringing us in the wall. What about promoting a qualitative economy where you sell efficiency instead of selling more products, where you put into place all the solutions that allow to consume less water, to waste less food, to consume less energy, to consume less natural resources. Do you know how many solutions like that exist? We have identified more than 1,600 of these systems, products, processes, materials, devices all over the world. But the problem is that they are not well known enough. They could increase the well-being, they could increase the competitiveness of Europe by stopping to waste money, stopping to waste energy, allowing the development of all these new companies, all these new startups. And of course, this is without even speaking of renewable energies that have come now so much more cheap than all the fossil energies. And this is not just in the middle of Saudi Arabia. You have the cheapest source of solar energy in Portugal, 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour, and the cheapest wind energy, like in Morocco, for 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Why are we still bothering to have fossil energies that are 5 times more expensive? If we want competitiveness in Europe, we need cheap energy. And the way to have cheap energy is to go into the renewables that work, that are proven, and not only solar and wind, but also biomass to replace the Russian gas, hydroelectricity, and of course geothermia. But it's also crucial to reduce the waste of energy, to increase our sovereignty and our profit margin. So when we speak about the economy today, we need to change the narrative. It is not only about decarbonization, because when we speak of decarbonization, we think it's expensive, it's going to be an economic disaster. No, it's about modernization. Modernizing our infrastructures, our systems, our sources of energy will allow us to be modern, efficient, profitable, and the decarbonization will come as the logical consequence of modernization. We need to stop to speak about all the problems, because we know them. Have you noticed that all the speeches about decarbonization are about how difficult it is? No, we have to speak about solutions, because solutions now exist. We need to speak about the opportunities. In the protection of the environment, there are thousands of business opportunities, market opportunities. This is what we need to speak about. This means that we have to invest instead of losing money. It's an investment, it's not a cost. Because it's not a question of doing green, which reinforces the idea of the green activist and the left wings that some of the right wings are fighting. No, it's a question of speaking about being clean. And even if there was no climate change, it would make sense. It would be logical, as much as ecological, to become more efficient, because it would reduce pollution even for the climate change deniers. And instead of speaking of sobriety, let's go into efficiency. So when I speak about all these type of things with the 1,600 innovators in small startups and big companies also like ENGIE, we're working together, what are they saying? They're saying from the ground that there are several financial tools that are missing. One of them is the risk guarantee. Because if you are efficient with a new solution and you want to implement it in your small company, in your startup, you want to implement it in your home, you know you will save money. A heat pump with a geothermic well of 180 meters in the center of a city for a building reduces by 80% the cost of energy. If you put LED lamps everywhere in France, you save so much energy that you have enough electricity left for 8 million electric cars. So you see the profit you do with efficiency. But if you don't have the credibility to get a mortgage or to contract a loan, you will continue to lose your money, to lose your energy, and to pollute the environment. So what all these people are saying is that we absolutely need urgently a risk guarantee and not just investment. They can find the investment with a loan or a mortgage, but they need someone guaranteeing the risk. This is something that we should work out with the EIB. Now, the second thing that absolutely is needed is an efficiency fund. If it is profitable to put a solution somewhere, the provider of solution should be able to go to the customer and say, look, don't do anything, don't care about anything. I have the funding from an efficiency fund that could be partially private, partially public, partially EIB. We're talking about this with Nadia Calviño and Ambroise Fayol. The solution provider comes with the solution and the funding. And the reimbursement of the investment will be made with the energy efficiency and the savings that are made. This is something that is clearly missing. A lot of people are talking about it. Some are doing it like contrat de performance énergétique and things like that at ENGIE, but you have to do it on a high level. You need, of course, to invest in Europe on the infrastructures, because we are a world of the past, and we absolutely have to become a world of the present. So it's not a question of bringing Europe in the future, it's a question of bringing Europe to the present, because we don't understand how much in the past we are. We are like a fish in the water that doesn't notice that he's wet. And this is something that we have to change. And of course, the CO2 border tax is something that we absolutely need. Otherwise, we put a complete disbalance into what we do. If I explain it like this, it's also for the political world and not only for you from the economical world. Because we will have EU elections on the 9th of June. And all this question of climate action is now a hostage between several parties. So we have published, or we will publish, it's ready, but it's published in 2 weeks, a manifesto for the new European parliamentarians and commissioners about Europe 3.0. How can we modernize Europe to strive? How the energy efficiency and renewable energies can be the core of this development in order to increase our sovereignty, our independence, and our competitiveness. So you see that every party has something if we stop to keep ecology hostage of the politic. The ecologists can have something because it protects the environment. The left wing can have something because the poorest people will stop losing money with their heating bills and energy bills at the end of each month. It's something for the center-right because it promotes the entrepreneurship, pushes the startups, creates new jobs, and develops the economy. And even if you want to include the more right-wing, it's also an advantage for them because it's a way to increase energy sovereignty and independence, stopping to import so much fossil energies from the outside. So we see that there's an advantage for all, but we need to break the silos, we need to see all the ecosystem, and we need to understand how this climate action clearly becomes the core of the economic development in Europe. And if we want to be modern and competitive, we cannot do it without efficiency, without renewable energies. That means without including climate action as a fantastic adventure that brings excitement, that brings profit, that federates people together. So this is really what I wish, and I will keep you updated about what we are managing to obtain with a risk guarantee fund and an efficiency fund, hopefully with the EIB. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much, Bertrand Piccard. You really managed to stop eco-pessimism and to give really hope to our audience. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next panelists on stage. We're going to discuss competitiveness and innovation in European manufacturing. Our last panel today will discuss how the EU should enhance its competitivity in the industrial domain and also which challenges the EU must overcome in terms of innovation, regulation and sovereignty. An introduction will be made now by Ms. Nicola Birch, who is the Vice President of the European Bank of Investment, and she will leverage on her experience as a rapporteur for the Critical Raw Material Act. This session will be moderated by Ms. Laura Piovesan, who is the Director General and also Head of the Projects Directorate at the EIB, addressing how the EU can further strengthen its model based on sustainable industry, touching upon a variety of sectors such as automotive, battery, raw material valorization and recycling, as well as construction and natural capital management. Ms. Beer, the floor is yours.
I think once more maybe a really big applause for Bertrand Piccard. I think this was really an optimistic approach we need in this field if we want to take people with us. And this is optimism I want also to see at the end of a very inspiring day, a day during which we discussed here in the EIB Forum a lot. We discussed about policy challenges in a year of change. I mean, a year of change which will, and it was mentioned, having upcoming European elections, so having also a move towards a new parliament and a new commission. We have discussed the importance of the important topic of cohesion, looking to the future of regional and urban policy, as well as energy security, which is never far from the headlines. And Vice President Dombrovskis spoke on the need to strengthen EU competitiveness and resilience and the vital role that investment has to play. And now, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, now in our last panel of the day, we are going to focus on European manufacturing. How can we ensure its global competitiveness? How can we encourage innovation in the context of the green transition? A strong manufacturing base, we know it, is crucial to our economic autonomy and our resilience in a complex geopolitical environment, including long-term aid to build a sustainable future. To balance the equation, the EU has a Green Deal, a strategy driven by policy and regulation that promotes sustainable growth for industry with good outcomes for citizens and the planet. The Green Deal, in short, aims to ensure that the transition to carbon neutrality is full of opportunities. And there I pick up on what Bertrand Piccard was saying with his optimistic approach. Really, opportunities we have to seize to enhance our competitiveness and to secure sustainable long-term growth. The US, you know it, which has historically managed to create a thriving environment for entrepreneurs to innovate and scale up, is taking a different approach. The Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, which provides grants, loans, and tax credits to public and private entities over long term, is the US answer to tackling domestic industrial competitiveness while reducing its carbon emissions. China, with its heavily subsidized and ever-expanding industrial progress, is becoming a global leader in many green technologies, but its approach lacks conformity with recognized ESG standards. Access to finance in the European Union, by contrast, is often cumbersome and bureaucratic. It is less plentiful and fragmented, with many different national support schemes, such as those in France or Italy or Germany, just to name some few. To succeed, the EU needs to reconcile a number of challenges. One of these is strategic raw materials. It was already mentioned by our moderator, and I worked on as rapporteur for the Critical Raw Materials Act in the European Parliament. The The legislation creates for the first time a 360 degrees approach on environment that incentivizes private investments, supports supply chain resilience, also partnering with countries abroad, and reduces our external dependencies. With a clear vision of what needs to be done, the challenge of putting it into operation must be addressed swiftly. As the EU's investment arm, the European Investment Bank will have a significant role to play in leveraging the Critical Raw Materials Act to support projects across the EU and beyond that contribute to increasing the EU's autonomy and resilience. To defend competitiveness of our industries, we also have, as a part of the Green Deal, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism to address the issue of carbon leakage and to ensure a level playing field for European businesses, often subject to unfair competition globally. And hopefully, we will be, as Europeans, with the Green Deal, a convincing forerunner to more countries and industry decarbonizing and joining an international CO2 emission trading scheme. The final point I would like to touch upon is that of innovation. Innovation is vital to ensure the European Union remains a strong competitor in the critical technologies necessary for a successful transition to carbon neutrality. The EU needs to create the necessary environment, and by that I mean to allow our successful innovators to scale up and succeed in Europe and with European capital. In answer to the US Inflation Reduction Act, the EU response should be multifaceted, based on smart regulation and tailored financial solutions, forward-thinking regulation developments to reduce red tape, speed up the permitting and decision-making process to create an environment that will not only retain, but attract new scientific minds into European research and development ecosystem. Leveraging new and existing budgetary resources to develop bespoke financial instruments to incentivize an increase in private capital to support investment and scale up of European companies in critical technologies such as digital and deep tech, clean tech and biotech. In combination with these actions will reduce the EU strategic dependencies and enhance its long-term competitiveness. These are just a few points at the core of the competitive challenge that the panel will address today. So we're very happy to have you here on our EIB Forum, and I will now hand over to Laura for the discussion. It was already mentioned, Laura Piovesan is the Director General of our Projects Directorate, so she will now moderate the panel. I'm looking for your results. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Vice President, for setting the scene so well for the panel today. And thank you for my esteemed panelists, very competent panel. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion based on, indeed, what you have set up as a framework. You spoke about the green transition, the strategic autonomy of Europe, and competitiveness. So these are three pieces of the challenges. Are these trade-offs? Are these mutually reinforceable objectives? So this is what I would like indeed to explore with the panel today, but also to look forward at what are the possible actions Europe needs to take in order to strengthen the competitiveness of our industries. So I would like to start with a common question for everyone around what are the most important challenges for EU competitiveness. And I would like to start with you, Matthias Miedrich. Matthias is the CEO of Umicore, and Umicore is a company which has a long history, 200 years of history, and a history of also a transition yourself, which has been moving from metal and smeltering into advanced metals and recycling, so a growth story along really this transformation of the industry.
Yeah, thank you very much, and hello, I'm very happy to be here. Indeed, we feel ourselves a little bit at the center of the debate because we are the ones who actually take the critical minerals and make something out of it, make active materials out of it that then power the batteries forward. I liked very much what Bertrand Piccard was saying on efficiency. I might come back to that a little bit later. But one point I wanted to make, 2 points actually, to answer your question. I think the 2 points that are key to be done to keep or increase competitiveness are pretty much just to do 2 things that are already there. The number one is the Green Deal and all the surrounding mechanics that have been put in place. The Critical Raw Material Act is a very good act. The Net Zero Industry Act as well, the CHIPS Act as well. So this is all very good and sets, I think, a benchmark also globally. But what is not good is the execution of that. So what we as companies, and you might hear that from my colleagues as well, see every day when we try to get permits, when we try to put projects in the ground, when we try to actually do. So that will be our point: speed, execution, walk the talk. It's not needed to put new laws in place, it's just to apply the laws in the most consistent way. And the second one, that might be surprising to you, I think we are losing the strengths of the single market. And I have to say, as a company, I'm not saying we are not benefiting from that if states compete to have investments located in their jurisdictions by, giving bigger grant packages and bigger grant packages and bigger grant. It's good for us as an individual company if we play it right, but as a European citizen, it's actually giving away one of the key strengths, which is the single market, which is a powerful instrument versus other countries. So I think, in a nutshell, apply the Green Deal and stick to the single market.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthias. And indeed, the single market and the need to complete or modernize the single market was mentioned earlier this morning. And I think it's a point maybe we can come back on what is needed on that later. But now let me pass to Nicola Kim. Nicola, she's the Chief Sustainability Officer at Heidelberg Cement. And indeed, cement is considered a hard-to-abate sector. It's very much responsible for CO2 emissions, but Heidelberg Cement has quite an ambitious strategy for decarbonization yourself. No? So from your point of view, what do you see as challenges that EU needs to overcome?
Yeah, thank you, Laura. And first, I'd also like to thank the EIB for the funding support in order to help finance our research, development, and innovative efforts on carbon reduction and circularity. So Heidelberg Materials is one of the largest cement and concrete manufacturers in the world. We're active in 50 countries. And as many of you will know, cement and concrete represents about 8% of global emissions. So it's very urgent that we tackle decarbonization for this sector. We have the most ambitious target in the industry, 50% reduction by 2030. And if we think about the challenges, it's very much linked to the 3 levers, the technical levers that we address. So overall, we can say that the issue is large-scale implementation. And in terms of the 3 levers, we look at product, so product innovation. There we look at different recipes, different formulations for circularity or replacement of the cement. And one of the challenges is every country has different standards. And that might be on for concrete applications or percent recycled content. So there's a harmonization under development with the EU, so that's very critical. The second lever is process optimization. So here we talk about energy efficiency and circular technology. So, and here one of the limiting factors is permitting. So we deal with a lot of administrative effort, red tape, to scale up technologies. So one example is we have technology where we take construction demolition waste, we separate it into different fractions and actually use those different fractions to make new concrete. So this saves virgin materials, this reduces carbon footprint, and we were delayed several months through permitting issues. So this is really a bottleneck for us. And the third one is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So this is a key technology for us because 2/3 of our emissions come from the reaction to make cement. So these are unavoidable emissions. And so to scale up CCUS, we need to have a strong business case. We need a carbon price to make the business case work. We need to have CCUS allowed in all countries. We are going to be the first company deploying carbon capture at full scale, at operational scale in Norway. And we were able to do that, not just through EU innovation funding, but also through local funding in Norway. And so the EU Innovation Fund is actually focused more on innovative topics, so new technologies, new storage, and not really on scalable deployment. So those are the main challenges.
No, thank you for bringing in indeed the topics of permitting, which I know it's an important topic for many here, standards, but also the markets, the market pool. Now, same question again, and this time maybe a different perspective, because we move now to Björn Zikarski, and Björn is the Chief Executive Office of Pure Battery Technologies, a startup company which is working on cathodes materials, so materials for batteries. And you also have a different perspective because you live in Australia, so you can also bring in this global perspective, comparing European challenges with global challenges.
Yeah, thank you very much, and honored to be here to contribute to, hopefully, which is a thought leadership. A lot of it, what we say, is responsive to policies, but we'd also like to move forward in a positive manner. Maybe answering your question is by providing you a little story about our company. Why is Pure Battery Technologies here? We are a small company. We're not a Heidelberg Cement or Umicore. We're just very humble, 50 people. But we're a technology company, and that's one of the challenges. How can you be competitive? We're a technology company that has what is referred to often a very cool flow sheet for the process engineers around you. That means our processing of materials is innovative. It's clever chemistry. It's considered green and sustainable by many parties. And we have always focused on CO2 reduction, cost reduction, and recycling of nickel, manganese, and cobalt, which is the most common elements currently, or the most sought after elements going into batteries for the energy transition. We have achieved a reduction of CO2 of 60% compared to our fellow competitors, I call it, or fellow participants in the industry. We've been able to reduce CapEx by 60% and OpEx by 50%. So as a company, through especially last year, we have now reached a price level for our plant refinery in Hagen in Germany, which is price competitive or cost competitive with Asia. And I'm not even, adding on the CO2 credits that we might be able to monetize, which we're hoping to then share with our customers. So why am I saying this? Is we don't require a green premium to be competitive. We have worked hard on the ability to create a competitive infrastructure that will lead to autonomy. And this is what the European discussion is about. How can we be more autonomous? How can we be more independent of Asia? As an example, part of our technology brings with it some other environmental benefits other than just cost and CO2. We just received our permit for our 10,000 ton of metal refinery in Hagen in Germany. We got all the environmental approvals. I can have long discussions with Matthias about how we deal with wastewater and things like that, and we've been able to be innovative and actually get a permit. Not saying that it was easy, not saying that I haven't lost the rest of my hair during that time, but we're moving forward. We're very faithful that we can accomplish our very ambitious goal. People always say, do you hope? I said, no, mate, hope is the poor cousin of faith, right? So we're faithful that we're going to get there. And EIB has joined us 14 months ago. They provided us with support. Energy, who is a collaboration of the EBA, European Battery Alliance, has joined the ship as well. And we're now currently working hard on closing out the funding so we can start construction of our plant. Again, why am I saying this? Autonomy. We talked about this. I think innovation is very important in order to create autonomy. You got to support, something that is new, something that breaks the mold, that breaks the barriers, And otherwise, how can we be competitive with a cost environment like Asia? Won't be possible. Matthias made a good point about single market. Yeah, we got to protect it, but do we just do it with grants or not allowing them to come here? It's not the solution at the end. I think we just got to be better. And when I look at the Green Deal, I refer to it as a philosophical framework. And Net Zero Act, CHIP Act, the Critical Mineral Act are great things, but they need to be implemented. And we have the systems, we have the structures in Europe. And though I live in Australia, I consider myself European because by my accent you can tell I'm German. So coming back to that Critical Minerals Act, just want to talk about that one real quick. It's all about integrating the supply chain. Right? It's about making sure that the materials end up where they end up. And we always used to say in the refinery business, you build a refinery and the material will follow. So we got to build really cool and efficient and cost-effective refineries. They don't necessarily employ the most people because a lot of it is automated, but neither is an automotive factory. Right? So
that's exactly what China did, right? They have no natural resources, but they have a lot of refineries.
Yes, exactly. And they're getting the metal out of yeah. Then I can talk. Thanks for pointing that out, and can talk about raw material. You know, when we can process it, it will come. People forget that the ambitious goals that we have in the EU for EV penetration, we have 80% of the nickel, 80% of the manganese, 80% of the lithium to meet those goals. And that's in Eastern Europe, that's in Germany, that's in New Caledonia, and that's in Finland. We have the metals. Of course, do we want to mine in an environment that's very, very costly? We don't have to. But if we build the refineries and provide the end product, which we can do cost competitively, then the metal will follow. You know, there's nothing wrong with importing nickel out of Indonesia. There's nothing wrong with importing metal out of Brazil or other places of the world. But if we're good in refining metals that we used to do, and then we'll be fine. So it's all about technology from my perspective. It brings me to scaling innovation. So we're an innovative company. We're a small company. We didn't invent the bee's knees, but we came up with something really cool. And then the people go, "Oh, it's small, isn't it?" And I'm like, "Yep, it's small. And it starts small, and then you got to go bigger." And scaling, I told my fellow panel members earlier, when you scale businesses in Europe, there is not a lot of welcome, right? There is not a lot of support. There is seed funding, there's venture funding. Very early, when you work on concepts and new innovative ideas, everybody wants to be sexy. But when it then comes into the nitty-gritty and scaling things in an operational and an industrial sense, there's not a lot of support. You end up being forced into a bad deal, or you go to the US, where the markets are bigger, Canada, US, you sell it to an Asian party because they have a lot of money, and they implement it then faster in where they live. So there is actually a report just recently came out about where the biggest gap in funding is, and the biggest gap in funding is when it's about scaling innovation in Europe. And I think that's where we got to do more. And I'm not asking for grants, I'm not asking for free money. I'm saying Norway demonstrates with a sovereign wealth fund how they invest money. They take equity. They build a good team. There's plenty of bankers that look for challenges. They go to one of those funds and they build good teams and they invest and they get a return for that money and everybody's happy. And I think we got to go away from just granting money and keeping everybody out. But we probably have to look at how we can, complement the regulatory framework that asks us to do certain things with taking more risk. I made a joke in the US, when you take risk and you fail, they say that's fun, wonderful, now you learned it, go do it again, So there's also social and cultural things that we have to overcome in Europe. When you fail in Europe, very often you'll be a taxi driver or now an Uber driver for the rest of your life. That has to change.
Thank you, Björn, and indeed for talking chemistry, bringing your own example, and also talking about funding and the gap in scale-up funding that Europe is experiencing, where we also risk losing some of our better companies and ideas to both either Asia or US. Now, to conclude this first round, Martin Berg, Chief Executive of Climate Asset Management, and also the person to whom I want to ask about a difficult topic, the difficult nut to crack in competitiveness around natural capital, agricultural, and where do you see these challenges in this area?
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to speak here. So, yeah, so maybe I explain. I'm feeling a bit like the odd candidate here in this panel. So I'm neither working for an industrial company, nor is my sector really the industrial sector. So, but I thought, Laura, that you said like it's also good to think about what other factors are actually affecting competitiveness in the industrial sector. And I think so. What we are is we are an asset management firm based in London. We have 40 people, so even a bit smaller than my previous speaker. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to focus on natural capital as an investment class. And you may ask, well, how does it actually fit now in this panel? And I think perhaps I come from two perspectives. First perspective is that we're talking mostly when we talk about the industrial act about mitigation. But if you think about how we actually get to the ambitious targets that Europe set itself, without focusing on nature, we won't get there. 25% of all emissions roughly are related to nature, so we can do whatever we want on the industrial side. We won't get there. And on the other hand, actually, there is a huge opportunity using nature as an ability to further remove CO2, not only through trees but also through soil. And I think that's exactly what the EU is working on with their removal framework, to actually acknowledging that there's a huge opportunity as well, not only a challenge. And then the other way, the link to the industrial side is really, I think, when we think about how we want to achieve the targets, we also have to think about different types of products that we're using. So when I think about the building sector, we're talking a lot about using now timber as I actually met a company that wants to put a skyscraper made out of bamboo. Bamboo is actually not a tree, it's a grass. So they have really fascinating ideas out there. And I think especially when you look in certain parts of Europe, they are also very good examples how other can be achieved. So that's what we're all about. I think Bertrand Piccard really spoke exactly the way we try to frame the issue. The question now is how do you make this scalable? How do you make this investable? And that's what we're all about. So we're working with institutional investors and with corporates on investment vehicles that, among other things, also invest in Europe. Now, the challenges. I think the big challenge when we think about agriculture and forestry is that I think it's very clear when you look at all the frameworks that the way we do agriculture, invest or produce forestry products has to change dramatically. We have to look at it in a very different way, in the traditional way of producing as much as possible yield at any environmental cost can no longer work. But the question is, how do you get there? And I think, Matthias, you laid it out very nicely in that way. There are a lot of frameworks when we look in Europe and the agriculture side, very similar to the industrial sector. We have the Farm to Fork initiative. We have, when you look at the new common agriculture policy, when you look at the guidance, I think everybody's recognizing that. But what we see at the moment, when you look at some of the demonstrations from farmers, we see the challenge, how we implement this. So I think we need to, and that's why I really liked Bertrand Piccard's speech, we need to do the same for the agriculture side. We need to find the positive way to saying that the transition can actually be helpful for all involved, and that's of course also a social question. So maybe we'll leave it here.
Thank you, Martin. And so we spoke about the challenges, and you have named quite a few. You also said, well, we do have the framework, Matthias, and we need to make it work. So I would like to focus this second round of discussion, and please feel free to intervene on any question around how we make it work. So what are the enablers that we can leverage in order to make it work? And I would like to start with regulation, because you mentioned permitting, Björn, you mentioned standards, Nicola, you also mentioned, and is it an enabler or is it a bottleneck? And How do you see that?
Yeah, I would say that it is actually, it should be an enabler. Sometimes it's a bottleneck, but it fits really very well what Bertrand Piccard said earlier. I want to bring this to the discussion about efficiency. Because let me give you one example. The Critical Raw Material Act is a regulation that should, at the end of the day, assure that Europe has enough critical minerals to do the Green Deal. Now, if you just apply it on face value, what you would like to do, what you would try to do, to unlock as many supply streams of nickel, cobalt, manganese, whatever, that come to Europe or are in Europe that can be used. The more clever way, indeed, would be to say first, how can we reduce the need for those? And what's coming in there is what I would call the technology efficiency of the application of those laws. So, and by the way, I would like to mention as well that exactly that's the topic where we are working together with the EIB now, and where we just have signed, before coming into this meeting room, an agreement for a 350 million euro loan that is especially focused on R&D and innovation in the battery material supply chain to work on the fact that we need less critical minerals, that the same function of the battery is used with less nickel, less cobalt. It's also about the efficiency in the processing, in the supply chain. I don't know if you know that if you go to a mine and take out a portion of raw material until it is in the electric car, over the whole supply chain, you have lost 30% of it. 30%. So you can save every third mine in the world if your efficiency would be 100% in the different processing steps. And the last topic of efficiency that should be considered in the application of the regulation is on capex efficiency. You know, we all have to spend in this industry billions of euros to build the gigafactories, and that's slowing down the application of the legislations, of the framework. So we also have to use the technology to make that less capex dense, the whole exercise. So on all of those three fronts, if you just read the law as it is, you don't see that. So my point is the success is in a clever application of an efficient rollout and not just by the book.
Thank you indeed. Interesting, introducing the word efficiency when we talk about regulation. And Nicola,
I hope you don't think it's a contradiction.
No. I think it's a pragmatic approach. And Nicola, I think you wanted to mention also some kind of positive examples of how the regulation can be indeed an enabler for competitiveness.
Yeah, I think there are several facilitators that have helped us to accelerate our decarbonization efforts. First, the EU ETS. It really helped us to create long-term planning on decarbonization activities. I think that the challenge will be over the next decade when the allowances go away. How do we make sure that the carbon price paid for certain industries gets reallocated to decarbonize those industries? A second facilitator, I think, will be CBAM. So we are optimistic that with CBAM, the cross-border adjustment mechanism, that we will be able to create an even level playing field in Europe and versus companies which are outside of Europe. Another example mentioned earlier is the Green Deal. So the Green Deal has set a framework, but now we really need to take it a step forward to implement and to see that the sustainable buildings and infrastructure are really driven. And finally, yesterday we heard about the Net Zero Industry Act, so very optimistic that that will help us going forward. There's a strong focus on CCUS as a key enabler for decarbonization. The Act recommends simplified permitting to enable projects and has specific recommendations on increasing storage capacity, so 50 million tons per annum by 2030 are mentioned. So a lot of developments already in place that we can be quite optimistic going forward.
And you mentioned carbon capture as storage. And for example, can you give me a practical example of what would be needed to enable the investments in carbon capture and storage?
Yeah, so if we think about the business case for carbon capture, the business case going forward in the next decade works if we look at the combination of funding and carbon price, as well as market creation. So that all needs to happen in order for the business case to be positive.
Thank you. And in terms of regulation, of course, we spoke already a lot about the Critical Raw Material Act. So again, Björn, you mentioned, well, let's set up the refining in Europe and the materials will come. Okay, what else do you think is needed to maintain a strategic autonomy when it comes to critical raw material in Europe?
What were the alternatives to material? Is that what you asked me? Sorry, I couldn't.
No, indeed, what is it needed to maintain the competitiveness in Europe and strategic autonomy when it comes to critical raw material? We have this as the Critical Raw Material Act, which sets out percentages that Europe will need to become independent on.
Yeah, I mean, the Raw Material Act has certain KPIs that they would like to achieve, right? And the question is are these the right KPIs? Can they be achieved or do they make sense? I think the critical raw materials, as Matthias pointed out, is to get critical raw materials. I'm not just talking about nickel, manganese, cobalt. There's tungsten. There's raw earth metals. There's everything that goes into your little phones here. How do you have to how do you make them come to Europe? And again, processing centers make sense. But coming to the KPIs of the Critical Raw Material Act, for the people that might not know all the detail, and I don't know all the details of the entire act either, but the goals are 10% of raw material has to come from Europe.
Is it ambitious enough? And this is good to have an ambitious target.
I don't think the numbers are ambitious at all. Well, you can argue both ways, right? So first of all, I come from sport, and the higher the hurdle, the easier it is to get close to it, and the likeliness that you achieve something, right? So records are meant to be broken. So if you don't set any hurdles, you say like, let's just all get together and make sure we get some critical minerals in here, then nothing's going to happen. So you have to set a bar, and the bar at 10%. We had to think about it. Is it hard? No, it's not, because these kind of minerals are abundantly available in Europe. The question is, do we want to mine them or not? And that's a decision for every jurisdiction to make, for the society to make, whether they want to be in cost-intensive mining processes or not. A lot of mining processes are getting continuously improved. BHP, I think, just launched the first battery trucks this week. So it's getting better and better. Mining is not as dirty anymore as it used to be, but it's still not the most pleasant thing to do. So 10% of raw material, I gave the numbers earlier. You go to Eastern Europe, there's all the manganese that we could probably use. If battery specification changes, it might be different. But there's a lot of nickel in New Caledonia, but New Caledonia is not cost effective if you compare to Indonesia, right? No, it's more like a holiday island than an industrial center. And then you have other materials. So 10% I think can be achieved. 25% of recycling, I definitely have faith that Europe can achieve that, because there's too many clever people and there's too many support already for that as well, that 25% of metal recycling can be achieved. Europeans are good recyclers. We've done it, we've shown it. Whether it works or not, I'm not an expert, but with trash, trash recycling, plastic recycling and things like that. It works, it can be done. The question I have on the 40% is of the processing. 40% of the material needs to be processed in Europe, so European content. And I'm skeptical on that, not because I'm in that sector, but I think it's more challenging, and it comes down to regulations, comes down to permitting. We talked about permit. We got a permit. Our fellow industry participants have been fighting against one individual in a certain country in Europe that thinks he needs to be God or better than the Supreme Court, and that held up, I don't know, probably over $1 billion of investment so far. held it up and is not helping us to build infrastructure that we desperately need if we want to really be a player in the energy transition. So from that perspective, you know, the European the European Battery Alliance, in cooperation with Vice President Šefčovič, has done a lot, but they're also fighting the red tape, and hopefully we can declutter it more.
Björn, may I have a different opinion on one topic? I fully agree on everything. I think I'm more pessimistic on the battery recycling quota. And why? Not because I don't believe that there are enough companies who can do it, but when we look into the world, we have seen that a lot of companies have started to get into that with the attitude to say, okay, it's recycling, so we will do it, but it's actually much more difficult than that. So the metallurgical extraction of materials is very, very difficult to do it in the yields and in the scale that you need to do. And we have seen a couple of examples in the industry that have given up meanwhile because they have simply underestimated the capex that is needed, for example, or in the regulation there are efficiencies mentioned that need to be met in the recycling topics. That's not trivial, and I think the industry on a broad scale is not there yet to solve it technically. I think this is a little bit too rosy. I think what we hear everywhere, startups coming up, the core metallurgical extraction, in our definition, to come from scrap to metal salts or to metal, there are not a lot of players who can do it. So I'm more pessimistic. The other one, I fully agree.
I think we have also heard about the need for ecosystem and an integrated supply chain, both when it comes to the circular economy and the resilience of this supply chain. So what you see as gaps in the EU supply chains and value chains, but need to be filled? What are in your view the critical gaps to support the competitiveness? Martin, can I ask you this?
Well, I mean, we're in a very different sector, I would say, in that sense. So what we probably see is that now going to the natural capital sector, which is, I think, mainly agriculture here in Europe, is that we're still importing a lot of products that we could actually do here in Europe ourselves. And what we see is that a lot of the regulation that is coming through is actually driving now more and more investors to look for that and more corporates to look into their supply chain and saying, where's actually things coming from? What is the carbon footprint related to that? On top of that, we see more and more targets relating to nature. There are more frameworks that are coming up from that, both internationally and also under the EU. To just give you a positive, because you also asked for the positive examples. So what we have done, for example, is we converted land in Spain and Portugal that was previously used for either grassland or tobacco into regenerative farms for almonds. And with that, we are replacing the import of almonds, which are mainly coming from California at the moment in all over Europe, under sometimes very, let's say, stressful environmental conditions. So I think that's a good example. If you look for the positive examples where you can exactly look at that, maybe also help then some of the European companies in their supply chains, probably not in the manufacturing line, but probably more in areas where they use natural products. But I think it's a good example. And then the other nice thing is from that perspective that we're actually doing this with a very attractive return for our investors. So it's a great example where by going in a more longer-term, sustainable managed product, you can also at the same time generate a higher return, which is, I think, exactly what Bertrand Piccard tried to explain. Like, those are the kind of examples we need, and I think we need to communicate this better, that they actually exist.
I'm grateful for Bertrand Piccard to have set this panel on a positive and track of focusing very much on opportunities, while it could have been a panel complaining about the lack of opportunities maybe in Europe or the barriers in Europe. So on opportunities, and indeed So when I'm talking about the gaps in supply chain, is there are also opportunities in the supply chain. And Nicola, yes.
Yeah, I think one of the gaps is in public procurement. So we see in the NGO space and company-NGO collaboration with the First Mover Coalition, for example, initiated by the World Economic Forum, clear criteria on sustainable procurement. So what is a sustainable cement or concrete, and to form a collaboration across the value chain. I think if we want to drive a Green Deal and Net Zero Industry Act, we need to also stimulate the market through public procurement.
No, indeed, and this would create the business case and the market that you were pointing to as lacking as one of the challenges. And another opportunity also comes through partnership. I think, Björn, you mentioned the Battery Alliance as a partnership, but also, Umiko, you do have experience of partnerships.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. We talk about even ecosystems in that sense, because the transformation that we are in our case, that's the mobility transformation, is extremely needed for the Green Deal, right? We have to have electric vehicles. At the same time, it's extremely difficult. So no company can do that alone. And so the network between the companies, the network between public and private, the public-private partnerships, and our agreement with the EIB is a very good example of that we have signed today, to drive forward the innovations needed and to put the load on different shoulders that then carry this big load. This is also something that maybe Europe can have a competitive advantage against other countries, because the European idea is exactly that partners work together to solve a common goal. And I think so far we see very good progress in these regards.
Thank you. As I mentioned when we started the panel, it's really a timely discussion, because the Commission has issued a recommendation to set up a very ambitious target for 2040 of 90% of emission reduction, and this is a target which comes with a very hefty price tag, so 1.5 trillion every year, 2030, 2040, of investments needed. So if you, and I would like to ask each of you the same question, if you had the possibility to indeed give a recommendation in terms of where the priority for investment should be placed in this next framework, what would you point to? Maybe, Björn, shall we start?
It's a short answer, and in the processing supply chain. And it's not because I'm there, but I think that's where the raw materials is almost commodity goods. You can get them into the market, but then processing them for the needs that you have is a key competence, and you should invest in those. I refer to it as an infrastructure, and we're building airports, we're building bridges, we're building highways, and we have to build processing infrastructure. It's the same as having bakeries and having other things. You need to invest in those areas and make sure that they're competitive.
So when you talk about infrastructure, can you give some concrete examples?
An oil refinery is an infrastructure. A battery material refining company or a cell maker is an infrastructure. If that is the direction that we want to go and accelerate the energy transition by storing energy and using renewable energy and things like that, then you need to invest in those things. Matthias said that's what the Chinese have done. They started 15, 20 years ago. So we have a catch-up to do.
So starting from the building blocks, let's say, the materials. Yeah. Nicola?
Yeah, my desire would be to have certainty around political and regulatory environments. So to support the business case for us to invest in these technologies, and carbon pricing, and certainty around the regulatory part.
Martin?
When I think about it, and again, I'll come from my sector, then of course the big elephant in the room. So first of all, in order to achieve the 2040 targets, which I think the recommendation is 90%, as I said before, without addressing the emissions that are coming from the land-based sector, we won't get there. So that's I think has to be underlined. How do you get there at the moment when you have a common agriculture policy that is still not providing the right incentives to actually change behaviors on that side? And I think that's what we're seeing at the moment. There is a clear path to the transition. Anybody who looks at it knows that changes have to be done, but it's extremely challenging to do that without at the same time providing the right incentives to the farmers and the communities that are mostly affected. And I think that's what I would wish for, that we come up with very clear incentives. And again, I think it's a certainty or the long term that is important there. Everybody just looks now on I have the next cap and for the next 5 years, can I really change that quickly? And what is if the regulation then after that's changed again? I think that's a real problem and then also I think a sector that is by definition quite conservative. So I think it's providing the right incentives and then at the same time providing the long-term certainty that it's not only for 5 years but really until 2040.
Yeah, for me it's 2 points. Sector specific in our industry, it's processing, because if you look to 2030 and if you look to all the electric vehicles that should be built in 2030, only 60% of them will have the right materials from European sources. So there's a 40% gap. So 40% of the battery materials have to be sourced, the processed battery materials have to be sourced from outside Europe. So that has to change. It needs to be 100% or close to 100%. Secondly, cross-sector, again, I come back to the efficiency. Focus on the net, not on the gross. So make sure that we are harmonizing that and we are incentivizing the efficient use of the resources and not just the growth of the sources of the materials.
So you spoke again about efficiency, and indeed, and we spoke about materials. Circular economy, it is a potential enabler because it does enable this efficiency, but we have discussed many barriers to this, starting from different standards, different regulation, different requirements, but also technical barriers.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And just to make one important point, what is the reason for circularity in batteries? Why do we want to do battery recycling in the industry? It's actually not, in the first place, to secure the supply of materials. That's a side effect, because battery recycling is the only way that the industry can meet the CO2 legislation of an electric vehicle. If you have an electric vehicle, and you all know the story of, I have to drive my electric vehicle for 80,000 kilometers before I am net CO2 negative, because building that vehicle, the battery has emitted so and so many tons of CO2. So by recycling, you get that down to by 95%. And that's one of the key reasons. Now, the hurdle, as I said, is mostly a technological hurdle, because when you ask today, what are you doing? I'm doing battery recycling, can mean everything. I'm a company that is dismantling batteries from a car, to, at the other extreme, a metallurgical processing factory that is extracting the battery-grade metals again. And there is black mass, and there is shredding, and there's all these steps in between. But I think the debate doesn't focus enough on the most important part of that value chain, the metallurgical extraction. So to get to this very, very precious metals that have nearly no CO2, we still have a technological fight to make that in the right extraction yields and at the right capital cost.
He made a very good point about the CO2. Recycling batteries, CO2 reduction is much bigger than getting primary material out of mines and processing it. You can do that with recycling now. You can, but that's what we don't want. You can throw it all in a big smelter. And you can separate the metals, you have them all back. But that CO2 footprint is higher than mining it. So we started down that path, and we said we have to reduce the CO2 emissions. So we need to get innovative processes into recycling. So I'm not taking back my argument that I think we're going to get there with 25%, but it's a complex undertaking. It's not as simple as separating plastics. So I just want to clarify that.
No, absolutely. And also in the cement industry, circularity is the way to achieve CO2 reductions, no?
Yeah, so for us, circularity is equally important to CO2. You have circularity already in the cement production because you use slag from the steel industry, fly ash from coal-fired power plants to produce cement. And in concrete, what we are now shifting towards is separating the fractions and using it again, and this can be done today. So we really need to see how we can shift away from virgin materials and look for the built environment to get these materials.
Okay, so maybe I turn to the audience to see if there are questions from the audience, and you have the opportunity indeed to ask a questions to our panelists.
Thank you very much. Very, very insightful. I'm Nicola Pio, CEO of Tilt Capital. I'm a growth investment fund, so I understand what you say about how hard it is to invest in that segment. Two quick questions. One, to what extent do you think that I don't want to say the lack of integration, but the need for further integration of Europe may be one of the reasons why it's harder to scale up in Europe compared to the US or Asia? One question. Depth of the market, etc. And the second, and I'm drawing upon the last comment of Matthias, 100% in Europe. Shouldn't we think differently about supply chains and cooperations with other countries that could also have I would say, a role in securing new supply chains and new cooperations formed between Europe and those countries instead of having some sort of dependency as we used to have and we still have in Europe?
Thank you. So the focus is really around battery materials, let's say.
Let me maybe ask the last question first. I fully agree, because there should be a certain threshold that we put out, and this threshold should purely be based on CO2. I give you a very good example. Indonesia is a heaven for the battery industry because nickel is abundantly available. Björn said we should have nickel from Indonesia. I agree. The problem is that 98% of all of the nickel in Indonesia is mined by by mines that use coal-powered energy. So you take the nickel out, you bring it in a European battery, it's defeating the purpose. But indeed, the workaround has to be that in Indonesia, a certain value add is installed. So we're talking about mine. The next step is called HPAL. The step afterward is called refining, and then there's PCAM, etc. So that's something the industry will see, that companies, consortiums will go there to A, install renewable energy, and B, go to a certain processing step. And there's a nice side effect. If you increase the processing in the region where the raw material is, the amount of material you have to ship gets much smaller. So more energy dense, if you want, or more material dense, so the CO2 of transportation is reduced. So I fully agree, this needs to be part of the story. Now, what taints that a little bit is the protectionism of some areas. Another good example I have is the IRA in the US and the non-inclusion of Europe as a zone of the IRA. If that would happen, it would be an immensely positive effect on efficiencies of CapEx, because in each of the regions there are always capacities that are not 100% used. If they could float between each other, that would be another very good part of international cooperation.
And on the first question, which was around, is Europe at a disadvantage because we are more fragmented, we have smaller markets? And for example, you mentioned before to me the example of Canada as an alternative.
Yeah, so as we are a global company, we make experience everywhere in terms of how projects are taken. Canada, for example, for us was a very good example where everything went very fast because it was one country. Now, if I look to Europe, what would be now, as of today, if you ask me what's the biggest risk or hurdle of being fragmented? I think it is the whole regulation about battery recycling and what happens with the battery when it is dismantled from a car. In some countries, it's okay. In other countries, it's a toxic waste that needs to be processed. Other countries even in Europe, forbid the export of used batteries into another country because they want to exploit the raw materials. If we start like this, there is no advantage of a single market.
I think there was a question about scaling technology in a European environment, and obviously, a kind of system in China where, or in Korea even, or where winners are picked and you do this and you do this and you do this. There's certain parties in China, you go for one thing and you cannot go to the other one because it's directed that they get to do this. It's, by the way, also similar in Japan, so it's not just a political issue. Scaling across then Europe is when you're talking about a single market. You have certain companies in one country wanting to do similar things than the one in the next country. Then you would argue there is more competition. But then you also need scale, and this is where we're losing out as Europe all the time. We're talking about big funding packages that Europe is making available for the energy transition. But in China, you get a support package. You hear about support packages of 150 billion every other week, right? So they just work on a different scale, and it's similar to the IRA. There's a lot more money available than it is here. So you're fighting with two different weapons. You're bringing a knife to a gunfight. So when you're looking at scaling then, and you need money for that, you're always going to be a little bit behind. And so that's why I find it, even though it's a single market, it's much more complex to do it in a member society of the European Union where you have 28 or 29, not sure.
27.
27. Did you take the UK out now? Okay, thank you. So anyways, where you have a number of parties that have to agree, makes it much harder. And it takes longer.
Yeah, I also want to stress the point of collaboration across countries in Europe when it comes to CCUS, because if you think about building pipelines which cross different countries, different legislations, the collaboration required between the producer, the pipeline provider, the storage provider, the transport, shipping. So there are there's a lot of things to work out in that kind of a scenario. So I think if there are several projects now underway which are cross-Europe projects. So we're going to have to see that we harmonize some of the ways we approach this.
And indeed, you mentioned CO2 infrastructure in this case as well. So the point of the needing of investing in infrastructure which enable the transition as one of the priorities.
Exactly. So what people might not be aware of is that concrete is vitally important for the transition to renewable electricity, to make dams, to make wind farms, and it's fully recyclable and it's durable. So we need concrete and cement for the green transition.
Okay, my watch has finished the batteries, actually, so I don't know how much time we still have, but I think we do still have a bit of time for a question before I sum up. One question. If there is no question, there are two questions, okay.
Hello, Sylvain Barrette de Lano. First question is for Martin. I was a bit stunned when you were talking about this project to repurpose some land in Spain to produce almond in order to avoid relying on California, which is, I think, the largest producer of almonds in the world, But as we all know, almond is in need of a lot of water to be produced. And we also all know the water crisis in Spain. So are we finding a solution by creating another problem down the road? And the second question is for Matthias. I would like to have just your perspective. I heard about this company in California, I can't remember the name. They're basically using all the used batteries, putting them into a container, just like that, and using that as a storage room for the power grid. So whenever the demand is very high, they can use the energy from those containers, right, that are used as power grid. And then whenever those batteries have provided the last bit of juice, getting rid of them. I'm not sure whether the concept from your perspective makes sense and whether there's still something to extract from those batteries having no juice anymore.
Let me see if there is also there was a second question. You said we take that as well, and then.
Thank you. Tatiana de Queiroz from Mere Capital Partners, and for somebody else from the investment landscape. Bjorn, you mentioned something about playing catch-up, and something which seems to have been the elephant in the room is Europe. We have the technologies, we have the R&D, but over the last 15 years, we've been focusing much more on services and digitalization, and suddenly manufacturing with geopolitical tensions has suddenly become very important once again, but we're also 10 to 15 years behind in our investments, in our infrastructure, in the sexiness of the industry. So I'd love a little comment, maybe from each panelist, about how can Europe and you as industry, what can we do to leverage our value added and better play catch up with Asia, the US also, so it's not only coming from the East.
Okay, I think we have quite a full round of questions, so
you want to start me on the almonds?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Almonds need a lot of water in California too, by the way, and that's part of the problem, but the way they're produced there. I think it goes back to what came through in this panel, and that's efficiency. So it's on the one hand side, finding the right sites where you have water, and secondly, using it efficiently. And I think that's the only way you can do that. So also on the agriculture sector, that's exactly one of the key themes. And there's a lot more technology now available how we can do that. But maybe what's interesting on this specific project, not all of them they're financing, but there are a few of them they're actually benefiting from also, and this goes to the, like, where do we choose to do our project? There's actually an interesting also EIB supported project, the Alqueva Dam, which actually is a 20-year planning process, I think, going back to the Commission actually trying to identify areas where agriculture could be done in areas with very low water levels. And I think that's a great example also where I think the policy comes together with then the opportunity. So we're actually aggregating projects, but two of our projects they're actually benefiting from that, and that secures water, and they're actually the two top projects in our risk list on water scarcity that actually have no problem. So I think it's a combination, the right location, the right policies, and efficiency.
Thank you. And
so from elements to batteries now. So yes, it's a good idea, and it's an idea that's not only by this one company in California, it's a general idea of what's called the second life of those batteries. And actually, when a battery comes out of a car after 10, 12 years, it's not true that this battery is dead. It has around, with modern battery technology, still around 80–70% of the new value. So you can do a lot with it. The important thing is to detect in the moment you get it back what's that called, the so-called state of health. Because if you know it of all your batteries, you can make a good container and you can. You know what's in, and that's very, if you say, trendy for the energy providers today, and where the energy providers in the past were wanting to use hydrogen to store renewable energy because of the advancements of battery technologies. The battery, this concept of second life, is getting really momentum right now, and it makes a lot of sense. Now, at the end of all of that, and they have been, used and are really down, your question is, can you still get something out of it? And that's the beauty of metallurgy, because metal doesn't care. So they're indefinably recyclable, and the metal comes out as fresh as you would get it from a mine. So you can run down a battery until it's complete dead and recover all of the metals.
And there will be healthy competition about second life battery power providers and people that want to recycle the material early. So it's an interesting observation to have in the market.
So around the second question then on leveraging strength of the European industry, or more broadly, in order to catch up. First of all, do we need to catch up, or you think we are well placed?
I think we need to catch up because, indeed, industrial activities have not been sexy the last years. There are some countries, like I mentioned Canada before, that have identified that electrification and the energy transition is a chance for reindustrialization. Canada has lost its automotive industry to Mexico in the 90s. And have now a very good chance to bring back a big value add portion because they have the raw materials, they have the talent, they have the renewable energy. In Europe, what we have is technology. We have technology and we have companies that know how to do it. And I'm not so pessimistic because I feel that through this energy transition, also the attractiveness of manufacturing as an industry to young people, to talents, has been increased. To work in a battery gigafactory, this is something sexy. So I'm not so pessimistic as you are, maybe.
Martin?
Yeah, probably. I would agree that the big thing that Europe has is really the know-how and the technology, and I think now also for the sector I'm working in, I think that will be the important part to kind of implement this now and see how we can transform the know-how into actually real action on the ground.
For the construction materials industry in Europe, it's not about catch-up because we're really at the forefront of the materials development, and it's more about accelerating, deploying, implementing.
And maybe it's not about catch-up, it's just like a lot of things in life are cyclical, We build a strong manufacturing base and then, decided to outsource, and now we're insourcing again. And we just have to, we might have lost our way a little bit and just get it back, and maybe our next generation or the 2 generations after us, they're going to make the same thing again, and they outsource everything to the next continent, and the cycle continues.
Okay, no, thank you. And let me try to summarize this very lively exchange. So first of all, we spoke about what are the challenges. We do have a framework. Now the framework needs to be implemented, we need to make it work, as you said, Matthias. And indeed, making it work means also looking at the implementing the regulation in a way that it's an enabler, indeed, and not a bottleneck, and it's smarter and brings in efficiency. So we also spoke about the opportunities and the investment needs that Europe needs to face, and I think you listed, first of all, infrastructure, meaning building the kind of a base industry that needs to supply the rest, but also for example, carbon infrastructure and all the enablers. I think one important opportunity that you mentioned is Europe has the technology, has the know-how. Challenge is often in scaling this up, and the lack of suitable risk financing or taking risk capacity, both from the entrepreneurial culture, but also in terms of risk taking for scaling it up. And I think you also mentioned the need of incentives, Martin, or having the right incentives and not only the right sticks, let's say, that we have with the regulations. So I hope I have summarized the key points of this exchange, and I wanted to thank you very much for this discussion. Can we have an applause for our panelists?
Laura, thank you for having moderated this panel. Big thank you to our panelists for this very, very interesting exchange and giving us some hints on how to rebuild the industrial capacity in the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of day 1 of the EIB Group Forum 2024. I think we had an amazing day, fruitful exchanges, great keynote speeches, and I think this was only possible due to our amazing speakers, and I think we need a round of applause just for them, to thank them. And you are now invited to a networking dinner. I wish you a very, very pleasant evening. And I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow morning here at 9 o'clock for day 2 of this forum. Have a great evening and thank you for your attention. Enjoy.